your movement.
The APRM Youth Symposium is a platform built by and for young Africans to speak truth to power, to challenge the status quo, and to reshape governance across our country.
Under the banner of youth and governance.
Testing, 1, 2, 1,
we reject the worn-out cliche that young people are the leaders of tomorrow.
You are the leaders of today, right now. Across the continent, your voices echo in the streets of our capitals. We hear you. You're not asking for charity. You're demanding justice, jobs, education, climate action, peace, and your seat at the decision-making table.
Come ready with your questions to provoke, to lead.
Venez avec vos idées, venez avec vos énergies et surtout beaucoup d'enthousiasme.
From promise to prosperity, it's not just a theme. It is a call to action to win the battle for good governance.
This is our moment to make history, to speak up, to show up, to shake things up.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainable development. This vision is what drives the African Peer Review Mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So what is the APRM and what makes it unique? The APRM was founded in 2003 by the African Union Heads of State and Government as an autonomous entity of the African Union. The APRM is a self-assessment and peer review process where member states voluntarily participate to promote good governance, transparency, peace, and sustainable development. It's about African countries reviewing each other, sharing best practices, learning from one another, and working collectively to strengthen governance across the continent. The fact that it is the only African-owned and African-led governance assessment and peer review mechanism, which makes it very unique. The APRM consists of continental structures and national structures. At the continental level sits the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, the Committee of Focal Point, APR Panel of Eminent Persons, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. The Continental Secretariat is led by a CEO appointed by AU Heads of State and Government.
The APRM plays a crucial role in helping governments govern themselves more effectively by providing a platform for self-assessment and peer review. It bridges the gap between the people and policymakers, ensuring that the voices of citizens are heard and reflected in governance.
Its office is supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review and Assessments, Monitoring and Evaluation, Governance, and Specialized Reporting and Operations. On the other hand, the APRM national structures are represented by a focal point who reports to the head of state, a national secretariat, a national governing council or commission that includes all non-state actors, and particularly women, youth, CSOs, private sector, and the media. The NGC is at the core of the APRM process to ensure its transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. The APRM is at the heart of some of the African Union flagship initiatives to promote good governance, such as the Africa Governance Report, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, the Africa Governance Index, the Africa Governance Support Program, monitoring of Agenda 2063 and SDGs 2030, or again, the Early Warning for Conflict Prevention Program. Over 21 years, the APRM has implemented its inclusive and transparent review process in
Testing 1 2 3.
26
Testing 1 2
out
3.
of 44
Sound test
participating
1 2 3.
states.
Testing 1 2 3.
It has managed to create a platform for dialogue involving governments, civil society, and citizens in evaluating key areas such as democratic and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, socio.
Testing 1 2 3. Sound test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing testing. Testing 1 2 3. Okay.
Of both AU Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2030, across the continent. Additionally, the APRM has been tasked with contributing to early warning systems for conflict prevention in Africa. The APRM's expanded role contributes further to building a stable, secure, and prosperous Africa, guided by the principles of good governance and homegrown solutions. Today, the APRM stands as a symbol of Africa's commitment to homegrown solutions. It's more than just a governance tool. It's a movement towards accountability, shared learning, and sustainable development. Together, we are building the Africa we want, driven by transparency, peace, and prosperity for all.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing testing. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, 1 2, yeah.
Testing 1 2 3.
Since 2019, an African philanthropic foundation has been interviewing thousands of young people across the continent.
By 2030, Africans will make up 42% of the world's young people. So their young people need to be listened to. The Africa Youth Survey has questioned thousands of young people across the continent.
Well, this week on Here's Why That's Important. The IMF says by 2035, there will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than in the rest of the world.
we have seen a dramatic scaling up of the way the APRM has been perceived.
The transition between the previous CEO and the current CEO looked like it has really gone really smoothly.
We have noticed as APRM Secretariat a continuation of many programs which have already started since the former leadership led by Professor Eddie Maluka.
And of course, like any other institution, it had instances as well as spaces where it needed strengthening, where it needed renewal. And I think the kind of energy that she's brought in, more especially as the first ever woman chief executive officer of the organization.
The fact in itself that we have a lady at the helm leading the APRM process is an achievement. It's a clear reflection of good governance, by the way.
Elle est arrivée avec une vision claire, renforcer le rôle des structures nationales, améliorer le suivi des plans d'action et faire du MAP un acteur incontournable de la gouvernance sur notre continent.
In terms of the Directorate of Operations, we have seen significant improvements in the operating effectiveness and efficiency of the APRM. We have seen the introduction of the 3 Ps internal strategy of professionalism, probity, and performance, which has actually ensured strict compliance with financial rules, procurement processes, and adequate planning of program activities.
Now, the challenge is when you inherit a success story, what do you do? So what we've done, we've evaluated the APRM. There was already an impact assessment report. And then we developed a strategic plan as to how then do we build on the strong foundation that had already existed.
When I went through the strategic plan that had been developed, I asked myself the question, I think the APRM is now becoming the hub, for the implementation of the African Union agenda. And more importantly, with the introduction of the e-governance.
So that has been introduced as the 6th thematic area in the APRM, and it's consequential across all the other themes. But not only that, it's consequential both internally for us as an institution, that we are going to improve the way we function. We are going to operate more efficiently. As you know, we have been going through austerity as an institution. By focusing on e-governance and looking at the technology tools and innovations that are before us, we improve the way we function as an organization, the African Peer Review Mechanism, Continental Secretariat, but we also then take that out into all our work.
And all of us can agree with that e-governance will help us to accelerate the implementation of our agendas 2063.
And the strategic direction she intends to take this APRM really, for me, is something that's definitely going to change the trajectory of our continent in as far as governance and progress is concerned. Change for better, of course.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One thing that I can say for sure is that the new CEO, who is no longer new because she's 1 year old now, has done a great job in not just revitalizing the APRM secretariat in terms of it's been effective with its mandate, but also brought in a new, fresh
country. For her to succeed, she would require adequate financial and human resources. And I think this is the point where I would call on African countries to support her in this endeavor.
Financial support for member states has been a key challenge. 80% of our governance program activities are being funded by partners, and this dependence has made it difficult for the APRM Secretariat to execute its mandate.
It means that we have firstly to rethink our resourcing strategy. Where do we get resources? We have traditional sources of support or resources, and all that is changing. There's diminishing investment in the institutions we have traditionally dealt with. So innovative financing is key.
So for Sierra Leone, we are ready to support.
I wish that APRM can develop a mechanism within itself that will ensure that our African states really take note and heed to the recommendations that are being made by APRM, so that they don't remain just recommendations, but they are acted upon.
You know, a lot of times on the continent, we speak of the lack of political will. And I must say that coming from the member states, there's strong political will, there's commitment, there's advocacy, and there's support for the APRM.
So we have been really blessed to have an up-close relationship with her in these initial days, and we look forward to continuing to work with her to bring visibility to APRM and support her in her mission.
Let's all be part of what is happening. Let's all be part of the change that we want to see happening in our continent.
We have also seen a good vibe regarding the teamwork.
Son style de leadership à la fois ferme, inclusif et visionnaire a ouvert une nouvelle voie pour le Maroc.
I would like to once again thank the member states, but also thank the staff of the APRM. They've really responded very well to this new call to reposition the APRM and make sure that our mandate is much more focused on tangible results and impact. The APRM is like a family. So the APRM family really came together to make sure that collectively we become successful. We deliver on the mandate. And this is fundamental to the success of any organ. That unity, that collective responsibility, the political will, it's there, and the commitment to make things work.
Testing. That's bad. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Bishop Mar. Sound test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. I'll just. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Sound test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Sound test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Sound test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Testing 1
The
2
Global Digital Compact and other international initiatives
Testing 1 2 3.
must accommodate Africa's positions, demands, and expectations so that we can collaborate as equals who bring essential expertise to global digital governance, not as recipients of externally designed solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the gap between policy and reality
Testing 1
can
2
only
3.
be bridged through measurable actions. Today, let us prioritize digitization of essential services,
Testing 1
invest
2
in
3.
connectivity and shared infrastructure, and create inclusive products for the next generation of Africans. Africa's time
Testing
in
1
the
2 3.
digital
Testing 1
age
2 3.
is not coming. It is already here. We must shape the global digital economy as co-creators, not
Testing 1 2
consumers.
3. Testing 1 2
In
3.
this decisive decade, the hand that holds Africa's data holds Africa's future. That hand must be African, and I insist, that hand must be African.
Distinguished colleagues and members of the APRM family, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the virtual launch of the APRM.
The book is like I've been writing for you.
Today, we gather to reaffirm a shared vision.
You don't have to
The
bring
vision
out
of a
the empty
peaceful
part.
and prosperous continent, one that is governed in the best interest.
Yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2.
This is the very essence of the African peer review mechanism. Our journey does not originate from boardrooms and policy documents, but in the bold inspirations of African leaders who dare to imagine a new path for our continent.
I'll just put this.
Where African countries
See, it's working.
will take collective ownership of their development and commit to the mutual accountability in governance. It was this pioneering spirit that in 2003 gave rise to the APRM, a voluntary mechanism established as a courageous and forward-looking initiative by the African Union member states. This commitment to self-assessment and peer learning continues to stand as a testament to the vision of our founding leaders. As former Nigerian President Obasanjo noted, in order to peer review ourselves, the idea of the African peer review mechanism was born.
English.
MEPAD and APRM have become of the agenda.
So, Zulu, yeah, I can also speak, yes, a bit of Zulu. Let me see. You're so smart about that.
That bravely underwent abuse. And every post-part conversation
I'll see.
on how to
Yeah, which country are you from?
In its first 10 years, the
I'll pay you with Zimdar.
19 full country reviews. After a brief period of reduced activity, the APRM was revitalized between 2016 and 2020 under its inaugural strategic plan. This foundational phase focused on implementing the 3R strategy on the restoration, reinvigoration, and renewal of the APRM. Key priorities included strengthening the capacity of the Continental Secretariat, reinvigorating the review process, integrating the APRM in the architecture, and encouraging more AU member states to join the voluntary self-assessment. The plan saw a significant broadening of the APRM's mandate, a testament to the growing confidence that the African Union and its member states placed in our work. We deepened our focus on the quality and impact of our reviews, strengthened civil society engagement, and worked to ensure that our recommendations translated into tangible reforms at national level. We were no longer just walking, we were striding forward with greater confidence and a clearer sense of purpose.
As the years unfolded, so did the complexities of our continent. The world was changing, including the hard experience with COVID-19, and Africa was changing with it. The successes and lessons from our first strategic plan paved the way for our second plan, which covered the period 2020 to 2024. This wasn't just a continuation, it was an evolution. We moved from simply reinforcing the mechanism to enhancing its effectiveness, adding state resilience to the base questionnaire for country reviews, conceptualizing the governance support program, and developing the early warning for conflict prevention program, amongst other achievements. The drive for universal accession to the APRM brought 44 of the 55 AU member states on board, and by 2024,
Visions, you're going to wait 2 months. Yes, because I heard you're charging.
Yeah, but it's not charging for the same is that I'm
I don't know where I should look.
More interconnected. The challenge is more intricate. And the aspiration of people higher than people.
So what's your name?
Lekotlo.
Okay, yeah. Sustainable development goals and the
I speak Tswana. And yeah, and a little bit of Korean.
This plan is rooted in strategy for professionalism.
Helping. Yeah, definitely helping. Yes.
On the continent.
No, I have been around. But
The initiative includes the implementation of the governance support program, funding for national program of action,
Testing.
development for APRM continental and national offices, and the integration of e-governance as 6 thematic area for the review process.
Our strategic plan for 2025 to 2028 has 4 themes. Implementation of the APRM mandate with impact, institutional strengthening, enhanced capacity of APRM structures, resource mobilization, partnerships and financing, communications, advocacy, and outreach. This strategic plan is more than just a document. It is a solemn promise to our fellow Africans, a promise that the APRM will remain a beacon of good governance, a catalyst for positive change, and a steadfast partner on our collective journey towards the Africa we want.
This is a call for implementation of this strategic plan by all national and continental structures. All hands should be on deck.
Thank you.
Implementation with impact starts with you. We thank you for your attention.
The Africa Governance Report 2025 lays down a bold blueprint to govern our land, minerals, and oceans with purpose, with power, and on our terms.
The theme of this edition of the report is one of critical importance to Africa's future: natural resource governance. The key findings and recommendations of the report present actionable governance pathways aimed at strengthening the management of land and agricultural resources mineral and extractive resources, marine resources, and the blue economy. Importantly, AGR 25 also provides practical guidelines for the implementation of reforms to improve natural resource governance at national, regional, and continental levels. In my view, AGR 25 on natural resource governance in Africa is the most important document of our time. It provides a comprehensive framework on how Africa can, in this current geopolitical climate, reposition itself to become a prominent player both politically and economically.
The promise of the blue economy is clear. AGR 25 calls for stronger governance, homegrown innovation, and bold action to unlock it.
Africa's vast marine and freshwater resources are a critical yet underutilized asset for sustainable development of the continent. One of the key recommendations emerging from the report is the urgent need to ensure a conducive enabling environment for blue economy development, and this is through harmonized and strengthened governance and regulatory frameworks. Decision makers of today need to be open to embracing and scaling these homegrown solutions that are coming from the continent's young people to take us forward into a bright and sustainable future.
Illicit financial flows are draining billions. This report pushes back, demanding transparency, reform, and African-led accountability.
So it's estimated that in excess of $88 billion annually flow out of Africa through illicit financial flows. Now that can be through trade, mispricing, misinvoicing, corruption, as well as money laundering.
Illicit financial flows are not a new topic. They've been plaguing the continent for a very long time. We had the Thabo Mbeki high-level panel report that actually came out in 2015 highlighting that over $50 billion were leaving the continent. In a later study that came out in 2019, 2020, we actually saw that there's $88.6 billion actually leaving the continent. And this affects Africa's ability to invest in growth and development, in infrastructure, in health and education services, as well as human rights, women, youth, people with disabilities.
Tax systems must work for Africans. AGR 25 makes the case for fair policy, domestic revenue, and capturing real value from our resources.
Natural resources form part of the continent's capital wealth. When we talk about Africa being mineral resource rich or natural resource rich, we include in that valuation the natural resources that are there in terms of the mineral resources, the oil and gas, the marine resources and the biodiversity that come with it, and the vast land that is there to be exploited and developed into what will be transformed into human capital. A good case in point is Zambia, that has over the past decade revised its legislation to respond to some of the pertinent needs that were there in the mining sector, to ensure that they are able to attract investment, and this investment can also sustainably contribute to development.
Africa is endowed with approximately 30% of the world's critical mineral reserves, including those essential to the global energy transition. Yet, despite this natural wealth, the continent continues to face significant revenue losses.
So something that we found quite significant about this report is that whilst it does emphasize mineral resources, which has been largely the key focus on the continent at large, it equally amplifies the necessity to recognize the true value of Africa's land, as well as its marine resources.
Land is power. Uganda's case shows how national insight can shape continental change.
Now, the African Governance Report of 2025 confirms what we've always known, that is, retaining the value of our resources, both land, minerals, marine, is no longer a luxury. It's actually an imperative. We find that Africa retains only about 10 to 15% of the total value of its mineral resources, highlighting a major gap in local value addition through processing and manufacturing. There are governance challenges that persist. Across many African countries, we find that there are weak institutions, a lack of transparency, and inequitable sharing of resource revenues. And I have to highlight that this idea of political accountability is important, because when we look at the
Yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 1, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 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 2 2, yeah, 1 2. It's not John. Yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, it right play. Yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2, yeah, 1 2 2, yeah, 1 2. Angakwazi ukuyikhriza. Huh? Yeah, 1 2. Afake gain kutsonga unyana. Mujela afaka gain kutsonga unyana. Yeah, 1 2 2. Yeah, 1 2. Huh? Yeah, 1 2. Yeah, 1 2 2. Yeah, 1 2. Yeah. Yeah, 1 2 2. Yeah, 1 2. Yeah, 1 2. Yeah, 1 2.
Good morning, dear guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats as quickly as possible. We will begin very shortly.
One, two. Yeah, it's up. Time, yeah. One, two. Yeah.
After the meeting, please. Can I please hear the key after me? Yeah. If I give a key, me. Let me put.
Dear delegates, distinguished guests, please stand up as we welcome our distinguished guests and also sing we will ask the choir to sing the anthems, the AU anthem and the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you. Please all stand. We welcome His Excellency Chief Fortune Charambira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and other distinguished guests.
Let us unite and celebrate together. The victories won for liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the silent, flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the voice that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for the seeking peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the scarlet, flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa. Their great you love mankind and full of love. Sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the soul, flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Bonjour, bonjour. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? You need to go to the English to hear. No, no.
Right here.
Yeah. 1, 2. Can you hear me? 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Perfect.
Okay.
So that's where we stay.
Yeah. Go back to floor. Down. Yeah. Yeah.
Songs the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us be and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Please be seated. Thank you.
A very good morning and welcome to the 5th APRM Youth Symposium. We'd like to begin this morning by once again welcoming our dignitaries, our special guests, and all our delegates present here today. We'd like to welcome the Honorable Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, the South African Minister for the Public Administration and APRM Focal Point. We'd also like to welcome His Excellency Vincent Angeline Meriton, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles. We'd like to welcome His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament.
We also welcome honourable members of the Pan-African Parliament and the members of the Youth Caucus. We welcome Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the former chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, and representatives of civil society, distinguished leaders and youth delegates, and Her Excellency Marie Antoinette Rose Catra, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the honor of working with you and facilitating this youth symposium today. My name is Hannah Wanjia Ryder. I'm the CEO of Development Reimagine, and it is my pleasure to be co-facilitating this important discussion, important dialogue and symposium, the 5th edition.
It is equally my privilege to be a co-facilitator here, and my name is Harmony Catalandi. Today is a day that we hope creates a mark in the lives not only of the individuals in this room, but in the lives of many Africans in Africa and those around the world. The conversations that will happen today are ones that we hope will not only inspire a change of mind, but inspire action, inspire change, and inspire a movement that the children who come after us will be truly grateful and say, we thank God that people came into a room somewhere in South Africa, Midrand, in the Pan-African Parliament, in order to make a change that impacts the world. We'd like to continue with the program by giving you a few house rules. Firstly, as we have mentioned, this is the 5th installment of the APRM Youth Symposium. The youth today is highly connected, and so we would love for each and every single one of you to continue to be connected. Yes, be present in this moment, but be connected by tweeting, by taking pictures, taking videos, and using the hashtag APRM Youth.
In addition, we have a very heavy agenda. And so we're going to be, as co-facilitators of this symposium, very strict as much as possible in order that we can make sure that everybody has a voice. And of course, in the Pan-African Parliament, that's extremely critical. So we must make sure that everybody has a voice, and that's why we will be as strict as possible as the moderators. So with that, let's proceed to the opening.
Let us begin. To open up, as we have mentioned, this is a youth symposium. And so we want to start by hearing the voices of the youth. Growing up, I was often told that you don't speak once the elders have spoken. So in order to let the elders speak later, we want to begin with the youth. We want to hear their voices. We want to hear what they have to say. And so we will call up our first speaker, the Honorable Laila Dahi, the chair of the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus, who will come and give us a great talk.
صباح الخير، تحية طيبة للجميع. السادة أصحاب الفخامة والسعادة، السادة ضيوف البرلمان الإفريقي الأعزاء، كل باسمه وبصفته والاحترام والتقدير الواجب له، السادة شركاء البرلمان الإفريقي في التنمية، هل تسمعون الترجمة بشكل جيد؟ Traduction, s'il te plaît. C'est bon? السادة أصحاب الفخامة والسعادة، السادة ضيوف البرلمان الإفريقي الأعزاء، السادة شركاء البرلمان الإفريقي الأعزاء، السيدات والسادة الحضور، كل باسمه وبصفته والاحترام والتقدير الواجب له، شباب وشابات
Young ladies and gentlemen in Africa, as a chair of the Youth Caucus, I have a pleasure to welcome you as you came from different areas of the continent. It's a great pleasure to see so many flags that are making this room more beautiful in this Pan-African Parliament. I welcome you all. It's a great pleasure to welcome you. I wish the symposium to be a space for exchange. As you all know, Africa is the youngest continent in the world. So the youth are the future and the present. So we need mutual support and encouragement and participation. So we need a peaceful Africa, prosperous continent for the strengthening of governance and sustainable development on the continent. We are really happy to be part of this event. I'd like to seize the opportunity to share 4 items that we'll discuss during the symposium. First, peace and the youth. The young people at the heart of stability. This year is the 10th anniversary of peace, a program for peace in Africa. So we need sustainable peace. This cannot be achieved without the involvement of young people. So the youth are the first to be at the forefront of violence, marginalization, and displacement. The true reality is when young people are excluded with violent extremism that is increasing. However, when young people are empowered, they become ambassadors for peace and members of civil society. So the African governors have to put in place all relevant mechanisms. Secondly, the new generation and governance. So we have digital citizens who reject the idea of being silent. So we need a generation that is really determined for change and open to the media and technological innovation. So young Africans redefine the fight thanks to innovation when it comes to digital governance and civil society with decentralized responsibility and accountability. We as Africans, we need to improve education. We need to reform governance institution for more inclusion and transparency. We need to protect the digital right as a fundamental human right. We also need to place young people at the heart of governance. We need to ensure youth prosperity, employment, and development for a prosperous Africa. We need to allow young Africans to access quality employment and also positions in the digital economy, including AI and also professional excellency. They need to have access to opportunities in rural and urban areas. We also need to promote the youth entrepreneurship in the free trade area in Africa. We need to improve the youth skills. We also need to improve mental health and wellness as a key element. As you know, health is not a luxury. It has to be the standard. As we are closing on the 20th anniversary of the Pan-African Parliament, we need to make this an example with the young people at the core. The political framework allows. We want to move from paper to practical application. So we want to measure the progress, not just with the policies that are adopted. And we hope that the symposium will be the opportunity to respond to all these concerns on the minds of the young people. Now, to end up, I'd like to thank all of you and welcome. And I wish that all the concerns be shared here and that you be all involved meaningfully. On my own behalf and on behalf of the Youth Caucus, we welcome you all here and we wish you successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. We'd like to call on Mr. Ahmed Benin, who is the Secretary General of the Pan-African Youth Union, to give us 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. We are young people in this room, and I think the room is quite dull. So when I say Viva Africa, I want to hear a very loud response from the young people in the room. Viva Africa, viva! No, I don't seem to hear you. Viva Africa, viva! Viva! And once you're in South Africa, I'm sure you have learned 1 or 2 things. Amandla! Amandla! Thank you. Your Excellency, the former President of Seychelles, Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, the CEO of the APRM, Your Excellency, the former Chairperson of the African Union, Ministers present, the Diplomatic Corps present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored to have an opportunity to address the 5th APRM Youth Symposium and to share the solidarity of the Pan-African Youth Union and on behalf of all our national youth councils and equivalent national coordinating mechanisms, I just wish to congratulate the Africa Peer Review Mechanism for such a great convening. This is the 5th convening. And for those that have followed the work of the APRM, starting from Chad, when President Deby, may his soul rest in peace, convened the 1st edition of the Youth Symposium. This symposium was supposed to give an opportunity to young people to find expression and to discuss on pertinent matters that border on the governance and development of our continent. But Excellencies, permit me to ask a few questions. UNICEF, a few days ago, declared Sudan as the largest humanitarian crisis in the world. Yet, we have leaders on the continent that are more concerned about Ukraine, either than the catastrophe on our own continent. We have young leaders that are more interested in having conversation about what is happening outside the boundaries of Africa. Yet we have an existing disaster, and it appears we see nothing wrong with it. I want to use this opportunity to call on our leaders present, the African Union, the APRM, the Pan-African Parliament, and all stakeholders to be decisive on the matter of Sudan and other conflicts across the continent. As young leaders, Frantz Fanon made a very famous statement. He says, every generation out of relative obscurity must discover its mission, to fulfill or to betray it. What is our relative obscurity? Youth unemployment is our relative obscurity. When we speak about unconstitutional changes of governments, African governments often would bury their heads as if they are not aware of why we have coups happening. Of course, the young people of the continent are not excited about your leadership. The young people of the continent are not impressed at the kind of services you provide. The young people of the continent feel betrayed by the presidents, the ministers, and those that lead our respective countries. And so, as long as they remain unimpressed, as long as they remain disappointed, expect more protests, expect more revolutions, expect more coups on the continent. And the young leaders in this room, we can sing the rhetorics of democracy, good governance, and whatever it is. But young leaders will support coups on the continent if our leaders do not stand up to the occasion. APRM is the foremost governance architecture, but I dare say one of the most underfunded institutions within the AU framework. Why? Is it a lack of commitment from our leadership to holding themselves accountable? I lead the Pan-African Youth Union, and this is to the young leaders in this room. The first time that there was a formal arrangement between the African Union Commission and the Pan-African Youth Union, which was founded in 1962, 1 year before the OAU itself was founded, was in 2017, duly facilitated by our own mom here, then chairperson of the African Union Commission. From 2018, there was an impasse, justifiably so, because the young leaders that have been entrusted their own organizations start by mismanaging these institutions. When I took over as SG of the Pan-African Youth Union in 2022, shocking, an organization that existed for over 60 years had no single document that reflects its history and its activities. You cannot talk about the governance of a country when young leaders are entrusted position of power within their own institutions and you fail to manage it. You cannot, you don't have the moral authority to hold anybody accountable when you fail yourselves with your own institutions. Today, we have succeeded in bringing back the Pan-African Youth Union to work with the African Union. But you have a responsibility in this room. And I'll repeat that, after almost 7 years of hard work, an MOU was signed between the Pan-African Youth Union and the African Union Commission to renew the relationship between the two historical institutions. But you in this room have a responsibility to hold both institutions accountable on the kind of service, coordination, and mobilization that they are supposed to take on the continent. You, as young people in this room, have a responsibility beyond criticizing everybody that leads you to hold your own selves accountable and to bring your sense of ingenuity to the table. We speak about Agenda 2063. How many of you in this room have taken time to even understand the principles and indicators that govern Agenda 2063? And so I am here to remind you that the Africa we want is not going to come on the backs of the European Union. It's not going to come on the back of Trump's rhetoric. It's going to come on the backs of our own commitment as young people to the development of this continent. It's going to come on the back of our realization that beyond all the atrocities, all the issues, all the conflicts that we see on the continent, that we have a huge potential of harnessing the progress of this continent if the young people in this room recognize that actively participating in governance processes of the continent and taking our seats when it matters most is what is going to drive Africa's development and prosperity. On this basis, I wish each of you the very best in this 5th APRM Youth Symposium, and I hope that at the end of the discussion, we would be able to come out with resolutions and declarations that beyond criticizing the leaders would make us as young people and our organizations make decisive decisions to address the many challenges that confront us as a continent. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed Benin, Secretary General of the Pan-African Youth Union, for a rousing initiation there. We will now ask our colleagues from NEPAD, AUDA, the African Union Development Agency, Mr. Linton Mchunu, to give a short message of support to this symposium before we proceed to a short performance. Let me also just mention that, just a reminder, please, even though we did encourage you earlier to do social media and so on, but please keep your phones on silent. Even though we do want you on social media, that's great. Please use that hashtag APRM Youth. But also, for those of you who are at your seats, you'll see that there's a QR code. There is an agenda in English and French on that QR code. So please do access the agenda through there if you haven't already. Okay, so you'll be able to follow our proceedings from there, and you can see the timings that Harmony and I are working with, which are pretty tight. So, Mr. Mchunu, please come up for the message of support. Thank you.
Well, allow me to greet the program director, and indeed the high table, Your Excellency, the CEO of APRM, Your Excellency Dlamini Zuma, Your Excellency Minister, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all, and I wish to stand on the protocols that have already been arrived at this morning. Good morning one more time. Okay, let me try that again. Good morning. I trust you are well. I'd like you to turn to the person next to you and say, today you look better than the last time I saw you. Indeed. And then say these words to them afterwards. Now say these words to them. Now say, if you knew who you were sitting next to. Could you say that again? Say, if you knew who you were sitting next to, dinner would be on you tonight. Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency. And once again, I bring greetings from Her Excellency, Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas, the CEO of the African Union Development Agency, who has asked that I convey her indeed warm greetings and her congratulations to the African peer review mechanism for convening this very important symposium, certainly timely and certainly important at the time when Africa goes through a number of challenges and recognizing the spirit and the importance of young people. The APRM has once again demonstrated its leadership in ensuring that youth voices are not peripheral, but central to Africa's governance discourse. And Oude NEPAD proudly supports the symposium and indeed the theme, from promise to prosperity. This is not just the theme in words. It's a continental imperative that must be realized. We must move beyond rhetoric and we must move into action. Agenda 2063, and we are so honored to have indeed the brains behind Agenda 2063 in the house with Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Thank you. Agenda 2063, our shared vision of the Africa we want, places youth at the very heart of transformation. Aspiration 6 calls for a people-driven Africa where women and youth are not passengers but drivers of change. This symposium is a living embodiment of that aspiration. Goal 18, Excellencies, of Agenda 2063 calls for full youth empowerment and participation in all spheres of development, and as African institutions, we must stand firmly behind the spirit, supporting Africa's youth as partners and architects of prosperity. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, promise speaks to the undeniable potential of Africa's youth, their energy, their creativity, and their resilience. But promise alone is not enough. Prosperity is the destination, and prosperity requires deliberate action, transforming potential into power, ideas into sustainable institutions, and energy into equity. From promise to prosperity is therefore a journey. From tokenism to agency, where youth are structural actors. From exclusion to inclusion, where governance frameworks are designed with young people in mind. Young people often say, nothing about us without us. From rhetoric to results, where youth voices translate into policies, budgets, and accountability. And I agree with my dear brother who has just come through and indicated the significance of the underfunding of APRM. We must advocate for additional support and funding for institutions like the APRM. And from historic injustice to restorative justice, where prosperity is built on dignity, fairness, and equity. I'm told I have 1 minute left. This vision is captured in Energize Africa, Oude NEPAD's continental call to regenerate, both public and private sector, through the power of youth. Energize Africa embodies the journey from promise to prosperity, ensuring renewal across the continent is driven by creativity, resilience, and intelligence and innovation of young people. Through Energize Africa, APRM advances flagship initiatives that directly empower youth and drive transformation, whether it's the African Demographic Dividend and Sexual and Reproductive Health Program, advancing adolescent and youth SRH, whether it's Triple Nexus, where we engage on issues of peace and security and the impacts of young people, whether it's 100 million MSMEs, unlocking entrepreneurship and job opportunities for young people, or through the CIFA program, which is the Skills Initiative for Africa, expanding vocational training and employability, or whether it's through Akili AI, which equips youth with dignity, with digital and artificial intelligence skills for the future economy, or whether it's youth in nutrition. These are all fundamental programs under the Energize Africa banner. Again, not confined to institutions, but as a framework overall. It is a mindset, rather, that must inspire governments, business, and communities alike to trust youth as co-builders of the Africa we want. Just last week, APRM joined young people in Djibouti for the 2025 Pan-African Youth Forum, convened under the theme From Aspiration to Action. And the gathering was a powerful moment of solidarity, affirming young people's determination to translate continental visions into concrete action. Again, this week, there's this significant engagement that's taking place, which indeed demonstrates that African institutions are beginning to listen and take in youth voices and engage with them much more robustly. Excellencies, Africa's greatest asset is young people. With over 70% of Africans under the age of 35, we are the youngest continent as well. Africa stands at a decisive moment to harness the demographic dividend and turn it into a driver of prosperity. We must act with urgency, expand spaces for youth participation, invest in education and skills and development, and unlock opportunities for decent jobs, and as well as prioritizing health and well-being as foundations of leadership. And on behalf of the African Union Development Agency, I wish to once again congratulate Her Excellency, the CEO of APRM. She's also my CEO, by the way. Indeed, the organizers of this very important engagement. Let us harness this momentum and build towards the Africa we want. The energy and creativity of young people must drive transformation across all sectors on the continent. We wish this symposium fruitful discussions, and we look forward to the outcomes, and indeed, we hope that they strengthen the work that institutions like APRM and APRM have already started working on. Long live the spirit of Pan-Africanism, long live. Long live the spirit and power of young people, long live. I thank you.
Another rousing and an energetic message of support. Thank you. And also great to hear about how other institutions across the across the AU are engaging with African youth. Talking of energy and creativity, it's time for a cultural performance. Thank you. Absolutely amazing. Let's give them another round of applause, please. That's the energy we need in this room, right? And I hope we will continue on that basis. To move into the next section, where we have the high-level dignitaries giving us their introductions and aspirations for this symposium, I would like to invite Mr. Lennon Monyae, the Civil Society Lead and Youth Symposium Coordinator from APRM Continental Secretariat, to come and facilitate this next session. Over to you, Lennon. Keep the energy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Africa. Africa. Come on, fellow youth. Why is the energy low? Africa. Let them hear you. Africa. Honorable Mamzamo Buthelezi, South Africa Minister for Public Service and APRM focal points. My CEO, Ambassador Rosemary Rosecott, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament and the Youth Caucus, Excellencies, ambassadors, our dearest mother, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former chairperson of the African Union, our guest of honor, His Excellency Vincent Angeline Marriott, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, and the VIPs of this symposium, fellow youth, welcome to the Pan-African Parliament. I have the absolute honor to first introduce our CEO, really. Majority of you have had the pleasure of engaging her online. I remember the first time we met her, the first thing she asked was to engage young people of the African continent. And for those that follow her, you know she has a heart of gold and she has prioritized young people. This very symposium, she wanted it to be properly organized and make sure that young people are here. So with that said, I have the pleasure of introducing my CEO, APRM CEO, Ambassador. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Lennon. His Excellency Vincent Meriton, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, welcome. The Honorable Nkosi Zamo Buthelezi, South African Minister for the Public Administration and our dear APRM focal point. Dr. Bernice Agala, representative of the Minister of the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities of the Republic of South Africa. Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, we are honored to have you. His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished leaders and young delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense honor that I welcome you here at the Pan-African Parliament to this landmark gathering, the 5th Youth Symposium of the APRM, under the theme, Youth in Governance from Promise to Prosperity. Our decision to host this symposium at the Pan-African Parliament is both intentional and symbolic. I am deeply grateful to His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, for opening the doors of this august house to the African youth. Your gesture at this critical moment is historic and truly Pan-African. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Dlamini Zuma for her presence and, more importantly, for her engagement. Her Excellency will later lead a very important discussion on youth in governance, and I would like this audience to really stand and applaud Her Excellency for her sustained engagement, not only with young people, but with the continent. Please rise and applaud Her Excellency. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, next year, 2026, will mark 20 years since the African Youth Charter was adopted by AU member states. Undoubtedly, the Magna Carta of youth development on our continent. This symposium is our attempt to set an agenda for governance issues ahead of this critical milestone. We must ask ourselves as a union, as governments, as citizens, are we doing enough? Why is our youth, especially Gen Z, restless and protesting in our capitals across Africa? What can be done to channel that energy of African youth into constructive governance, innovation, and development? The APRM has proposed the African Governance Architecture Platform to focus the Africa Governance Report 2027 on the theme Youth in Governance from Promise to Prosperity. This symposium, therefore, serves as the initial vital consultation in engaging African youth on the status of governance, and we aim to work with all stakeholders, ministries of youth, national parliaments, youth councils, business forums, civil society, the AU and the UN institutions to mobilize young people in contributing to the Africa Governance Report of 2027. More than a report, AGR 2027 will be a diagnostic tool aimed at providing actionable recommendations to tackle youth unemployment and other cross-cutting bottlenecks to development that young people face. We hope that by the end of this exercise, there will be an increase in AU member states signing and ratifying the African Youth Charter, and governments will have professionalized, empowered, and sufficiently funded youth development institutions or national youth councils. Ladies and gentlemen, we want the AU youth agenda to be driven at national levels and voices of African youth to be heard. It cannot be business as usual anymore. The youth are disgruntled and they want change, and this change must happen now. Over the next 2 days, I hope you will not simply articulate the well-recognized governance deficits, but rather propose actionable solutions. This is your space for reimagining a new partnership between the APRM and the African Union and its greatest resource, its youth. For those joining us online, I urge you to use hashtag APRM Youth to voice your concerns and to provide actionable recommendations that will enrich our outcomes here. The APRM has been at the forefront of mainstreaming youth in governance since the launch in 2019 of the APRM Youth Symposium and other initiatives focused on youth. We recognize that Africa's future depends on the meaningful participation of its youth in governance processes. We therefore urge member states to continue increasing and institutionalizing youth consultation platforms in national governance framework. In the APRM 2025-2028 strategic plan, young people have a strong role to play in implementing the APRM mandate with impact. They are the glue that can strengthen APRM structures. In mainstreaming youth, the APRM can leapfrog its communications, outreach, and advocacy. Therefore, the APRM Youth Symposium should not only be a continental gathering, but APRM national structures must consider holding National Youth Governance Symposium as platform for engaging young people across the continent. Mesdames, Messieurs, la paix et la démocratie sont les deux faces d'une même médaille.
Ladies and gentlemen, to identify the signs for stability and to strengthen democratic institutions. We are an institution in a very hard time, and the youth has to be active agents for peace and to reject hate speech and hate information, encourage dialogue and constitutional order. We have to strengthen our democratic institutions so that democracy does not limit itself during elections, but go far as much as peace, security, economic growth, and service provision. Africa cannot continue to rely on elections that leads to conflicts and loss of human life. This has to be set in the history of history.
Drivers of peace, please continue calling for the end of war in Sudan, the cessation of hostilities in Eastern DRC, in the Sahel, and other hotspots of conflict in Africa. We need peace if we are to achieve the aspiration of Agenda 2063. Good governance must deliver prosperity that is shared, that Africa will want for all, and an Africa that we can share. The APRM supports policies that make economies inclusive, resilient, and youth-friendly. We encourage governments to integrate youth entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology into national development plans. We have introduced e-governance as our sixth thematic area, and we hope it will contribute to more responsive public services. Africa must take its rightful place in the digital revolution, not as passive consumers of technology, but as active creators, innovators, and regulators of it. Now consider these facts. More than 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 30, a demographic asset and responsibility, but majority are unemployed. Each year, roughly 10 to 12 million young Africans join the workforce, but only about 3 million jobs are created. Only 10 to 15% of young Africans have access to structured digital education, and fewer than 5% are trained in advanced digital skills such as programming, data analysis, and cybersecurity. These numbers are not just statistics. They are call to action. They underline why Africa's youth cannot remain on the sidelines as the world's digital economy unfolds. Member states of the African Union, business and civil society need to act now. If not harness, this demographic dividend will explode and lead to massive rebellions and destabilize the continent. Dear youth, the theme of this symposium, From Promise to Prosperity, is not just a mere slogan. It is a generational mandate. It is a challenge for us to ensure that the energy, creativity, and intelligence of young Africans are not wasted on the peripheries of policy, but invested at the very center of decision-making. It reminds us that prosperity is not inherited. It is governed into being. And governance that does not reflect that reality, those realities, hopes, and voices of young people cannot deliver for the Africa we want. At the APRM, we believe that good governance is not a top-down process. It is co-created, compact between leaders and the citizens, and especially young people. And this symposium is therefore not a once-off event. It is part of a continuum, a journey that began with your ideas, your advocacy, your courage to imagine a different Africa. Together, we are building a Pan-African community of practice We are strengthening an APRM youth network, a living network of young Africans who will not only hold governments accountable, but will also design, innovate, and implement the policies that drive transformation. Across the continent, Gen Z, a generation no longer content with being called the future, is leading in boardrooms, parliaments, communities, and on digital platforms. This digital generation is showing the world what civic innovation looks like, from mobilizing for justice to building apps that fight corruption to creating new economies powered by creativity and technology. The APRM wants to partner with you and work towards the achievement of an Africa well-governed. In conclusion, this symposium aligns with Agenda 2063 and with the African Union's 2025 theme on justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. Over the next 2 days, you will deliberate on peace and security, employment and innovation, equity and restorative justice, mental health, and initial consultations for the Africa Governance Report. The outcomes of this symposium will be shared with all AU member states through our APRM structures and will be tabled at the APRM Forum of Heads of State and Government. As an African proverb reminds us, if the youths are not initiated into the village, they will burn it just to feel its warmth. Let us instead invite you, our youth, not to burn our African villages, but to build it, to govern it, and to make it flourish. Because when Africa's youth rise, Africa rises. And when Africa rises, the world feels its warmth. Thank you for your energy, your leadership, and your belief in the Africa we want. Please network, engage, and speak truth to power. This is your moment. Thank you, Siyabonga, Shukran, Merci, and Asante Sana.
Thank you, CEO. I also want to take the opportunity to greet those that are joining us online. We have a live Zoom link. Please share it with fellow Gen Zs. We are also broadcasting live on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. This is really a digital event, so I encourage you to go on your phones, tweet APRM Youth, tell us what are your concerns. Let us amplify the voices of young people who could not be here, but ideally want to be here. Voices of young people that are in the streets in the different capitals. Gen Zs, we all know, are freedom fighters. Africa is home. We have to defend the freedom that we have as young people. With that said, allow me to introduce and call to the podium Dr. Bernice Khanga, Director in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, representing Her Excellency Honorable Sindisiwe Chikunga, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities.
Moderators of the program, Ms. Ryder, CEO of Reimagined Africa, and Mr. Katulondi of Forbes Africa 30 Under 30, His Excellency, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Her Excellency, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former AU Commission Chairperson, and former Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Minister for Public Service and Administration, Honorable Buthelezi, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chair of the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus, CEO of the APRM, members of the APRM, SG of the Pan-African Youth Union, and distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from my Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga. Minister would have wanted to be here to deliver the welcome remarks, but she could not be here today because of another prior official commitment. On behalf of the Minister, I am deeply honored to be part of this symposium, which is focusing on the theme Youth in Governance from Promise to Prosperity. This symposium is a direct response to an urgent call to move beyond symbolic inclusion of young people in decision-making processes to foster a culture of meaningful engagement with every young African as an architect as well as a co-creator and active beneficiaries of the continent governance landscape. This youth-centric approach is critical since our continent is a youthful continent. It comprises of more than 2/3 of the youth population. By 2030, young Africans will make 42% of the global youth population. This demographic shift is not just statistics. It represents a powerful force for social transformation, economic growth, as well as political change. It is on that basis that in South Africa, our cabinet approved National Youth Policy, as well as the National Development Plan, they have adopted a youth lens. These instruments recognize young people as resources to be utilized for change and development of their communities as well as of their society. In the continent, many countries have actually ratified, signed, and adopted legal and strategic instruments such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Youth Charter, Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want, the Africa Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the Africa Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governments. The adoption of this instrument is actually an illustration of the commitment which ensures that policies as well as programs are biased towards empowering and developing our youth. However, despite the many commitments that have been made, young people continue to face persistent challenges. For an example, they face challenges such as poverty, unemployment, inequality, crime, substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, poor mental health, gender-based violence, to name a few. In addition, they also face exclusion on the basis of their age. These challenges have got negative effects on young people. For an example, you will find that these challenges actually prevent young people from transitioning smoothly into adulthood. In order for us to respond effectively, we need bold as well as transformative actions. Of essence to note is that even in the face of these challenges, many young visionaries are driving change and are bringing on board youth-led solutions. Through entrepreneurship and innovation, through digital transformation and e-commerce platforms, through social media activism, Young people are now driving awareness and solidarity across borders. They are reshaping economies. They are creating majority of new jobs. Young people are also building resilient livelihoods. Youth-led organizations like National Youth Councils across the continent, like the National Youth Development Agency in South Africa, continue to be in the forefront of empowering young people, while some are pushing back against the various injustices. We therefore need to amplify the voices of our youth, to challenge the stereotypes, and to prove that age is just but a number. Our youth must be meaningfully involved in ensuring that they influence policy change from formulation to implementation. The formulated policies must reflect young people's aspiration, including fair representation, transparent governance, and stronger civic education. Distinguished delegates, the symposium must serve as a platform to help encourage youth participation in democratic governance as a vital component of a healthy and functioning democracy. The symposium must also ensure that young people bring fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and a sense of agency to the political landscape. The symposium must promote real-time civic engagement and encourage and integrate marginalized voices of our youth. It must empower young innovators to lead solutions on addressing the critical challenges they face. It must also recommit governments, civil society organizations, development partners, and key stakeholders to create inclusive spaces for our youth. The success of this symposium will primarily be judged by the extent of implementation of its objectives on the ground. Therefore, this is critical not only to ensure that youth express their voices, but also to ensure that they realize their rights to be heard and engaged as partners in dialogue and in decision-making alongside their adult counterparts. It must propose and accelerate measures in which young people can contribute to their own development as well as to development of their own society. I wish to conclude by wishing everyone the best and fruitful deliberations that will culminate into positive outcomes with long-lasting impact for our youth. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bernice. I want to take this moment to recognize these are not all youth organizations, but just a few. We have the NYDA in the house. We have Youth at SAIA, the South African Institute of International Affairs. We have the Pan-African Youth Union. We have the Ahmed Kathadra Foundation. We have youth from the University of Johannesburg. We have youth from the University of Pretoria. We have youth from Wits University. We have the Youth G20, Y20. We have youth from NEPAD and various other institutions will continue recognizing you. The room is a bit quiet. Young people, I don't feel your energy. When I say E-Africa, you say Maibuye. E-Africa. E-Africa. When I say Africa, you say we move it. Africa. Thank you so much. I have the absolute pleasure to introduce our next speaker. There are many chiefs, but he's actually a real Nkosi. Our Honorable Minister for Public Service and Administration. He also serves as our APRM focal points. I'm going to request you to stand up and give him a round of applause as he comes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, kindly my brother for inviting me to the podium. If you had known, you wouldn't have asked my colleagues here to stand up for me, because it's one thing that I always try to avoid Dr. Dlamini Zuma. Because I always say protocol is very frustrating for me. That's one thing that I can't understand. It makes things very difficult for me. So I like this very free life, which has nothing to do with protocol. May I just humbly greet His Excellency Vincent Angeline Meritin, the former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Chief Fortune Churumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, our mother, Honorable Dr. Dlamini Zuma, because you were referred to as such. And I said, you must be very happy for being referred as to our mother. Because when people refer to you using these leadership titles, that means you are too distant from them. And when they own you and say, our mother, those who understand what is a mother, then you are really our leaders. We are very proud of you. Even to the fact that when we grew up, there's one thing that we were told, that African leaders don't respect themselves, they don't respect time. But during your tenure as the chair of the commission, you taught African leaders to keep time. So we applaud you for that. That was a very good thing to do, to inculcate this culture of self-respect through respecting time. Her Excellency Ambassador Mary Antoinette Rose Carter, the CEO of APRM Continental Secretariat, young leaders who are present in this very room, recognized guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is indeed a profound privilege for me to be addressing this distinguished gathering of change makers, the pulse of the continent, and our Africa's greatest asset and pride, which is our youth. In my capacity as the Minister for Public Service and Administration and Africa Peer Review Mechanism focal point, I'm delighted to stand before you today here at the symbolic home of African democracy, the Pan-African Parliament, for the 5th APRM Youth Symposium, themed Youth in Governance, from Promise to Prosperity. Today's theme, Your Excellencies, challenges us as leaders and citizens to reflect on how far we have come and how much further we need to go in order to ensure that Africa's young people are not only beneficiaries of governance, but they are the drivers of it. With that said, on behalf of the government of South Africa, I wish to extend my warm welcome to all domestic and international delegates, especially youth from the corners of South Africa and the continent. South Africa is indeed honored to be once again hosting this important youth symposium. I sincerely thank Ambassador Mary Antoinette Rose Carter for her leadership in the convening of this symposium. I also extend my gratitude to Chief Fortune Churumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, for availing their facility for the hosting of this important symposium. This symposium, colleagues, is not an event and should not be viewed as a statement of intent, but our commitment that Africa's governance and development agenda cannot and will not advance without the voice, the energy and innovation of the youth of this continent. Like the rest of the world, our continent is confronted with a number of challenges, both naturally and man-made, crises that threaten to undermine our progress towards achieving the SDGs 2030 and the AU Agenda 2063. Even the after effect of COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, conflicts, and socio-economic disparities, which all demand our immediate attention and concerted effort to resolve. In the face of these challenges, it is crucial that the youth of our continent should be at the forefront of driving the Agenda 2063 aspirations of the Africa we want, especially in strengthening the capacity and capabilities of our institutions to effectively respond to these challenges as crucial pillars of our response. Excellencies, distinguished guests, you will agree with me that the population of our continent is young, full of courage, brilliance, and creativity. Yet the challenges before us is not about just representation, but about youth participation, and not just participation as a talk shop, but participation that is consistent, meaningful, impactful, and institutionalized. Too often, youth are loosely referred to as leaders of tomorrow, and I beg to differ, Your Excellencies, because I ask, which is this tomorrow? Because tomorrow is already here. The future is no longer in distant horizon. Instead, the future is unfolding in real time, whether it's in the street of Kigali, Lusaka, and Lagos, whether in the streets of Celsius, Cape Town, or in the innovation hubs in Nairobi. The tomorrow is here, and its dreams are being born on a daily basis. This 5th APRM Youth Symposium is therefore taking place at an opportune time and will allow us to reflect on youth empowerment over the past decades. In our reflection, we must therefore ensure that our systems of governance reflect this reality by opening the corridors of policy, procurement, and public administration to young minds that are ready to serve. If we commit to that, indeed, next year when we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the African Youth Charter, we'll do that one step further as a proof that Africa chose to trust its youth, to invest in their leadership, and to hand them reins of the future we all envisage, because this is indeed their inheritance. As government of South Africa, we are deliberate in committing ourselves to co-create governance solutions with the youth of our country and that of the continent, and not to create that for them. And you, as not the tomorrow leader, rather, as the now leaders, it is time to ensure that you are not seen as demographics to be managed, but to be seen as partners to be trusted and as custodians of accountability, innovation, and transformation. Article 12 of the Youth Policy is the bedrock of the Charter and the prism through which we ought to review the extent to which youth have been presented and participated since 2006 across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa we envision cannot rise if our youth remains on the margins, because the prosperity of our continent depends on their participation as youth. We must therefore continue to urge all AU member states to mainstream the youth agenda into national policies across all areas of public life, especially in entrepreneurship, trade, governance, and education, among others, and to allocate necessary resources for the successful implementation of such agenda. We, the current leadership, must demonstrate that we do not pay lip service to issues concerning the leadership of now. As we conclude our presidency of the G20, South Africa seeks to carry a legacy that will enrich the aspirations of the continent and the global south. In line with the African Union theme for 2025, we seek to leave a legacy that will facilitate reproductive justice, which is the thread that ties our ambitions together, and a legacy in which our youth will prosper. As I conclude, Your Excellencies, I wish to express my confidence that the liberations of today and tomorrow will take the continent forward in its endeavor to realize the aspirations expressed in the Youth Charter. I therefore urge you to be bold and do not be scared to disrupt in your thinking. Let your recommendations feed into the African Governance Report 2027 as a statement that you as a youth are shaping the direction of our continent. Once again, on behalf of the government of South Africa, I wish to extend our support for this youth symposium and look forward to the outcomes and the way forward. To our youth, through you today, the story of Africa shall be rewritten. Your time to wait and inherit is over. It is time for you to create, to lead and influence, and to transform. Remember that to be young is not a waiting room. It has a particular meaning. Your energy, your ideas, and your voice is your power, and you must give expression to that, because that is the power that Africa needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Fellow youth, you are well aware that the month of November is Africa Youth Month. Next year, the African Youth Charter turns 20. Since the 2nd of July, 2006, until today, we use the African Youth Charter as the Magna Carta, or if you like, the baseline for youth development on the African continent. But with what's happening across the continent, this symposium poses a very fundamental question. Is it still relevant? What can we do so that all countries of the African Union sign it, ratify it, and implement it? What can we do to make sure that young people are fully and mainstreamed into the governance structures of our continent? What can we do as young people that are privileged to be in the Honorable Chief Charumbira's house, the Pan-African Parliament? What can we do to make sure that the voices of young people in all capitals of the African continent are heard? So I urge you throughout the symposium, as we consult you as an initial consultation for the Africa Governance Report 2027, to bring your voices to the front. And I might get into trouble for this, but I'm sure my CEO will forgive me, but I'll give our leaders advice and say, please listen to young people. Young people that are here, we have an opportunity to speak truth to power. It's the few that are here that are privileged, but many are in the streets. So we have to take this opportunity to find solutions. With that said, I have the honor and absolute privilege to call to the stage for the owner of the house, really, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament. Chief, we are in your hands.
Thank you very much, Program Director. May I salute and recognize our dignitaries here. I know you've already done that, but as a host, I need to also formally recognize and welcome them. I think I should start with the CEO of APRM, because she's my co-host, and she has made us gather here today. The CEO of APRM, who is sitting over there, Her Excellency Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Cotre. I think we should clap for her. Yes. She has made this day possible. Excellency Vincent Angeline Meriton, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles. Honorable Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, Minister for the Public Service and Administration of South Africa. Just was here a few minutes ago. Honorable Sindisiwe Kunga, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, South Africa. Our own great icon in this room, Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former chairperson of the African Union Commission. I should say in the last 4 days, She has appeared in this room, it could be the third, 3 times in 5 days in this room. The other day we were on the topic of Beijing at 30 women issues. She was here and participated fully. She has come back for the youth. She is not youth, but she has taken a time to support the youth issues. We have the members of Pan-African Parliament, MPs in this room, and the chair of the Youth Caucus, who gave a speech earlier on here. Representatives, staff, secretariat by our clerk, industry representatives, distinguished leaders, youth representatives. I was sitting here earlier when we started, then I went out. And some of you would say, look, how come the host is walking out? There's another meeting taking place in just across here in this complex. And that meeting, or call it a workshop, the topic is impact of military coups and the militarization of politics and constitutionalism and democracy in Africa. And they wanted to officially open that workshop. And I said, this issue of military coups, maybe now we'll call them youth coups. They used to be called military coups. We need it in this chamber. I told them that, please, why don't we go to the chamber and join the youth? Because this topic is very relevant. Now the people who are pushing for change are the youth, not necessarily military only. So the youth need also to discuss these issues and debate on these issues. And I think they may come in maybe tomorrow, but I tried to persuade that we have one gathering and share these issues together. Now, all issues have been mentioned. And I stand here to say, please, on the issues of the youth, we Pan-African Parliament will stand here to make the contribution working with APRM. A lot of statistics have been shared, I believe, even if I took the floor, about the situation of the youth in Africa. And I can't leave out to repeat that around 60% of the Africa's population is currently less than 25 years old. And everybody everywhere says we are the young continent. But are we prepared for that as a continent? We are being praised for having youth. And indeed, the other day we had, on Wednesday, I think, when we did labor migration debate in this parliament, we were shown statistics in Europe where some countries now literally have no youth. People, it's just about aged people. The youth have disappeared because, as you know, in the 70s and 60s, 70s, 80s, there was this thing, no child, or I just have one or two only. And they overdid it. And we, Africa, we continue to producing more and more. Now they are in trouble. No one is there to replace the old generation in Europe. And this is true. In fact, if we had the statistics, you need to show it there. You see how some of them in the country have become empty between like 0 to even 60 on the demographic. You see, it's almost empty. No youth. We are rich and we can continue to produce more, which is okay. It's not bad. We need to produce more. Yes. Now, don't want to go into things that have been said before. I want to say, let's focus on the right things. The right things are, it is a reality that in one workshop we talk of women who are 53% of Africa's population. In this workshop now we talk of youth who are more than 60% of the population. And we should focus on those statistics. And we know that these youth now in every country, they are basking in the sun after earning their degrees. They become highly qualified and they are becoming very sophisticated in terms of academics. But we all are guilty because we have not prepared for their coming in terms of opportunities. And the youth are impatient. The youth are impatient in Africa. I was reading something this morning that happened over the weekend in Zambia. President Hichilema was addressing some big rally in the copper belt in Zambia over the weekend. And he was held by stones were thrown against him until the security had to grab him and ask him to take cover. Just because people are saying, no, but Your Excellency, you didn't deliver since we voted for you. And if you look at the stone throwers, they are the youth. There's no doubt it's the youth who will be saying that. Indeed, let's face the truth and act. Let's face the truth and act. Because it's so painful, one, to go through school, and then there's no opportunity to sit at home, doing nothing. You have no income. When the parents used to give you pocket money, so at least you had some money in your pocket. Once you are going through school, they no longer give you even money to buy data and airtime. When you're at school, they give you. Very painful. Some of them, of course, get married. Even before they finish school, they have children. But no source of income. So when they become emotional and become anti-establishment, to me it's understandable. And I thank you, CEO of APRM, to have such a forum where we engage on youth issues openly in a bold manner. And one of the leaders of the youth here said, we need this meeting to the 2-day symposium to make an impact. But we won't make an impact if you simply say what we've heard before in other conferences over the past so many years. Just continue those same statements. There's no impact. Impact is to say, what are the real youth challenges today? The real, and what have we done before to address youth problems? Education, yes, we agree, let's give them education. But on opportunities, there is a problem. And for you to have opportunities, depending on where you come from, if you are from Côte d'Ivoire, opportunities are in the various sectors. How do we fit our youth in those sectors? Do you have deliberate policies, whether it's agriculture, mining, the minerals-rich countries? What programs exist? Because if mining contributes 60% to GDP, now that's where opportunities are. How many of our percentage of the youth are involved? And this is what you should be debating. Those areas that drive your country, are you involved as youth? So we should come out with clear, tangible, practical measures that can ensure that we are part of as youth. There are so many youth empowerment programs on the continent. Youth empowerment programs. How many have been empowered? In the real sense. How many are really empowered? But we talk of this youth empowerment. Can we come up with practical empowerment measures that countries, your countries, should make sure that they embark on? Don't worry, I want to finish now. And now we are told that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AfCFTA, is now the future of Africa. Are our youth aware first? And are they aware of opportunities that will arise? Because we are told if AfCFTA succeeds, economies on this continent will expand by 32%. Such expansion is huge. It means to create a lot of opportunities. But how many of the youth are going also to benefit from that expansion? And I want to mention the issue of tenders of this world, tenders. Look, if you are serious about youth empowerment, we have to have a clear policy on how all these tenders, private, public, the youth also access the benefits of those tenders. In fact, somewhere in Africa recently, a billionaire businessman said, look, why can't I should work with the government. Why do you accuse me of supporting the government? That it means I support this particular. No. That's where you get the money, through tenders. That's how you get rich. That's how you get rich. Let me finish. Unless youth own minds, unless youth are really part of everything, we are not, we keep talking about youth. The last point is about your involvement in change of power. And this is the topic that is being discussed in the other room. The youth are impatient, and correctly so. Madagascar, the latest, those are the youth. But youth, you are the ones who caused the president to leave the country in Madagascar. You are the ones. You put pressure. But the unfortunate thing that happened when he left, the military took over. No, that was a youth coup. Why? The military shouldn't have taken over in Madagascar. It was wrong. Because it's not the guns that made the president to leave the country. It is the noise of the youth. So the youth, one problem is you push out a leader. Now, because you don't have offices and institutions, some people then take over. Yes, take over themselves. And the youth again are marginalized. It's also a very important point for you to know that you don't then realize the benefits. And the military will stay in power for the next 7 or 10 years again. They enjoy themselves. The youth remain marginalized. Because they say I should stop, then I can stop. But I'm saying lastly, who I am, me standing here. When I speak to youth, you should listen to me with a lot of interest. Me. Because I'm an example of the youth. One thing that we forget is that all these old people you see here have been youth at one time. That's very important when you do your actions. These people have been youths themselves. Everyone here. I was reading the CV the other day of Dr. Nkosazana Zuma. She was an activist at Natal University. youth in school. She was an activist and she had to leave South Africa because of political activism and went to the UK. And then she completed her medical degree in medicine in the UK. As activism, then she becomes AU chair and minister in this country. And of course, then we say now, oh, these politicians. No, we're talking of a former youth turned politician now. So when they talk to you, sometimes there's a lot of sense. But I was telling the people in the other room that why is it that people that you criticize today as dictators, when they did one, some of them have been the best fighters for democracy and human rights on this continent before they got into power. They got into power because they were so loud about democracy, human rights. He said, let's vote for him to be our president. When he gets into power, he's now worse than the previous. I gave a very specific example in that room. And we are here to be open that a number of countries, those that you go, if you say, was Kamuzu Banda of Malawi, he was written about one of the dictators of Africa. He liberated Malawi. He fought against colonialism, against injustice, for human rights. Then he got into power. When he got there, he said, I'm not going to live until I die. So, look, among you are dictators also. Because people who will be dictators will be like just like yourselves. They were youths, and most of them fought when they were youths. They fought the system and became presidents, and then things changed along the way. I will not shout that there are Zambians here, but I gave the example of President Chiluba in Zambia. Kaunda was the independence president. They are the ones who fought for independence in Zambia. When he came into power in 1964, he continued forever. And then the Chiluba said, no, he was the president of the trade union in Zambia. No, he should go. He was overstayed 27 years in power. Let's change the constitution now. Let's put term limits. And people said, this is good. Chiluba, then people voted for him thunderously. When he came into power after 2 terms, first term, second term, he said, look, I want to continue. True, I want to continue. Those MPs from his party who opposed him say, please, you have done 2 terms, go. He fired 15 of them out. And one of them was a member of PAP, was fired by Chiluba. The same person who brought term limits in the constitution. So I'm saying you cannot be good just by criticizing somebody. Yourself, you have not had an opportunity yourself. By criticizing doesn't mean that you are good. Because some say you can't be good just because you have never had the opportunity to be bad yourself. The youths, are they future leaders? They were told, no, they are not. The future is now. But in my own training somewhere, maybe it was wrong, but I think it is true. There is this Harvard professor who wrote a book. I can share with you the details. He says, maybe it is wrong, youths are leaders in training. Youths are leaders in training. You won't resist that one. Because you cannot develop into this leadership journey without any mentors, any people who mentor. You won't be a good leader. This is a very important point. Do you have a mentor? Today, the CEOs of all the big companies in the world, who may be in their 60s, the companies pay money every month so that they have what we call coaches. They're a coach. You need a leadership coaching. You need a leadership coach. Even if you are youth, everybody in leadership, you remain perpetually in training. So I'm just giving this advice, which is rare to you, that yes, we are youth, but we are also in training to become presidents and whatever. If you have no person who coaches you, who shows you where to go. I said, like me a lot because I'm also a youth activist. As I stand here, I'm one. I was president of students at the university in Zimbabwe when I was a student. I was leading students. They elected me unanimously, and I was there. And during the day they were giving motivation speeches, I remember some saying, right, for you to vote for you, for us to vote for you, tell us how many demonstrations are you going to organize for us? Yes, let me say, we've come also from the same chair that you are occupying as youth today. And you will learn a lot also from asking the Madam Zumas. Don't say, oh, she's 8 years old, what can she tell the youth? No, she's the most experienced youth. She's the most experienced youth. I could say more, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira. Before I introduce the main speaker of our symposium, the keynote address, I'd like to just recognize some key institutions and partners that have made this symposium possible. I'd like to recognize the Pan-African Youth Union, the United Nations Population Fund, the Department of Public Service and Administration, OIF, the University of Johannesburg Institute of Pan-African Thought and Conversation, the South African Institute of International Affairs, Paramount Media MTV Base, Afrobarometer, GIZ, Accord, CAS, EU Partnership for Democracy, and of course, the most important guests, all those young people that have come from the different African countries on self-sponsorship. Can you just clap hands for yourselves? At this moment, I would like you to just clap your hands as we allow the keynote address, which is coming from His Excellency Vincent Angelin Merritt, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles.
Honorable Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, Minister for the Public Service and Administration, Republic of South Africa. Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus. Honorable Chief Fortune Zefania Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Union Parliament. Honorable representatives of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Rose IV, CEO of the APRM Continental Secretariat, captains of industries, distinguished leaders and youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I promised not to be as eloquent as Chair Charumbira, but I also rose from the trade union ranks. We just spoke in the holding room. I know late Mr. Morgan Tsvangirai, Mr. Walter Mugadza, Mr. Gift Chimanikire, and also the President of Zambia, also who passed on. It is both an honor and a pleasure for me to stand before you today at this 5th APRM Youth Symposium, a gathering that celebrates not only the vibrancy of Africa's youth, but also their indispensable role in shaping the governance and destiny of our continent. Let me begin by commending the African peer review mechanism for its unwavering commitment to inclusive governance and for creating this powerful platform where ideas, innovation, and intergenerational dialogue converge. The APRM has once again proven that good governance is not merely a technical exercise, but a living process, one that must engage every citizen, especially our youth. This year's theme, Youth in Governance, From Promise to Prosperity, is both a call to reflection and a call to action. Across Africa, our youth represent the greatest promise, a generation full of potential, creativity, and indeed courage. But potential left untapped is a wasted treasure. Promise must be matched by opportunity, and passion must meet purpose. Prosperity is not automatic. It must be built, nurtured, and shared. Moving from promise to prosperity means turning ideals into impact. It means ensuring that the voices of young people are not only heard, but heeded. That you are not only at the table, but also shaping the agenda. Prosperity also means something deeper. It is not only about economic success, it is about human development. It is about the ability to live with dignity, to dream freely, and to contribute meaningfully to society. Prosperity in its truest sense is about harmony. Harmony between people, harmony between generations, and harmony between humanity and nature. Today, we must challenge ourselves to redefine what prosperity really means for Africa's youth. Is it about individual success or collective progress? Is it about wealth or well-being? True prosperity must include peace, justice, education, and a healthy planet. It means that prosperity must have purpose. When we speak of youth in governance, we are not speaking of the future. We are speaking of the present, as you aptly highlighted, Excellency. Governance is not the domain of a few, but it is the responsibility of all. It is about how we manage our resources, our institutions, and our relationships with justice, transparency, and accountability. The youth of Africa are already demonstrating leadership in every space, from public policy and entrepreneurship to environmental activism and digital innovation. Consider the young innovators developing mobile apps to fight corruption, the young parliamentarians giving voice to their communities, the young women leading climate justice movements, and the entrepreneurs transforming rural economies. These are not future leaders. They are leaders of the present. Yet, even as these examples inspire us, we know that too many young people still face barriers to participation, social, economic, and political. Too often, they are told to wait their turn, to gain more experience, and to be patient. But the truth is, Africa cannot afford to make its young people wait any longer. The time for youth in governance is now. For that leadership to flourish, however, we must break the barriers that limit participation. We must trust young people with real responsibilities. We must create systems that empower rather than constrain. Systems that see youth not as a risk to be managed, but as a resource to be harnessed. As a former vice president, as a former minister for youth and sports for almost a decade, and as someone who has served within government, both within government and the civil society, I have witnessed the transformative power of dialogue between generations. The wisdom of experience and the energy of youth are not opposing forces. They are complementary strengths. Intergenerational partnership is about co-creation, working together, learning from one another, building together the Africa we want. We must replace the mindset of succession with the mindset of collaboration. Across our continent, there are countless examples where mentorship, when done right, has transformed both the mentor and the mentee. When seasoned leaders open doors, when they listen and guide rather than command, when they allow space for innovation, governance becomes more inclusive and leadership becomes more sustainable. I encourage our leaders here today to look around in this room and see in the faces of these young people not competition, but continuity. The values we uphold, the lessons we've learned must be passed on, not as rules, but as tools for transformation. In return, the youth bring energy, adaptability, and the courage to question the status quo. That is how I believe progress happens. Good governance is not an end in itself. It is also a means to dignity, equity, and sustainable prosperity. When young people participate in governance, they bring fresh perspectives and moral urgency. They remind us that governance must deliver, not only on economic growth, but also on justice, opportunity, and hope. Our challenge, therefore, is not simply to include youth in governance, but to make governance worthy of their inclusion, of their participation, to ensure that our institutions reflect the values and aspirations of a generation that demands accountability, fairness, and environmental stewardship. This requires that we link governance with real impact, that policies translate into progress, and that leadership means service. Too often, we speak of good governance in abstract terms, but good governance must be felt in better schools, cleaner cities, fairer laws, and stronger communities. It must speak to the daily realities of our citizens. Let us remember that leadership is not about power, but about purpose. And governance at its best is an act of care, care for people, care for communities, and care for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, moving from promise to prosperity requires courage. Courage to reform, courage to innovate, courage to take ownership of our development. It also requires solidarity. Solidarity across borders, sectors, and generations. No African country can prosper in isolation. The challenges we face, from climate change to unemployment, from governance deficits to inequality, demand a collective response. Let this symposium be more than just a meeting. Let it be a moment, let it be a movement that propels ideas into actions and aspirations into achievements. As we live here today, let us ask ourselves, what will our legacy from this gathering be? Will it be another declaration, or will it be a turning point, a moment where young Africans stood up, united, and said, this is our time to lead? Every idea shared today must find life in policy, partnership, and practice. Every commitment must translate into change in our communities. This is how we honor the purpose of this gathering. This generation of African youths stand at a historic crossroads. You are the most connected, the most educated, and the most aware generation in our history. You are also the most challenged, facing climate disruption, inequality, and global instability. Yet, with these challenges lie immense opportunities. Your generation has the power to rewrite the story of Africa, to make it a story not of dependency, but of dignity, not of poverty, but of possibility. The question is not whether you can lead. The question is how you will lead, and what values will guide you as you do. Lead with empathy, lead with humility, lead with courage. And never forget that leadership is about service, not self-interest. Dear young leaders, Africa's story, as I said, is still being written, and your generation holds the pen. Do not wait to be invited to the table. Build your own tables. You all remember Marcus Garvey. Do you remember Marcus Garvey? Do you know him? A Pan-Africanist. He uttered some very infamous words, turned into song by Bob Marley. Join me in remembering these very important words. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Ladies and gentlemen, dear youth, do not wait for permission to lead. Take the lead and lead with integrity, vision, and a sense of service. Prosperity is not something given. It is something you create together with purpose and unity. The promise of Africa is none but you. And the prosperity of Africa depends on what we do together, starting from now. May this symposium inspire courage, collaboration, and commitment for the Africa we all dream of and the Africa we will build. I thank you for your attention.
Indeed, a very powerful statement by His Excellency. As young people, we should also ask ourselves, for how long shall thou kill our prophets while we stand there and watch? Thank you so much for those words of encouragement. At this moment, I'm going to kindly request the high-level guests right here in front, this table and this table, as well as representatives of Youth at SIRE, the head of NYDA, the head of PYU, the head of the University of Johannesburg, VETS, G20, Y20, and NEPAD, as well as the youth speakers on the program, to follow my colleagues that are in the passage right outside. I urge you to remain seated as we take a quick health break. Thank you. I'm being reliably informed that our health break will be for 10 minutes. But please remain seated in the hall for now.
Okay, delegates, just for clarity, we will just wait for our VIP guests to leave this room briefly, and then we will also be able to take our health break. So if others can please stay seated for the moment, please do not leave the room, and then we will take our health break. We'll just wait for our VIPs to leave the room. Thank you so much. Ah. Yeah. Okay, I think we have the all clear. I understand that there will be some tea and coffee outside, and I'm sure we all want to have a little walk around, stretch our legs. Please return here in 10 minutes. We are running very, very behind time. We did begin late, but we also are running behind time as well. So please come back in 10 minutes. At 11:55, please. We really request that of you. Thank you so much.
You.
Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2. Yes. Yeah, it's fine. Yes. 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2.
distinguished guests and colleagues, friends, we encourage you to take your seats once again as we resume the program. Those of you online, thank you very much for your patience. We will be kicking off the program very, very shortly. We just encourage everyone to come back into the room after that lovely health break. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may you please kindly take your seats. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may you please kindly take your seats. We're going to commence soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may I please have your attention? Welcome back to the 5th APRM Youth Symposium. We just have a couple changes to the program. We'd like to move on to session 1, the Gen Z Dialogue on Participation in Governance, a conversation with Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former African Union Commission chairperson. So please take note of this change. After we have that discussion, we will then take lunch, and then we will continue to inform you as the day goes by. Distinguished guests, our next speaker has an exemplary career that spans medicine, politics, and public service. With a strong commitment to advancing women's empowerment, health, and regional integration, her leadership has inspired a generation of Africans and people around the world. And we are honored to have her share her insights with us today. Dignitaries, dignitaries, esteemed panelists, and honored participants, it's with our great pleasure to welcome a trailblazing leader and a champion of African development. Please join me in welcoming Umama, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former chairperson of the African Union Commission. After she has spoken, we will have a panel discussion facilitated by Luanda Ungose. She's the Outreach and Partnership Manager at the South African Institute for International Affairs. The session overview is as follows. The growing influence of Gen Z in governance highlights the need for more inclusive and youth-responsive political and governance systems. Innovations in digital and governance and youth-led activism are reshaping how youth and young people engage with public institutions. Strengthening civic education is essential to equip youth with the knowledge and the tools for participation. Reforming governance structures to be more youth-focused ahead of African Youth Charter 20th anniversary requires bridging the gap between governance, institutions, and the youth. Social media and digital platforms continue to play a huge and paramount critical role in amplifying youth voices and driving engagement across the African continent. On the panel, I'd just like to invite Ms. Bonolo. Oh, I'd like to invite. Okay. At the panel discussion, Luanda will continue to have an in-depth conversation with the panelists. But before that, please, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma.
Thank you very much. And perhaps, yes, just to stand on existing protocol, it is my singular honor to be sharing this moment with somebody to whom I've been a fan for many, many, many years. Really driving this youth agenda, we've always referred back to the Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063, and to be sitting with one of the pioneers of that developmental blueprint really is amazing. Perhaps just to outline how we will run this session is that we will hear remarks from Her Excellency. We will then invite a panelist to basically react to those sessions. So allow me first to please have a chat with her and her give her remarks. I will then ask IT to please cue a video that will be shown, after which I will then request the subsequent speakers to come on stage. So for the session, before we introduce Mme. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, can I just read out her bio and then we'll invite her to share her remarks. Dr. Nkosazana Clarice Dlamini Zuma retired from Parliament in May 2024. But she holds a BSc degree in zoology and botany from the University of Zululand, which is my home province, in 1971, as well as a degree from the University of Bristol in 1978 and a diploma in tropical child health from the School of Tropical Medicine. University of Liverpool, as well as having matriculated in Amazindoti. I know, Ma, you don't want me to read this, but I think it's really, really important. Just on the shoulders that we are standing on, it's important that we all know. Dr. Dlamini Zuma served as a research technician to Professor Adams at the medical school, University of Natal in Durban in 1972. She also served as the vice president of the South African Students' Organization in 1976 and worked as the House Officer Surgery in the Frenchay Hospital, Bristol, England between 1978 to 1979, and House Officer with the Canadian Red Cross Memorial Hospital in Berkshire, England between 1970 to 1980. She was a chairperson of the ANC Youth section in Great Britain between 1977 and 1978. She's also worked as a medical officer in pediatrics in Mbabane government. We know her as also as the chairperson of the AU Commission, as really, and just having worked very hard in the hard-found wins that we see in South Africa today. So it was very important for me to just outline those achievements because we think it really is amazing, both as a politician, but also as a medical doctor. So with that, can I invite you to just share your remarks with us and your prepared address, and then we'll continue with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told to do a 20-minute speech. Now I'm told I must make remarks, so I don't know which one is which. It's my speech. Okay. Well, let me just greet the dignitaries that are here, the minister, Oyinkosi futhi, Minister Buthelezi, the former Prime Minister of Seychelles, but most importantly, the youth who are here. The president of the PAP, I don't see, but I greet him also. Now, it's a great pleasure for me to be here. I always find it rejuvenating to be with the youth. And an intergenerational dialogue is always important because the learning is two-way. We learn from the youth hopefully learns from us as well. So this symposium is a very important event as it propels the agenda of the youth development forward in our continent by bringing together youth development practitioners from the length and breadth of our continent. As it was said earlier, next year it will be 20 years since the African Youth Charter. And so it is important that we take stock and see what progress has been made and also chart the way forward. From the African Youth Charter to the many aspirations asserted in Agenda 2063, there has been steady progress in placing the youth agenda at the center of the continental politics. A number of policies have been developed to advance youth development, yet we continue to see young people on the margins of politics, on the margins of the economy, and very few of them in decision-making structures. Young people often express their dissatisfaction and have taken modern ways of organizing, social media, to express dissent, but sometimes they take to the streets, like we've seen them taking to the streets in many countries for different issues. For tax issues, fees must fall, for electricity and water shortages, and unfortunately, recently we saw them take to the streets during an election. And also there was bloodshed, which was unfortunate. But let me start by saying, who are we? I think it's important to define who we are. We are Africans. Because I hear people saying, oh, she's a South African. No, I'm not. I'm an African who lives and was born in South Africa. So all of us must first think of ourselves as Africans. And then where we were born and where we live is secondary. And I say this because if we are to build the Africa we want, we can't build it if we don't think of ourselves as Africans. So, but I like to quote Kwame Nkrumah because he said a lot about the unity of the continent. I'm going to quote a very long quote from him today. And I quote, Africa is one continent, one people, and one nation. The notion that in order to have a nation, it is necessary for there to be a common language, common territory, and common culture has failed to stand the test of time or the scrutiny of scientific definition of an objective reality. The community of economic life is the major feature within a nation, and it is the economy which holds together the people living in a territory. It is on this basis that the new Africans recognize themselves as potentially one nation, whose dominion is the center, the entire African continent, I close quote. So we must stop thinking of ourselves as nation states first, but we must see ourselves as African first. And it makes sense in every respect. It makes economic sense. You know, when you are a business person and you think of yourself as a South African, then your market is 60 million plus people. But if you think of yourself as an African, your market is 1.4 plus billion people. So I think we should just be Africans. And to close that part, I'll quote Kwame again, and I quote, "Divided, we are weak. United, Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in the world," close quote. So when are we going to be that greatest force for good in the world? When we are united. When are we going to unite? When are we going to unite? I want to say to the youth, you must follow what the leaders agree on at the AU, and then make sure that it's implemented. For instance, they agreed on a protocol on free movement of people, but it hasn't been rectified by enough countries for it to come into force. So how many of you have said to your government, rectify this because we want free movement? If the youth doesn't push it, it won't happen. So it only needs 15 countries to rectify before it comes into force. But we haven't had those 15 countries. So I challenge you, when you go back to your countries, check if your country is rectified. If it hasn't, push them to rectify. And then in 2016, an African Union passport was launched. And it is supposed to be issued by member states to their citizens so that citizens can then move freely across the continent. But countries are not doing that and citizens are quiet. So don't blame anyone. Blame yourselves. And we say the Africa we want to build is an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa. So how is it going to be integrated if we adore the borders that were drawn by foreigners in Berlin, but we cherish them and we defend them with dear life? I want to just say we must hail countries and regions that are trying to remove those borders. Here in Southern Africa, we have Zambia, Namibia, and Botswana, who have removed the borders. Amongst those three countries, you go with your ID card to any of the three countries. And in East Africa, I think it's Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. It's the same. In ECOWAS, if you've got an ECOWAS passport, you can move around. So, but in Seychelles and in Ghana, you don't need to have a visa, you just arrive. And that's how it should be. If you are an African in an African country, and Rwanda as well, any African who has an African passport doesn't have to apply for a visa. You just arrive in Rwanda. And that's how it should be really. But if the youth doesn't mobilize for it, it won't happen. But you quoted Aspiration 6. The important thing is that we must invest in young people. We must invest in the people. The people are our most precious resource. More precious than all the things we talk about. The people are the most precious, and therefore we must invest in them. And investing in young people, Agenda 2063 says there must be a skills revolution. Why a skills revolution? Because there is lots of unemployment to start with. And a lot of the unemployed are unemployable because a lot of them don't have the skills. So it's important to ensure that every young person has a skill, especially in the STEM areas, science, technology, engineering, maths, digital literacy, so that they can be creative and innovate, because young people are innovative given a chance. So we need the skills revolution. But the wealth in Africa, whether it's natural or minerals, cannot be turned into wealth if we don't have people to turn it into wealth. It will just remain stone and dust. So that's why the skills are important, because we must move from selling raw materials to industrializing. Africa must industrialize. And if we don't industrialize, we'll never build the Africa we want. We must invest in technology, innovation, and equip young people with modern skills, not only to get jobs, but to create jobs, to be entrepreneurs, and they create jobs. But also, young people must not wait to be invited. Why do you wait to be invited? Nobody gets invited to a revolution. You must lead the revolution. You don't have to be invited. You must drive the development today and design the future. So, we must create competitive, resilient workforce to respond to the needs of the African economy that remains largely dependent and depressed in favor of the West and former colonizers. Africa cannot continue exporting raw materials and importing finished goods, because it means we sell cheap and we buy expensive. It means we export jobs, because when you send something raw, jobs are created where you are sending raw material. So we're the biggest importers of jobs and biggest importers of revenue, because by the time that what you sold raw comes back to you, it's probably 10 times or even more expensive. So I think youth should say it's enough and get the skills to beneficiate our minerals, to process our natural resources. Because the way our economies are today, it's still the colonial model that will keep us trapped and dependent. The world continues to thrive through African resources, but Africans are poor. That's the African dichotomy of a rich Africa, but poor Africans. And that must change. And the youth must be at the forefront of changing that. And we can't blame the West or the colonizers for it. It's us who are sending those minerals. They are no longer taking them by force. We are taking them there. And we must also make sure that our governments are not corrupt, they don't mismanage, and we should stop the illicit financial flows that bleed to the continent. So we must also industrialize so that we can trade amongst ourselves. The Africa Continental Free Trade has been ratified by 49 countries. And what I like about it is that they've also developed the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which was officially launched in January 2022. But unfortunately, only 17 countries are using it. And more need to join. Because it is a centralized financial market infrastructure that will enable efficient flow of money securely across African borders. It ensures that when Africans trade with one another, our money stays in Africa, our value stays in Africa, our growth benefits, and we trade in our local currencies. Why do we want to continue trading in foreign currencies that we don't have? So, if your countries are not part of the 17, urge them to be part of the 17, to use the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Because Africa benefits if you use that, and it will boost intra-Africa trade, foster financial integration, and reduce dependency on external currencies. And for business, it increases opportunities and improve working capital and access to growing network of financial instruments. The economic integration, it fosters a unified African market and promotes economic growth. So I think we should really all work towards that. But Africa also has something unique that it has developed. The protocol on women and youth, the trade protocol on women and youth, doesn't exist anywhere in the world. It's only here in Africa. And we must, as youth and women, we must take advantage of it. Because it empowers and protects the participation of women and young people in all spheres. So that protocol is very important. Now, when it comes to governance, I think a lot have been said about governance. But good governance is central to the prosperity that we talk about. Without good governance, there will be no prosperity. But I must emphasize that good governance is not only about how that government was formed. We have democratically elected governments. Some do well, but a lot don't. They don't even respond. They don't listen to their citizens. They don't grow the economies. They don't fight inequalities. But they boast that they were elected democratically. So for me, at the end of the day, it's how the government responds to the needs of its citizens. A lot of people talk about the Sahel. I'm not endorsing undemocratic practices, but I must say that I've been to the Sahel, but only to one country, which invited me. I've been to Burkina. And if the people of Burkina and other countries are happy with their governments, who are we to say you are not happy? The test will be, are they building schools for kids, hospitals and clinics for people who need health services? Are they building their infrastructure, or are they? And what is good about them, I must say, is that they've decolonized the Sahel in the true sense of the word. So we must decolonize. I think the Prime Minister also reminded us that we must decolonize our minds. And as a member of SASO, our first president, Steve Biko, said the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. If the mind of the oppressed is not decolonized, you don't need them to be here physically. We are already in prison. So let's decolonize our minds. And I want to now talk about the rights that youth are demanding. And I think it's correct for the youth to demand their rights. You have every right to demand all those rights. But let me tell you a story. When I was in Addis, we had a youth meeting, and they met, and then they gave me the outcome of their meeting. When I looked at it, it had one R, rights. I said, no, there are two R's. There's rights and there's responsibilities. Go back. I want rights and responsibilities. Because we have a right to education, but you have a responsibility to pass your exams. We have a right to health, but you have a responsibility to look after yourselves and not smoke your lungs to death and drink your liver to death. You have a right to participate in politics, but you have a responsibility to be ethical and not be bribed or bribe. You have a right to be in government and be a public servant or in parliament. But you must understand that to be a good public servant, you have to be humble, you have to be compassionate, and you have to be responsive. And you have to answer all calls. You hear somebody saying, I once called somebody, I won't say who. I called many times, no response, never returned my call. And when I met him, I said, I've been calling you. You are not returning my calls. You are not answering my calls. Oh, Ma, I don't have your number. So I said, are you a leader of people in your phone? Are you a public servant of people in your phone? You are not. You must, if you are a public servant, you are a leader, you must answer all calls. That's your responsibility. And if you work, you must work honestly and come to work on time. And only leave when you have finished the work that you are supposed to do. Not because it's Shaile time. When you have finished what you are supposed to do. And when you go to bed, I always say to my team, when you go to bed, before you fall asleep, ask yourself, did I do my best today? That little voice inside will tell you. It will tell you whether you did your best or you didn't. If it says you didn't, then make sure that you say, tomorrow, I'll do my best. Because nobody expects more than your best. But you are the only one who knows your best. And if it says, yes, I did my best, say, tomorrow I'll try and do even more. You know? And also, if you are a leader, surround yourself with good people. Sometimes those who are even better than you, because you are as good as your team. Don't think you must surround yourself with yes men and yes women. Because then you won't perform what you are supposed to perform. They'll keep saying yes, even if you are saying the wrong things. Why are they there? So surround yourself with good people. You're as good as your team. I just want to say to the young women in particular, believe in yourselves. Don't allow anyone to tell you you are inferior. Inferior to who? Believe in yourselves and do your best. And know you can lead in any area of human endeavor if you put your mind to it. So don't allow anyone to tell you you can't do this, you can't do this. No. Just believe in yourself and say, I want to do this, and do it. You can lead anywhere. In the economy, in the professions, in politics, everywhere. But let me say, if young people want to succeed in everything, they must also be organized. If you are not organized, you are not likely to succeed. And let me talk about gender-based violence, because I haven't heard anyone talk about it. As young men here, all of you should be campaigning, and old men who are here, you should all be campaigning against gender-based violence. You mustn't tolerate it wherever it happens. And let me say that the African Union has now got a convention against gender-based violence and girls. Have your countries rectified that convention? If your countries, including mine, haven't rectified, let's push them to rectify it. You see, in the African Union, there are very few things that have not been discussed and agreed upon. The problem is implementation at member state level. Because as citizens and as young people, we don't interest ourselves in what has been agreed and make sure that we push that those things should be implemented. I won't say a lot, but I want to say that we must not look the other way when there are conflicts in countries. We must interest ourselves to make sure that Africa finds solutions to those. And we must not wait to be validated by the West. We must find solutions in Africa for African problems. It's really a pity what's happening in the DRC, in some parts of the Sahel, in Sudan, and some attention needs to be paid to that. Because peace and security remain the bedrock upon which justice and development must rest. If there is no peace, there is war. How can you have development? There can be no development if there is war. But let me say something else that we don't usually say. You cannot sustain peace if there is no development either. To sustain peace, there must be development. Because if there is no development, then people will rise and you won't be able to sustain peace and stability. So, but also young people, you must refuse to take arms and kill your own people. Because it's not the elderly walking with walking sticks who carry guns. It's young people. It's young people who kill. It's young people who rape women. So you must go out and preach that that should not happen. We should not allow that. And also, I must say that maybe it's provocative, but I think we must say to our governments, the budgeting must reflect the people, the population. The budget, we must have both youth responsive budgeting and gender-based budgeting. Gender responsive budgeting, because those are the majority in the population. So the budget must express, we must see through the budget that we are a young continent. We can't be a young continent and not have a budget that expresses that. But also, maybe just the last thing I want to say, which I always feel strongly about. 60% of available arable land globally is on this continent. But this continent spends billions importing food. Why? Why? As I said the other day, Sankara said, who feeds you controls you. We must feed ourselves. We have the land, we have the people, we have the sunshine, we have water. What is it we don't have? Is it just a decolonized mind that we don't have? So I think young people, we must eat and consume what we produce. And produce what we consume. And there is a lot of money in agriculture. And food security is important because it will forever be there. There is no scientist who has found any other fuel for human beings except food. So wherever you go, human beings need food. And we are not very efficient. We need 3 meals a day with that fuel. So there is a market for that. So let's not import food. Let's grow and feed ourselves and maybe export some. So in conclusion, let's not see the Africa we want as a distant dream. It is a choice. It is a choice whether we choose to build it today, whether we choose to unite or choose to divide, whether we choose to industrialize and trade or whether we choose to continue sending raw materials, whether we choose to lead or want to be led. So for me, this generation must make its choice. And our young people, young men and young women, the youth of the continent must make sure we build the Africa we want today. And let's rise together with accountability, unity, and action to build the Africa we want as envisaged in Agenda 2063. Thank you.
So much has been said that I thought I could summarize it, but in the interest of time, I won't. But before we let Dlamini Zuma go, I just have one follow-up question, because we have a lot of Gen Z in this room and some of them joining online. Just with your experience, you've spoken to how we are 20 years into the African Youth Charter, and yet we still have some African Union member states who have not ratified nor domesticated. You've also indicated that a revolution is not, you're not to be invited to it, but you are to join it, however, in the confines of democratic practices. So for the Gen Z that are in this room and also watching online, what are some of the practical steps that as soon as tomorrow they can take to engage these member states who haven't ratified? Because without the ratification of this charter, it sometimes is even difficult to hold those governments accountable to investing on Aspiration 6 and areas of human development that you've set out and saying we must engage on skills. Without that ratification of that charter, nothing can be, they can be accountable to none of this. So how do we, as soon as tomorrow, how do we engage? What are we supposed to do to ensure that there's change?
Okay, for something to be rectified, the executive needs to take it to parliament. So you have to engage both the executive and parliament, because in the end, it's parliament that has to rectify and bring it to their attention, because some of them may not even be aware. So you must be active citizens. And parliamentarians have constituencies. Engage them in their constituents and say, this is what we want. This is what we want to know. And engage the government. But you can only do that if we are also organized. So you must be organized, not in a destructive manner, but in a constructive manner. Be organized and push the agenda. Because if the youth of our times just sat silently and complained, we wouldn't be sitting here in a Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like for us to give a round of applause for Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma.
But also take these matters to universities. There must be discussions at universities on these matters. Because students are active, they are able to push things and organize things. And sometimes even high schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Ms. Dlamini. Yes. Thank you very much. Another round of applause as she exits the stage, please. Just a request for IT to please cue the video, but in the meantime, can we invite the next session who will react to that address? Is Ms. Bonolo Mokhale in the room? Can I invite Mr. Ivo Ichokovitz to come join us to the stage, joined by Ms. Mpule Khetsi from the African Union Youth for Peace, Ms. Sophie Nekoye Waliaula, and Mr. Rebazatovo Haja Nirina. And IT, can you please go ahead and play the video?
Since 2019, an African philanthropic foundation has been interviewing thousands of young people across the continent.
By 2030, Africans will make up 42% of the world's young people. So their young people need to be listened to. The Africa Youth Survey has questioned thousands of young people across the continent. Well, this week on One World, we're taking a look at some of the findings from the Africa Youth Survey. Researchers conducted 14,000 face-to-face interviews across 25 African countries. Here's why that's important. The IMF says by 2035, there will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. With so much at stake, many young Africans are taking matters into their own hands.
As the fastest growing demographic globally, African youth are the ones to watch. How will they shape their countries, influence the continent, and make their mark on the global stage? Now, in its third iteration, the African Youth Survey is the most comprehensive research into Africa's youth. It provides an in-depth look at the perspectives, sentiments, and intentions of young people across the continent on critical social, political, and environmental issues. Despite the significant economic challenges they face, African youth remain hopeful and ambitious. Attitudes about the overall direction of the continent and their countries remain negative, but there are small improvements following dips during COVID. There is a sense that the youth still believe that things can be turned around. Corruption is the single greatest hurdle they face to achieve their own potential, and there is support for a range of policies to address it, including police task forces, tougher penalties, and banning those convicted of corruption from standing for public office. Almost 60% are looking to emigrate in the next 5 years, with North America being the top destination of choice, followed by Western Europe. The youth want change. Although the majority still believe in democracy, many are turning away from the Western concept of democracy in favor of an African-infused system that will deliver the results they desire. More alarmingly, nearly 1 in 3 believe that non-democratic systems could be preferable under certain circumstances. In many African countries, young people fear political instability. They feel the negative impact of terrorism, insurgency, and armed conflict. Concerningly, there is a sharp increase in the number of young people who are approached themselves by terrorist recruiters or know someone who has been approached or joined a terrorist group. The majority of African youth do remain skeptical of foreign influence for fear of exploitation of their country's natural resources. Youth continue to identify China and the United States as the 2 most influential foreign powers in the region. An increasing proportion view the impact of Russia's influence in their country negatively. 3/4 are concerned about climate change, and 4 in 5 say their government needs to be doing more to address it. 2 in 5 youth now report spending more than 1/4 of their income on accessing clean water.
African youth appear very tech-savvy. They believe that Wi-Fi access should be a fundamental human right. On the other hand, African youth are concerned about fake news, saying fake news affects their ability to stay informed.
African youth paint a cautiously optimistic picture of the future. They have greater confidence in what's possible. They will start businesses or move overseas to pursue opportunities.
What gives us amazing hope is to see the ambition of youth wanting to be the positive change in their communities and in their environment. There is a very strong motivation amongst youth to go out and start businesses and to drive entrepreneurship.
The information is robust. We're able to predict trends because we're talking to the generation that counts. We're talking to the people who are going to make the future of the continent. If there ever was a wake-up call to the West to say, invest in Africa, help create jobs, help keep Africans in Africa, it's now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined on stage for this next 30-minute session by Mr. Ichokovitz. We are joined by Ms. Khetsi, Mr. Waliaula, and Mr. Nerina. In 2 minutes, we've now heard a very robust and lengthy discussion really about Gen Z participation, but also some of the limitations and constraints that we face that hinder effective Gen Z participation in African governance and also issues of the economy. So in 2 minutes, I'll give you 2 minutes each just to kick off by providing your reaction to both the address and the video that we have just watched. And I'm going to have to be very strict on time because we are running a little bit behind schedule. So when I tap my mic, it would mean that please can you round off your intervention. So I'll start with you, Mr. Ichokovitz.
I'm going to talk to my Gen Z friends, both in the audience and online. When my generation was your age, we were fighting apartheid and colonialism. We fought it with our voices, we fought it with courage, and with the belief that freedom was worth any price. You, the new generation, are fighting your own liberation struggle, not for colonial masters and not against apartheid. You're fighting for
a better Africa. You're fighting against corruption, for inequality, and you're fighting against the small minds that fear what your potential is. Our struggle was to be free, and your struggle is to be heard. Our weapons were protest, and yours is creation, innovation, and truth. What the African Youth Survey tells us across the entire continent is that 78% of you already know exactly where you're going. You don't need to be told by your governments or anybody else. 71% of you plan to build your own businesses, and that tells me that you plan to build your own future, and 3/4 of you believe that you're going to live better lives than your parents did. And that's not optimism, that's defiance. That's ambition with a pulse. That is a generation refusing to wait for permission to rise. And that's what this discussion is about. It's about engaging with government. It's about engaging with leadership constructively. It's about using the superpower that is your Africanness to take this continent to the next level. It's about being the future that you want to see, and it's not about rhetoric. It's about action. And what we're seeing on the continent right now is that action unfolding in front of our very eyes. This survey was done in 2024. It predicted where we are on the continent right now. This is a generation of leaders that is the now generation. We spend our lives talking about the future of African youth, the future of Africa. It's enough. We are in the future. This is the African century, and we are going to see a generation, your power, take us to where we need to be.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, Excellencies, fellow young people, and distinguished delegates. I don't think 2 minutes is nearly enough for this response, but I will try my best, my level best. Just to kick it off. Okay, I think I would like to just appreciate Mama Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma for your remarks, for outlining the issues and also just basically giving us that inspiration as young people on what we need to do in terms of moving forward. I sit here today in front of you as a young person that is tired, dejected, frustrated. But I still show up because, like my brother Ahmed said, we have a mission that we either need to betray or fulfill, and I choose to continue fulfilling that mandate. And I also wanted to say, as a young person that is working within the framework of the African Union, I want to tell you something. The grass is not greener on the other side. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Je suis ici en tant que représentant du Conseil national de la jeunesse de Madagascar.
They started at the end of September, and I would like to clarify something that the Gen Z movement that is flowing across the continent is not structured. There's no leader, no president, no member of the bureau. These are young people that express their minds, who are conscious of their situation, joblessness, and they could not afford to. They're quite aware that they cannot be integrated in the decision-making systems because of corruption. And in Madagascar, what prompted this movement is the absence of fundamental rights. No water, no electricity, And if youth want to study, they can't do it without electricity because of it becomes difficult to create to establish a business, and that's what created that movement in Madagascar. For now, I'll stop there, and I think our discussions will allow us to add some more ideas and elements in our discussions. Thank you.
So much, moderator. I also want to say 2 minutes may not be enough, but let me take this opportunity to appreciate Her Excellency for that mind-triggering speech. I sit here. My name is Sophie Nekwe Waliaula. I am the chairperson of the Youth Advisory Board at the National Youth Council of Kenya. And I can tell you, the Gen Zs of Kenya, they just got tired. Whatever you're discussing right now, Kenyan Gen Zs are already implementing. They're way ahead of this. They got tired and they said they're going to take the bull by its horns. They're not going to wait to be invited at the table. They're already at the table. So what you need to do is to emulate what the Kenyan Gen Zs are. And the leaders in the room, don't sit pretty. Whatever has happened in Zambia, just a week or so, whatever has happened in Tanzania, Tanzania was viewed as a very polite country. It is coming your way. Better be prepared. Thank you.
So maybe to stay with you, so you can continue illuminating us about the Gen Zs in Kenya, whom we are all fascinated by. You hear critique that youth is not organized, and yet we did see youth in Kenya be organized, really agitating towards a change. Again, we heard that you're not invited to revolution, you just have to join it. How do we then circumvent instances where young people take to the streets to kind of express their frustration, but are met with heavy police brutality? How do we kind of circumvent those issues to ensure that we are still constructive in the ways in which we engage?
Thank you so much. Now, if we, like the Kenyan Gen Zs, were to wait to be, let me say, to be more professional and stuff like that, they wouldn't get that time. They wouldn't get that opportunity. So they decided, let them just be defiant to everything that is there. And I can tell you, in June last year, the Gen Zs of Kenya were saying they only fear two things. Do you want to know what they feared then? They only feared marriage and hot porridge. They were not scared of the bullets. They were not scared of anything because what they wanted was change. But now, as we can see, the government of Kenya right now is very intentional with the youth. It has put structures in place. You saw even our election commission right now has a youth. All these institutions right now, the government is very intentional and the youth are included. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rabeza Tovo, for a question for you, with your experience working with the National Youth Council in Madagascar, it's important for us to then reconcile how this very important structure for young people also engages with APRM processes. To what extent does it engage with the APRM processes? And if not, what would you suggest to take us a step forward to be able to integrate young people in Madagascar within APRM processes, especially as you spoke about issues of governance, lack of access to things like electricity. Again, these are issues of good governance. So how do we kind of bring this together to ensure we're using this mechanism, working with the Youth Council to make it fit for purpose?
D'accord, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. In Madagascar, the strike started 25 September from a political strike, a peaceful strike where youth came to the democratic place. However, the former government reaction was through bullets, armored cars, tortured the people and tortured those who were striking. So it affects change. So most of the time, it's not those who are striking who provoke people. The youth were not engaged in violence, and they were not interested in overthrowing the previous regime. What pushed the leadership to go was the youth pressure from the youth. So we have to speak, if we have to speak of peace and good governance, we need to give more power and a commitment to the youth. Last year there was legislative elections. If we can express, if we would want to change things, it should be at the National Assembly level. However, we need to represent ourselves. I was candidate last year, so the youth needs to be. In order for you to represent yourself, you need to pay €4,000, which is 5 months' salary of a person in Madagascar, considering that a salary is €40. So how can a youth who is jobless, who are unable to present themselves at elections or any other elections, I mean, the use of those financial means is a way of excluding them from decision-making processes. And that is what angers the Gen Z. And this, just like in every other part of the continent.
Important to kind of frame these issues really within governance as well, because the extent to which we have agitated as young people from as far back as the first APRM Youth Symposium that was held in Chad to really bring young people to the forefront of governance. And we've seen that change really take root in the APRM Continental Secretariat. However, the challenge still remains with some member countries where we see still resistance to young people entering national structures. So I think it's important that as we think about these governance issues that we really struggle with, to keep in the back of our minds that there's this mechanism that as young people, when we're organizing ourselves, we can still tap into to ensure issues of accountability. But coming to you then, Ms. Kgetsi, we understand that the issue of peace and security in Southern Africa has some distinctions than that of what we see probably in the Sahel and other regions of Africa. So are you able to kind of bring in some dimensions of how you have organized in Southern Africa and some of the key things that we've seen young people drive in this region in response to peace and security? And I mean, the previous speaker also had spoken about gender-based violence as something we haven't spoken to. That's something that's very prevalent in South Africa. Is there anything you're able to share then in that regard?
Yes, thank you very much. As you rightfully stated, and I think in the previous speeches, when it comes to Southern Africa, our issues are not similar, right, to that of other young people in other regions. So we are shrouded in issues such as unemployment, corruption, but largely economic issues. So that is where our fight for peace and security is coming from. So sometimes when you're talking about conflict prevention, it's something that they may not, directly relate to. I can give an example of myself as somebody who's coming from Botswana. I was largely questioned when I became a youth ambassador to say, how are you an ambassador for peace? How are you going to talk about conflict when your country has never experienced these things? How are you relevant for young people? So, Southern Africa has a very different context. But I also wanted to, give a little bit in terms of the optics, what it looks like as a young leader when you are representing these young people, and how the challenges that I come across in my role. The first thing that I wanted to talk about is that invitation versus integration. As a youth ambassador appointed by the African Union through the Peace and Security Council, endorsed by the General Assembly of the AU, you would think that work would be easier, engagement with the African Union would be easier, but it is not. We still experience the bottlenecks, the bureaucracy in trying to represent young people. I'll give you an example. I'll give you 3 very brief examples. The first one is when the post-election conflict broke out in Mozambique last year, 2024, December. I was one of the young people that organized, because Mozambique is my region. I organized the WISE Youth Network members who are responsible for mediation and preventive diplomacy, young people from Mozambique, and we said, because they were asking, where is SADC? Where is the African Union in all of these discussions? So we put them together and we said, let us have a communique of some sort so that the African Union can know what our demands are. Do you know what happened? Can you guess? Did the dialogue happen? No. Responses, hot potato. You cannot be the face of that discussion. You cannot be part of that discussion. Do you understand? That is the first challenge. As a youth ambassador, we want to be integrated. We want to be involved. We don't just want to show up to meetings and be invited as speakers. We want to shape the agenda. And the one thing I can tell you is that the youth, peace and security agenda at the African Union is not driven by young people. So how are we going to then lead? How are we going to eventually demand the changes that we want when we are not in control? I'm with my co-ambassador, Mr. Arif Abdel Jalil. He has for months documented, created a glossary for young people in North Africa, because there are certain inconsistencies when it comes to language of peace and security. He has translated the work for himself, done the work, everything, and just said, I would like assistance when it comes to dissemination and publication. How many months has it been, Arif? Almost a year. None of that has happened. The third example, we will be briefing the Peace and Security Council of the African Union tomorrow on issues that young people are facing in the region. This is a very important meeting. It's an open session on peace and security. And before this meeting, every year, not every year, after every open session of the Peace and Security Council, there's what you call a communique. This communique outlines everything that has happened, the recalling, recognizing, reaffirming, that language. That's what the communique sounds like. We recommended, made strong recommendations that this year, because it's 10 years, we're celebrating 10 years of the Youth Peace and Security Agenda by way of 2250, Resolution 2250. Can we be in control of that communique? You can change it to your language, but we would like to be the ones that are communicating the needs of young people, that are telling young people what we are doing, and that are setting the commitments for the next 10 years straight from the words of the young people. We will be briefing the Peace and Security Council tomorrow, and we will not be having that communique. So you will read the communique after 2 days. It will still be reaffirming, recalling, and all of that without the voices of the young people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And perhaps we take the conversation back to the National Youth Councils before we come to rounding off the session. The leaders are here in this room today. We are having an intergenerational discussion. What needs to give? What do we need from today to see this change that we are calling for? But as we make those recommendations, let's also keep in mind what Mayor Dlamini Zuma has outlined. We have both rights, but we also have the other R of responsibility. So what is it that we can do as well? So I'll start with the National Council of Kenya and then Madagascar, and then I'll bring it back to Mr. to round it off for us. Microphone, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What I would advocate for is communication. The gap that is there is lack of proper communication and communication channels. Right now, we see that in some African countries, they're even banning social media. How these young people are trying to mobilize themselves, it is through TikTok, those short videos, through WhatsApp, IG, and all that. So if you ban social media, how are these young people going to communicate? And number two, what these young people want is money. Why are we here? It is money. The young people want to empower themselves. We are not just going to talk. There has to be some action. Now we have to move from aspiration to action. Whatever we are promising, talking will do nothing. What we will do is just to riot. So what I would want to advocate, and especially from the National Youth Councils, number one is communication. Number two, economic empowerment. Let us improve our education system. Let us improve on the syllabus, on the curriculum that is there in the universities. And also, in governance structures, right from the executive down to the parliament. All these people, they should include the young people. Like, for example, in Kenya right now, you observe and watch 2027, most of the parliamentarians are going to be very young people. Why? Because of governance. Young people are advocating for the conservative principles of governance, that is integrity, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. I could talk and talk and talk and talk, but thank you for that. Thank you.
Le Conseil national regroupe les jeunes.
The National Council brings all together the youth from the commune up to the national level. So it's a dialogue between the leaders and the young people in a country. And also at continental level, you have more young people. About 60% of them are young. Sometimes youth express themselves and they blow the whistle towards the authorities, but nothing is happening. So today, I'd like to invite regional cooperation like the AU, SADC, and others for more regional cooperation in Africa. I invite them to anticipate the Gen Z movement in other countries in Africa, because really it will not stop with Madagascar, Tanzania, or some other countries. There will be more. You know, in Madagascar, during the protest, like I said earlier, there was a lot of torture by the military towards the young people who were under 30 and without any weapons. If we'd had regional cooperation, if the region advised the Madagascar leaders not to be violent towards the protesters, maybe the protest would not take this turn. So what became a coup, and the AU had to suspend Madagascar. So I'd like to invite the regions to anticipate this kind of things, because the young people, like we say, the young people have the energy. So even though they don't have the means to fight, they would keep on making things move in Africa. And the partners at African level, we hope they would join the youth in order to make changes.
Mr. Chekovitz, you undertook a survey that young people inputted to. Having now heard from the fellow panelists on stage, all the recommendations they're making, how can you kind of take this a step forward by also integrating some of the outcomes of the survey?
I'm sitting here enthralled by what I've heard, because it's 100% validation of what the youth survey has picked up over its years. You know, when we started the survey some years ago, young Africans were saying that they wanted their governments to create an enabling environment, and they were ready to sit by and wait until that happened. 4 years later, we have leaders like this who are saying, we've had enough. We're not waiting any longer. To the leaders in Africa, our survey is saying, take note, and take note urgently. My biggest frustration is that we've been trying to get policymakers, decision makers, leaders in Africa for the last 5 years to listen to the results of what young Africans are telling us, and nobody wanted to hear us. Everybody's biggest priority was to say, how do we manage the danger of a youth uprising? This is not a danger, it's a blessing. And as soon as everybody realizes that the youth of Africa are no longer going to stand by. The youth of Africa are taking their reality into their own hands. The youth of Africa, represented by these people and several others, many others in this room, are going to create the next generation right now. And my single most important message to everybody is this is a generation that is at the table. This is a generation that is not going to be wait to be invited. And this is a generation that is not going to be afraid of guns and bullets. And we need to rethink this urgently. And I'm blessed to have heard all of this.
Thank you. And Ms. Kgetsi has a burning comment that she'd like to make before we finally round off the session.
Thank you very much. In just 1 minute, I just wanted to give also just quick, brief recommendations as well. I have two precise ones. The first one, I think we need to deal with the concept of African math. You've heard of girl math, right? We also have African math. The first one is when it comes to the age gap between the median age of young people, which is around 24 years old, and the top 10 oldest leaders in Africa. That median age is also around 81. So you already see that we have a difference between the people that are making decisions and the young people that they're making decisions for. So there's already an inconsistency there. Also, we talked a lot about the demographic weight of young people in this continent, but the initiatives that we have are not commensurate with that weight. It does not show that demographic significance. So we are not moving the needle with the initiatives that we have. And lastly, we cannot expect every time for young people to bring the energy, to bring the creativity, to bring the innovation without creating the systems that enable them to have that energy and creativity, without having the systems that meet them halfway. Otherwise, it's an exercise in futility. Therefore, when we talk about youth empowerment, we must start by dismantling those institutions that normalize youth disempowerment. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for this amazing panel as we leave the stage.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once more. That was a wonderful session. Thank you, Luanda, for moderating that, really keeping the energy and the liveliness. But it is that time of the day when we do need to replenish our bodies in order to continue the energy. But before I do, also let us please give another round of applause also to Madame Dlamini Zuma for her remarks. I do remember reading something which I still go back to all the time, which is in 2014, she wrote an email to Kwame in 2063. You can still find it on the AU website. And in that, she talks about how we've got the Confederation of African States, really echoing exactly what she said here to us in person, but we also still get to have that resource that we can go back to. And also on page 1, you'll see one of the things that she refers to, and let me quote, "What is interesting and important was the role played by successive generations of African youth." So even then, as she's writing in 2014 to this Kwame in 2063, the role of African youth is always at the center. So on that note, we'd like to, it is going to be lunch, but however, we also have an exhibition which we would like our VIPs to go to first. and then return to lunch. And so we will also encourage all the delegates as well to go to the exhibition. It is on the other side, in the other building, and then we will all have our lunch break. So please, again, as we did before, please could all delegates, except our VIPs, please stay seated. And if our VIPs could head off now, thank you very much. And we will all come back at 2:30 for the next session. So we will have lunch. Please continue to be on social media, take pictures, post your remarks and views around how this morning has gone so far, all those quotes that you might have got, and also just enjoy your lunch, be energized, and please also go to see the exhibition. So let's just let our VIPs head off. Thank you very much. And we will see you back here promptly at 2:30, please. We have much to get through since we also did not complete one of the sessions that we were meant to have this morning. So we have a lot to get through. I did say it was going to be a packed agenda. You now don't know me as Madam Facilitator. You know me as, and my colleague Harmony as Madam and Mr. Facilitator. You know us as timekeepers, trying to be strict. But nevertheless, we also have to make sure all voices are heard. So please do enjoy your lunch, reflect, and we'll see you at 2:30 promptly. Thank you.
Too serious. Normally ngena one by one.
Since 2019, an African philanthropic foundation has been interviewing thousands of young people across the continent.
By 2030, Africans will make up 42% of the world's young people. So their young people need to be listened to. The Africa Youth Survey has questioned thousands of young people across the continent.
Well, this week on One World, we're taking a look at some of the findings from the Africa Youth Survey. Researchers conducted 14,000 face-to-face interviews across 25 African countries. Here's why that's important. The IMF says by 2035, there will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. With so much at stake, many young Africans are taking matters into their own hands.
As the fastest growing demographic globally, African youth are the ones to watch. How will they shape their countries, influence the continent, and make their mark on the global stage? Now, in its third iteration, the African Youth Survey is the most comprehensive research into Africa's youth. It provides an in-depth look at the perspectives, sentiments, and intentions of young people across the continent on critical social, political, and environmental issues. Despite the significant economic challenges they face, African youth remain hopeful and ambitious. Attitudes about the overall direction of the continent and their countries remain negative, but there are small improvements following dips during COVID. There is a sense that the youth still believe that things can be turned around. Corruption is the single greatest hurdle they face to achieve their own potential, and there is support for a range of policies to address it, including police task forces, tougher penalties, and banning those convicted of corruption from standing for public office. Almost 60% are looking to emigrate in the next 5 years, with North America being the top destination of choice, followed by Western Europe. The youth want change. Although the majority still believe in democracy, many are turning away from the Western concept of democracy in favor of an African-infused system that will deliver the results they desire. More alarmingly, nearly 1 in 3 believe that non-democratic systems could be preferable under certain circumstances. In many African countries, young people fear political instability. They feel the negative impact of terrorism, insurgency, and armed conflict. Concerningly, there is a sharp increase in the number of young people who are approached themselves by terrorist recruiters or know someone who has been approached or joined a terrorist group. The majority of African youth do remain skeptical of foreign influence for fear of exploitation of their country's natural resources. Youth continue to identify China and the United States as the 2 most influential foreign powers in the region. An increasing proportion view the impact of Russia's influence in their country negatively. 3/4 are concerned about climate change, and 4 in 5 say their government needs to be doing more to address it. 2 in 5 youth now report spending more than 1/4 of their income on accessing clean water.
African youth appear very tech-savvy. They believe that Wi-Fi access should be a fundamental human right. On the other hand, African youth are concerned about fake news, saying fake news affects their ability to stay informed.
African youth paint a cautiously optimistic picture of the future. They have greater confidence in what's possible. They will start businesses or move overseas to pursue opportunities.
What gives us amazing hope is to see the ambition of youth wanting to be the positive change in their communities and in their environment. There is a very strong motivation amongst youth to go out and start businesses and to drive entrepreneurship.
The information is robust. We're able to predict trends because we're talking to the generation that counts. We're talking to the people who are going to make the future of the continent. If there ever was a wake-up call to the West to say, invest in Africa, help create jobs, help keep Africans in Africa, it's now.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change.
Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainable development. This vision is what drives the African Peer Review Mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So what is the APRM and what makes it unique? The APRM was founded in 2003 by the African Union Heads of State and Government as an autonomous entity of the African Union. The APRM is a self-assessment and peer review process where member states voluntarily participate to promote good governance, transparency, peace, and sustainable development. It's about African countries reviewing each other, sharing best practices, learning from one another, and working collectively to strengthen governance across the continent. The fact that it is the only African-owned and African-led governance assessment and peer review mechanism, which makes it very unique. The APRM consists of continental structures and national structures. At the continental level sits the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, the Committee of Focal Point, APR Panel of Eminent Persons, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. The Continental Secretariat is led by a CEO appointed by AU Heads of State and Government.
The APRM plays a crucial role in helping governments govern themselves more effectively by providing a platform for self-assessment and peer review. It bridges the gap between the people and policymakers, ensuring that the voices of citizens are heard and reflected in governance.
Its office is supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review and Assessment, Monitoring and Evaluation, Governance, and Specialized Reporting and Operations. On the other hand, the APRM national structures are represented by a focal point who reports to the head of state, a national secretariat, a national governing council or commission that includes all non-state actors and particularly women, youth, CSOs, private sector, and the media. The NGC is at the core of the APRM process to ensure its transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. The APRM is at the heart of some of the African Union flagship initiatives to promote good governance, such as the Africa Governance Report, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, the Africa Governance Index, the Africa Governance Support Program, monitoring of Agenda 2063 and SDGs 2030, or again, the Early Warning for Conflict Prevention Program. Over 21 years, the APRM has implemented its inclusive and transparent review process in more than 26 out of 44 participating states. It has managed to create a platform for dialogue involving governments, civil society, and citizens in evaluating key areas such as democratic and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, socio-economic development, and state resilience to shock and disasters. While the APRM remains committed to its core mission of promoting good governance, which is anchored on Agenda 2063, Aspirations 3 and 4, its role has significantly expanded. The APRM now plays a key role in tracking the implementation of both AU Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2030, across the continent. Additionally, the APRM has been tasked with contributing to early warning systems for conflict prevention in Africa. The APRM's expanded role contributes further to building a stable, secure, and prosperous Africa, guided by the principles of good governance and homegrown solutions. Today, the APRM stands as a symbol of Africa's commitment to homegrown solutions. It's more than just a governance tool. It's a movement towards accountability, shared learning, and sustainable development. Together, we are building the Africa we want, driven by transparency, peace, and prosperity for all.
Since 2019, an African philanthropist
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African.
The Global Digital Compact and other international initiatives must accommodate Africa's positions, demands, and expectations so that we can collaborate as equals who bring essential expertise to global digital governance, not as recipients of externally designed solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, The gap between policy and reality can only be bridged through measurable actions. Today, let us prioritize digitization of essential services, invest in connectivity and shared infrastructure, and create inclusive products for the next generation of Africans. Africa's time in the digital age is not coming. It is already here. We must shape the global digital economy as co-creators, not consumers. In this decisive decade, the hand that holds Africa's data holds Africa's future. That hand must be African, and I insist, that hand must be African.
Dear African youth,
Greetings from the Pan-African Parliament. It is with great pride and purpose that I invite you to the APRM 5th Youth Symposium, taking place between the 10th and the 11th of November, right here at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa. This is more than just a symposium. It is a movement, your movement.
The APRM Youth Symposium is a platform built by and for young Africans to speak truth to power, to challenge the status quo, and to reshape governance across our continent.
Under the banner of youth and governance, from promise to prosperity, we reject the worn-out cliche that young people are the leaders of tomorrow.
You are the leaders of today, right now. Across the continent, your voices echo in the streets of our capitals. We hear you. You're not asking for charity. You're demanding justice, jobs, education, climate action, peace, and your seat at the decision-making table.
Come ready with your questions, to provoke, to lead. Venez avec vos idées, venez avec vos énergies et surtout beaucoup d'enthousiasme.
From promise to prosperity, it's not just a theme. It is a call to action to win the battle for good governance.
This is our moment to make history, to speak up, to show up, to shake things up.
The Africa Governance Report 2025 lays down a bold blueprint to govern our land, minerals, and oceans with purpose, with power, and on our terms.
The theme of this edition of the report is one of critical importance to Africa's future: natural resource governance. The key findings and recommendations of the report present actionable governance pathways aimed at strengthening the management of land and agricultural resources, mineral and extractive resources, marine resources, and the blue economy. Importantly, AGR 25 also provides practical guidelines for the implementation of reforms to improve natural resource governance at national, regional, and continental levels. In my view, AGR 25 on natural resource governance in Africa is the most important document of our time. It provides a comprehensive framework on how Africa can, in this current geopolitical climate, reposition itself to become a prominent player both politically and economically.
The promise of the blue economy is clear. AGR 25 calls for stronger governance, homegrown innovation, and bold action to unlock it.
Africa's vast marine and freshwater resources are a critical yet underutilized asset for sustainable development of the continent. One of the key recommendations emerging from the report is the urgent need to ensure a conducive enabling environment for blue economy development, and this is through harmonized and strengthened governance and regulatory frameworks. Decision makers of today need to be open to embracing and scaling these homegrown solutions that are coming from the continent's young people to take us forward into a bright and sustainable future.
Illicit financial flows are draining billions. This report pushes back, demanding transparency, reform, and African-led accountability.
So it's estimated that in excess of $88 billion annually
flow out of Africa through illicit financial flows. Now, that can be through trade, mispricing, misinvoicing, corruption, as well as money laundering.
Illicit financial flows are not a new topic. They've been plaguing the continent for a very long time. We had the Thabo Mbeki high-level panel report that actually came out in 2015, highlighting that over $50 billion were leaving the continent. In a later study that came out in 2019, 2020, we actually saw that there's $88.6 billion actually leaving the continent. And this affects Africa's ability to invest in growth and development, in infrastructure, in health and education services, as well as human rights, women, youth, people with disabilities.
Tax systems must work for Africans. AGR 25 makes the case for fair policy, domestic revenue, and capturing real value from our resources.
Natural resources form part of the continent's capital wealth. When we talk about Africa being mineral resource rich or natural resource rich, we include in that valuation the natural resources that are there in terms of the mineral resources, the oil and gas, the marine resources and the biodiversity that come with it, and the vast land that is there to be exploited and developed into what will be transformed into human capital. A good case in point is Zambia, that has over the past decade revised its legislation to respond to some of the pertinent needs that were there in the mining sector, to ensure that they are able to attract investment, and this investment can also sustainably contribute to development.
Africa is endowed with approximately 30% of the world's critical mineral reserves, including those essential to the global energy transition. Yet, despite this natural wealth, the continent continues to face significant revenue losses.
So something that we found quite significant about this report is that whilst it does emphasize mineral resources, which has been largely the key focus on the continent at large, it equally amplifies the necessity to recognize the true value of Africa's land, as well as its marine resources.
Land is power. Uganda's case shows how national insight can shape continental change.
Now, the African Governance Report of 2025 confirms what we've always known, that is, retaining the value of our resources, both land, minerals, marine, is no longer a luxury. It's actually an imperative. We find that Africa retains only about 10 to 15% of the total value of its mineral resources, highlighting a major gap in local value addition through processing and manufacturing. There are governance challenges that persist. Across many African countries, we find that there are weak institutions, a lack of transparency, and inequitable sharing of resource revenues. And I have to highlight that this idea of political accountability is important, because when we look at the continent, we see that there is a diversity of institutions, and that the configurations of these political institutions often really determines how resource revenue are shared. So some countries tend to have democratic institutions and others not. Others tend to save their resource revenue for the future, and others consume right now and not thinking about future generations.
Behind the scenes, voices from across governments, civil society, and communities shape this report. What they said matters.
In relation to land resource governance, the APRM has undertaken two country institutional consultations in Senegal and Uganda. When it comes to land resource governance, there's a few issues that have been recurring, especially when it comes to land tenure system. And I think in that particular case, we can look at Uganda, which has a very complex land tenure system that is actually divided into 4 tiers. So the first tier looks at the custom system, which is governed by customary laws. The other system is the Milo law, which is very specific to Uganda, we must say. Then we also look at the lease system as well as the freehold system.
But none of this works without people. AGR 25 calls for investment in skills, movement of talent, and the infrastructure to turn resources into results.
the biggest issue around natural resource governance on the continent revolves around the question of human capital. You need human capital to develop practically anything in the entire ecosystem spectrum or value chain of natural resources, whether you're talking of land, whether you're talking of marine resources, or whether you're talking of minerals. And the AGR 25 found that we have gross deficits in labor at all levels. First, at the level of the state itself. When you look at the entities that are supposed to be involved in the development of these industries, let's start with at the level of the commissions themselves. We have commissions, concessions commissions in these countries in which they are supposed to evaluate all the activities from exploration to trade. And these commissions look at which industries come into a particular economy and jurisdiction, and you require specific skills in those commissions. The report actually points to serious deficits and deficiencies around the commissions.
This isn't just a report, it's a call to action. From the grassroots to the continental stage, AGR 25 charts the way forward.
AGR 25 offers strategic recommendations to the African Union and its member states, including introducing market liberalization reform in state-owned enterprises to optimize value generation and economic efficiency, strengthening institutions and regulatory frameworks responsible for resource management, developing legislative and policy frameworks to address the historical and ongoing impacts of colonial-era mining practices, leveraging artificial intelligence, e-governance tools, and skills development to modernize and enhance the performance of resource sectors, promoting private sector participation and development of local value chains for inclusive economic growth.
This is Africa's moment. To govern what is ours, to build from within, and to rise on our own terms. AGR 25 doesn't just reflect where we are, it defines where we go next.
Distinguished colleagues and members of the APRM family, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the virtual launch of the APRM Strategic Plan for 2025 to 2028. Today, we gather to reaffirm a shared vision, the vision of a peaceful and prosperous continent, one that is governed in the best interests of its people. This is the very essence of the African peer review mechanism. Our journey does not originate from boardrooms and policy documents, but in the bold inspirations of African leaders who dare to imagine a new path for our continent. A path where African countries would take collective ownership of their development and commit to the mutual accountability in governance. It was this pioneering spirit that in 2003 gave rise to the APRM, a voluntary mechanism established as a courageous and forward-looking initiative by the African Union member states. This commitment to self-assessment and peer learning continues to stand as a testament to the vision of our founding leaders. As former Nigerian President Obasanjo noted, in order to peer review ourselves, the idea of the African peer review mechanism was born. Ever since, NEPAD and the APRM have become the key drivers of the Agenda 2063.
In its early days, the APRM was learning to walk, taking its first determined steps on a long and vital journey. We celebrated each country that bravely underwent a review, and every report sparked crucial national conversations on how to improve governance. In its first 10 years, the APRM completed 17 full country reviews. After a brief period of reduced activity, the APRM was revitalized between 2016 and 2020 under its inaugural strategic plan. This foundational phase focused on implementing the 3R strategy on the restoration, reinvigoration, and renewal of the APRM. Key priorities included strengthening the capacity of the Continental Secretariat, reinvigorating the review process, integrating the APRM within the African Union architecture, and encouraging more AU member states to join the voluntary self-assessment. The plan saw a significant broadening of the APRM's mandate, a testament to the growing confidence that the African Union and its member states placed in our work. We deepened our focus on the quality and impact of our reviews, strengthened civil society engagement, and worked to ensure that our recommendations translated into tangible reforms at national level. We were no longer just walking, we were striding forward with greater confidence and a clearer sense of purpose.
As the years unfolded, so did the complexities of our continent. The world was changing, including the hard experience with COVID-19, and Africa was changing with it. The successes and lessons from our first strategic plan paved the way for our second plan, which covered the period 2020 to 2024. This wasn't just a continuation, it was an evolution. We moved from simply reinforcing the mechanism to enhancing its effectiveness, adding state resilience to the base questionnaire for country reviews, conceptualizing the governance support program, and developing the early warning for conflict prevention program, amongst other achievements. The drive for universal accession to the APRM brought 44 of the 55 AU member states on board, and by 2024, APRM had completed an impact assessment to measure our effectiveness.
And here we are today, launching our third strategic plan for the period 2025-2028. The world is more interconnected, the challenge more intricate, and the aspiration of our people higher than before. From the digital revolution and the climate crisis to the pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063. These are the dynamic landscape that we must navigate. This plan is rooted in three P strategy on professionalism, performance, and probity as the APRM address governance challenge on the continent with impact. Key initiatives include the implementation of the governance support program, funding for national program of action, capacity development for APRM continental and national offices, and the integration of e-governance as sixth thematic area for the review process.
Our strategic plan for 2025 to 2028 has 4 themes: implementation of the APRM mandate with impact, institutional strengthening, enhanced capacity of APRM structures, resource mobilization, partnerships and financing, communications, advocacy, and outreach. This third strategic plan is more than just a document. It is a solemn promise to our fellow Africans, a promise that the APRM will remain a beacon of good governance, a catalyst for positive change, and a steadfast partner on our collective journey towards the Africa we want.
This is a call for implementation of this strategic plan by all national and continental structures. All hands should be on deck.
Implementation with impact starts with you. We thank you for your attention.
Dear African youth, greetings from the Pan-African Parliament. It is with great pride and purpose that I invite you to the APRM 5th Youth Symposium, taking place between the 10th and the 11th of November, right here at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa. This is more than just a symposium. It is a movement, your movement.
The APRM Youth Symposium is a platform built by and for young Africans to speak truth to power, to challenge the status quo, and to reshape governance across our continent.
Under the banner of youth and governance, from promise to prosperity, we reject the worn-out cliche that young people are the leaders of tomorrow.
You are the leaders of today, right now. Across the continent, your voices echo in the streets of our capitals. We hear you. You're not asking for charity. You're demanding justice, jobs, education, climate action, peace, and your seat at the decision-making table.
Come ready with your questions to provoke, to lead. Venez avec vos idées, venez avec vos énergies et surtout beaucoup d'enthousiasme.
From promise to prosperity, it's not just a theme. It is a call to action to win the battle for good governance.
This is our moment to make history, to speak up, to show up, to shake things up.
We have seen a dramatic scaling up of the way the APRM has been perceived.
The transition between the previous CEO and the current CEO looked like it has really gone really smoothly.
We have noticed as APRM Secretariat a continuation of many programs which have already started since the former leadership led by Professor Eddie Maluka.
And of course, like any other institution, it had instances as well as spaces where it needed strengthening, where it needed renewal. And I think the kind of energy that she's brought in, more especially as the first ever woman chief executive officer of the organization.
The fact in itself that we have a lady at the helm leading the APRM process is an achievement. It's a clear reflection of good governance, by the way.
Elle est arrivée avec une vision claire, renforcer le rôle des structures nationales, améliorer le suivi des plans d'action et faire du MAP un acteur incontournable de la gouvernance sur notre continent.
In terms of the Directorate of Operations, we have seen significant improvements in the operating effectiveness and efficiency of the APRM. We have seen the introduction of the 3 Ps internal strategy of professionalism, probity, and performance, which has actually ensured strict compliance with financial rules, procurement processes, and adequate planning of program activities.
Now, the challenge is when you inherit a success story, what do you do? So what we've done, we've evaluated the APRM. There was already an impact assessment report. And then we developed a strategic plan as to how then do we build on the strong foundation that had already existed.
When I went through the strategic plan that had been developed, I asked myself the question, I think the APRM is now becoming the hub, for the implementation of the African Union agenda. And more importantly, with the introduction of the e-governance.
So that has been introduced as the sixth thematic area in the APRM, and it's consequential across all the other themes. But not only that, it's consequential both internally for us as an institution, that we are going to improve the way we function, we are going to operate more efficiently. As you know, we have been going through austerity as an institution. By focusing on e-governance and looking at the technology tools and innovations that are before us, we improve the way we function as an organization, the African Peer Review Mechanism, Continental Secretariat, but we also then take that out into all our work.
And all of us can agree with that e-governance will help us to accelerate the implementation of our agendas 2063.
And the strategic direction she intends to take this APRM really, for me, is something that's definitely going to change the trajectory of our continent in as far as governance and progress is concerned. Change for better, of course.
One thing that I can say for sure is that the new CEO, who is no longer new because she's 1 year old now, has done a great job in not just revitalizing the APRM Secretariat in terms of it's been effective with its mandate, but also bringing new fresh breath in terms of how APRM is perceived.
One thing I've noticed from the Continental Secretariat is the turnaround time for things to be done. In the past, as NGCs, one of our problems had been that things don't get done in time for us to also work within our prospective member states.
Visibility that we've given APRM and looking forward with her to continue that visibility, expanding APRM's work in the 6th region.
This year, many things have happened. The adoption of the Africa Credit Rating Agency. We are even now going to pilot the governance index. About 12 countries are in the first pilot, including Uganda.
I have had the opportunity to interact with the African Peer Review Mechanism while it was still under the leadership of its former CEO, Professor Maloka, and its current leadership under Ambassador Marie Antoinette. One of the things that are worth highlighting is the visibility that the African Peer Review Mechanism has had over the past 1 year.
We've repositioned the APRM, and our focus now is tangible results and impact. And we're seeing quite a bit of results and impact in the way we engage with the member states, in the way we are strengthening the Continental Secretariat, in the way we are strengthening our presence across the continent.
And this transition that we are seeing is very important because it is encouraging member states to become more inclusive.
Si je prends l'exemple du Sénégal, depuis l'arrivée de la directrice générale, nous avons pu élaborer le rapport national sur la gouvernance. Et également, notre président récemment a été à Addis pour présenter les conclusions du rapport sur l'évaluation ciblée dans le secteur minier au Sénégal, dont le président même il a pris l'engagement devant ses pairs qu'il va mettre en œuvre les recommandations issues de ce rapport.
I'm only the CEO, but as I've said, the member states, the structure of the APRM is such that we have the member states. We have a panel of eminent persons. We have our national structures, and we have the Continental Secretariat staff with the support of the African Union Commission. This is how we work, and it's been a collective effort.
C'est un travail donc important qui a été réalisé en moins d'1 an. Et c'est hautement appréciable. Et nous aussi, au niveau de nos structures nationales, le MAEP national va en profiter. Nous sommes déjà dans cette phase de redynamisation. Et je ne peux que féliciter et encourager le travail donc, qui a été accompli.
And so, by focusing on strengthening national structures, what we are looking at is ensuring that there is a continuity of the whole agenda. Institutions anchor agendas. We ensure that there's permanency in the things that we have done. So these programs are not just floating, but these programs are actually part of national public institutions. This is very, very important.
Because if we don't strengthen the national level, it becomes difficult for the continental level to be able to diversify the program.
I was also very lucky because the past chair of the APRM, the Republic of Sierra Leone, and the current chair, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, have also shown tremendous support and political commitment towards the APRM, as well as all the member states of the APRM.
We just concluded successfully the third high-level forum on South-South cooperation for sustainable development.
For the first time, international and continental issues had been discussed, wherein Sierra Leoneans young people are privy to this discussion and they are part of the discussion. It has not been the way.
When we speak of Agenda 2063, none but ourselves are going to ensure that that actually happens.
We have seen the establishment of the African Credit Rating Agency, and hopefully in the next few months, we'll see the launch of this big institution.
She has been able to organize a breakfast meeting at the margins of the African Union, where the Africa Credit Rating Agency was discussed and adopted by the heads of state.
And I think Africa should be proud of the APRM, that at least we are now introducing a credit agency that provides an alternative opinion to what the three big credit agencies globally have been producing for Africa. And that's very critical.
Introducing reforms and good performance is one thing. For her to succeed, she would require adequate financial and human resources. And I think this is the point where I would call all African countries to support her in this endeavor.
Financial support for member states has been a key challenge. 80% of our governance program activities are being funded by partners, and this dependence has made it difficult for the APRM Secretariat to execute its mandate.
It means that we have firstly to rethink our resourcing strategy. Where do we get resources? We have traditional sources of support or resources, and all that is changing. There's diminishing investment in the institutions we have traditionally dealt with. So innovative financing is key.
So for Sierra Leone, we are ready to support. I wish that APRM can develop a mechanism within itself that will ensure that our African states really take note and heed to the recommendations that are being made by APRM, so that they don't remain just recommendations, but they are acted upon.
You know, a lot of times on the continent, we speak of the lack of political will. And I must say that coming from the member states, there's strong political will, there's commitment, there's advocacy, and there's support for the APRM.
So we have been really blessed to have an up-close relationship with her in these initial days, and we look forward to continuing to work with her to bring visibility to APRM and support her in her mission.
Let's all be part of what is happening. Let's all be part of the change that we want to see happening in our continent.
We have also seen a good vibe regarding the teamwork.
Son style de leadership à la fois ferme, inclusif et visionnaire a ouvert une nouvelle voie pour le MAEP.
I would like to once again thank the member states, but also thank the staff of the APRM. They've really responded very well to this new call to reposition the APRM and make sure that our mandate is much more focused on tangible results and impact. The APRM is like a family. So the APRM family really came together to make sure that collectively we become successful. We deliver on the mandate. And this is fundamental to the success of any organ. That unity, that collective responsibility, the political will, it's there, and the commitment to make things work.
Since 2019, an African philanthropic foundation has been interviewing thousands of young people across the continent.
By 2030, Africans will make up 42% of the world's young people. So their young people need to be listened to. The African Youth Survey has questioned thousands of young people across the continent. This week on One World, we're taking a look at some of the findings from the Africa Youth Survey. Researchers conducted 14,000 face-to-face interviews across 25 African countries. Here's why that's important. The IMF says by 2035, there will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. With so much at stake, many young Africans are taking matters into their own hands.
As the fastest growing demographic globally, African youth are the ones to watch. How will they shape their countries, influence the continent, and make their mark on the global stage? Now, in its third iteration, the African Youth Survey is the most comprehensive research into Africa's youth. It provides an in-depth look at the perspectives, sentiments, and intentions of young people across the continent on critical social, political, and environmental issues. Despite the significant economic challenges they face, African youth remain hopeful and ambitious. Attitudes about the overall direction of the continent and their countries remain negative, but there are small improvements following dips during COVID. There is a sense that the youth still believe that things can be turned around. Corruption is the single greatest hurdle they face to achieve their own potential, and there is support for a range of policies to address it, including police task forces, tougher penalties, and banning those convicted of corruption from standing for public office. Almost 60% are looking to emigrate in the next 5 years, with North America being the top destination of choice, followed by Western Europe. The youth want change. Although the majority still believe in democracy, many are turning away from the Western concept of democracy in favor of an African-infused system that will deliver the results they desire. More alarmingly, nearly 1 in 3 believe that non-democratic systems could be preferable under certain circumstances. In many African countries, young people fear political instability. They feel the negative impact of terrorism, insurgency, and armed conflict. Concerningly, there is a sharp increase in the number of young people who are approached themselves by terrorist recruiters or know someone who has been approached or joined a terrorist group. The majority of African youth do remain skeptical of foreign influence for fear of exploitation of their country's natural resources. Youth continue to identify China and the United States as the 2 most influential foreign powers in the region. An increasing proportion view the impact of Russia's influence in their country negatively. 3/4 are concerned about climate change, and 4 in 5 say their government needs to be doing more to address it. 2 in 5 youth now report spending more than 1/4 of their income on accessing clean water.
African youth appear very tech-savvy. They believe that Wi-Fi access should be a fundamental human right. On the other hand, African youth are concerned about fake news, saying fake news affects their ability to stay informed.
African youth paint a cautiously optimistic picture of the future. They have greater confidence in what's possible. They will start businesses or move overseas to pursue opportunities.
What gives us amazing hope is to see the ambition of youth wanting to be the positive change in their communities and in their environment. There is a very strong motivation amongst youth to go out and start businesses and to drive entrepreneurship.
The information is robust. We're able to predict trends because we're talking to the generation that counts. We're talking to the people who are going to make the future of the continent.
If there ever was a wake-up call to the West to say, invest in Africa, help create jobs, help keep Africans in Africa, it's now.
Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainable development. This vision is what drives the African Peer Review Mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So, what is the APRM and what makes it unique? The APRM was founded in 2003 by the African Union Heads of State and Government as an autonomous entity of the African Union. The APRM is a self-assessment and peer review process where member states voluntarily participate to promote good governance, transparency, peace, and sustainable development. It's about African countries reviewing each other, sharing best practices, learning from one another, and working collectively to strengthen governance across the continent. The fact that it is the only African-owned and African-led governance assessment and peer review mechanism, which makes it very unique. The APRM consists of continental structures and national structures. At the continental level sits the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, the Committee of Focal Point, APR Panel of Eminent Persons, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. The Continental Secretariat is led by a CEO appointed by AU Heads of State and Government.
The APRM plays a crucial role in helping governments govern themselves more effectively by providing a platform for self-assessment and peer review. It bridges the gap between the people and policymakers, ensuring that the voices of citizens are heard and reflected in governance.
Its office is supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review and Assessments, Monitoring and Evaluation, Governance, and Specialized Reporting and Operations. On the other hand, the APRM national structures are represented by a focal point who reports to the head of state, a national secretariat, a national governing council or commission that includes all non-state actors and particularly women, youth, CSOs, private sector, and the media. The NGC is at the core of the APRM process to ensure its transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. The APRM is at the heart of some of the African Union flagship initiatives to promote good governance, such as the Africa Governance Report, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, the Africa Governance Index, the Africa Governance Support Program, monitoring of Agenda 2063 and SDGs 2030, or again, the Early Warning for Conflict Prevention Program. Over 21 years, the APRM has implemented its inclusive and transparent review process in more than 26 out of 44 participating states. It has managed to create a platform for dialogue involving governments, civil society, and citizens in evaluating key areas such as democratic and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, socio-economic development, and state resilience to shock and disasters. While the APRM remains committed to its core mission of promoting good governance, which is anchored on Agenda 2063, Aspirations 3 and 4, its role has significantly expanded. The APRM now plays a key role in tracking the implementation of both AU Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2030, across the continent. Additionally, the APRM has been tasked with contributing to early warning systems for conflict prevention in Africa. The APRM's expanded role contributes further to building a stable, secure, and prosperous Africa, guided by the principles of good governance and homegrown solutions. Today, the APRM stands as a symbol of Africa's commitment to homegrown solutions. It's more than just a governance tool. It's a movement towards accountability, shared learning, and sustainable development. Together, we are building the Africa we want, driven by transparency, peace, and prosperity for all.
Since 2019, an African philanthropic foundation has been interviewing thousands of young people across the continent.
By 2030, Africans will make up 42% of the world's young people. So their young people need to be listened to. The Africa Youth Survey has questioned thousands of young people across the continent.
This week on One World, we're taking a look at some of the findings from the Africa Youth Survey. Researchers conducted 14,000 face-to-face interviews across 25 African countries. Here's why that's important. The IMF says by 2035, there will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. With so much at stake, many young Africans are taking matters into their own hands.
As the fastest growing demographic globally, African youth are the ones to watch. How will they shape their countries, influence the continent, and make their mark on the global stage? Now, in its third iteration, the African Youth Survey is the most comprehensive research into Africa's youth. It provides an in-depth look at the perspectives, sentiments, and intentions of young people across the continent on critical social, political, and environmental issues. Despite the significant economic challenges they face, African youth remain hopeful and ambitious. Attitudes about the overall direction of the continent and their countries remain negative, but there are small improvements following dips during COVID. There is a sense that the youth still believe that things can be turned around. Corruption is the single greatest hurdle they face to achieve their own potential, and there is support for a range of policies to address it, including police task forces, tougher penalties, and banning those convicted of corruption from standing for public office. Almost 60% are looking to emigrate in the next 5 years, with North America being the top destination of choice, followed by Western Europe. The youth want change. Although the majority still believe in democracy, many are turning away from the Western concept of democracy in favor of an African-infused system that will deliver the results they desire. More alarmingly, nearly 1 in 3 believe that non-democratic systems could be preferable under certain circumstances. In many African countries, young people fear political instability. They feel the negative impact of terrorism, insurgency, and armed conflict. Concerningly, there is a sharp increase in the number of young people who are approached themselves by terrorist recruiters or know someone who has been approached or joined a terrorist group. The majority of African youth do remain skeptical of foreign influence for fear of exploitation of their country's natural resources. Youth continue to identify China and the United States as the 2 most influential foreign powers in the region. An increasing proportion view the impact of Russia's influence in their country negatively. 3/4 are concerned about climate change, and 4 in 5 say their government needs to be doing more to address it. 2 in 5 youth now report spending more than 1/4 of their income on accessing clean water.
African youth appear very tech-savvy. They believe that Wi-Fi access should be a fundamental human right. On the other hand, African youth are concerned about fake news, saying fake news affects their ability to stay informed.
African youth paint a cautiously optimistic picture of the future. They have greater confidence in what's possible. They will start businesses or move overseas to pursue opportunities.
What gives us amazing hope is to see the ambition of youth wanting to be the positive change in their communities and in their environment. There is a very strong motivation amongst youth to go out and start businesses and to drive entrepreneurship.
The information is robust. We're able to predict trends because we're talking to the generation that counts. We're talking to the people who are going to make the future of the continent. If there ever was a wake-up call to the West to say, invest in Africa, help create jobs, help keep Africans in Africa, it's now.
The Global Digital Compact and other international initiatives must accommodate Africa's positions, demands, and expectations so that we can collaborate as equals who bring essential expertise to global digital governance, not as recipients of externally designed solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the gap between policy and reality can only be bridged through measurable actions. Today, let us prioritize digitization of essential services, invest in connectivity and shared infrastructure, and create inclusive products for the next generation of Africans. Africa's time in the digital age is not coming. It is already here. We must shape the global digital economy as co-creators, not consumers. In this decisive decade, the hand that holds Africa's data holds Africa's future. That hand must be African, and I insist, that hand must be African.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to begin.
Yes, we are seated.
Messieurs et madame, prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. On va bientôt commencer.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It's always a bit tricky to come and speak after people have eaten because they are very relaxed. But I know that there's energy in the room. I know that we have a lot of youth. Can the youth please make some noise? And I know we also have those, I see there's a lot of our delegates who didn't make noise. Those who are young at heart. Can you please make some noise? There we go. Thank you. Once again, welcome to the 5th APRM Youth Symposium. This is an intergenerational conversation where we believe that this conversation will not just end here, but will be transformed into action, into steps, and into implementable strategies that we can use to go forward in making Africa the great continent that it is. We'd like to continue with our program and have a brief discussion on the African Governance Report 2027 Youth Perception Survey. For that, I'd like to call Ms. Karabo Chadzingwa Mochebelele to please come up and facilitate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a good lunch. For this session, which will be a very quick session while you digest your food, we kindly request you to please scan the QR code that you see displayed above. Kindly scan the QR code by going onto your camera phone, pressing steadily, and pressing the link that comes up. As you are logging in to access the questionnaire, Excellencies, I'd just like to give you a short background of why we're doing this survey. As part of the mandate of the APRM, which is to promote good governance on the continent, the APRM develops every single 2 years the Africa Governance Report. And the upcoming Africa Governance Report will be on youth in governance. So I must implore you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to please fill out this survey so that your perceptions and your voice can add to this report, which is the 5th edition of the AGR. And I think it's important to note that the AGR's recommendations are presented to the heads of state and government of the AU. And so if you have already logged in, kindly select your language preference, French or English. And just to let you know, the questionnaire is divided into 3 sub-themes, which are for the report. One is on realizing the demographic dividend through investment in youth capital. The second is on youth leadership in entrepreneurship, industry, and public sector. And the third is on harnessing technology and innovation for e-governance, which is, of course, our new fourth thematic area for the APRM. At this juncture, as you fill in the questionnaire, I will call upon my colleague, Dr. Samson Osei, just to give you an infographic visual of what's happening with the questionnaire. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. Just for clarity, the survey is in two languages, French and English. So when you scan and go to the home page, on the top right corner, that is where you will, sorry, let me repeat myself. Good afternoon, Excellencies. The survey is in two AU official languages, English and French. So when you scan the QR code, it will take you to the home page. Now, on the top right corner, you will see a drop down. Once you click on the drop down, it will take you to the French or the English version. By default, when you scan, it will take you to the English version. So you have to select the French version. Thank you. And just to demonstrate to you, when you click, you should be able to land on this page. If the IT will assist me to project the home page. Yes, so on the top right corner here, just a minute. Because I'm the originator, my page is a bit different from you. But on the top right corner, this side, you will see the English page. For instance, let's go to the preview, yes. And then here, you should be able to select English or French. And then as my colleague Karabo has already said, there are actually three main teams, but there's also a fourth one, which is about your demographic information. So we don't want you to spend much, like a lot of time on that particular section. It's just about your age, your sex, your nationality, your country of residence, your educational background, and your status, whether you are working or you're not working. And then with that, you can now go straight to the main questions. And under each teams, we have about 5 different questions under each teams. Overall, you should be able to take about 8 minutes to complete this survey. And whilst you are filling the survey, I would like to just show you one example of the result, how the result is going to look like. At the moment, 27 of you have responded. I know some of you are busy with it. And you can see now we have about 29. So on average, it is taking us 8 minutes, 53 seconds to complete this survey. And just to show you one example of some of the questions. For instance, question number 7, we are asking which of the following skills do you think are most needed for youth to succeed in today's economy? And the result is putting ICT, information, communication, and technology as the topmost skills needed by the youth based on the result we have at the moment. And finally, I want to show you one important question. Those of you who have completed, you might have come across this last question, where we want to see the future. And here we are saying that in the next 5 to 10 years, how likely is it that frustrations among unemployed or marginalized youth could lead to social unrest or violent conflict in your community? And here we are seeing that 57% are saying that it is very likely to occur. On that note, whilst you are busy completing the questionnaire, I would like to call upon the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. As a econometrician, economist and econometrician, partially statistician, I sometimes look at stats and wonder, who picked those stats? Like, who are they asking? You see a stat where they say the youth's favorite food is something like blue cheese, and you're like, which youth? So I'm saying that to say that a survey like this is really important. So please take your time to take part in this so that your voice is heard. The point of today's symposium is to have the youth's voice heard. And so if you do not participate, we can create the platforms, but if you do not participate, your voice will not be heard. So please complete it. And as we proceed with the program, if you do not complete it in time, you may continue and do it at a later stage. We will continue to put the QR code up for you to scan and complete it at a later stage. Thank you. At this moment, we want to move on to our next panel discussion. This will be a discussion on the importance of youth investment towards government. Earlier on, we've been hearing how the youth's voice is important, how the youth represents 60% of Africa, how the youth are looking for platforms, how the youth want to be represented, whether it's in policies, whether it's in funding, or whether it's just in representation within local government and parliament. And now it's our opportunity to have a deeper conversation. How do we invest in these youths? So for this discussion, I'd like to call on Mr. Gregory Jacquet, the resident representative and head of the KAS Country Office, South Africa. Please make your way to the stage. I'd also like to call Mr. Moiketsi Kauhela, the co-chair of the Y20 South Africa. Please make your way. Mr. Monde Twala, Senior Vice President and GM, Paramount Africa, and lead BET International. Also, please make your way. Ms. Won Young Hong, United Nations Population Fund Deputy Regional Director, UNEFPA East and Southern Africa. Ma'am, please make your way. And I'd like to find out, is Her Excellency, Madame Nefertiti Mushiyi Chibanda, who is the permanent representative of the International Organization of La Francophonie, is she in the room? Oh, I guess not. Thank you. And Dr. Chijioke Wamadi, Governance, Peace and Security Advisor, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit. I hope I said that correctly. Is she in the room? All right, we will continue with the panel. Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a round of applause for our panel? As I had mentioned earlier on, Oh, for those who are wondering, my name is Harmony Ketulondi, and I will be facilitating this discussion on investment in the youth. This discussion aims to highlight the critical role of sustained investment within the youth as a foundation for good government and democratic resilience in Africa by bringing together key partners of the APRM Youth Symposium, diplomatic representatives, and private sector leaders. This discussion underscores that empowering young people through education, innovation, and leadership opportunities is essential for building accountable and future-ready institutions. The dialogue will explore collaborative pathways for youth-driven governance, focusing on partnerships that will translate policy commitments into tangible impact. So not just conversations and dialogues and words, beautiful words on paper, but actual impact. It reinforces the message that investing in Africa's youth is not charity, but rather a strategic governance imperative for inclusive growth and long-term sustainability. Basically, turning that promise into actual prosperity. With that said, I'd like to start with Mr. Gregory. What does investment in the youth mean to you?
Yeah, Your Excellencies, dear delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I represent an organization, a German organization called Konrad Adenauer Foundation. So we are a German political foundation rooted in the values of the German Christian Democratic Party. That's the party of the current Chancellor Friedrich Merz. So we are active in over 100 countries worldwide, among them in 15 African countries, and our overall objective is to promote democracy, good governance, human rights, and the rule of law. So you now may ask yourself, what has that to do with youth empowerment? I can answer that question. So because youth empowerment is at the heart of our work, at the heart of our mission in many ways. Let me give you some examples. We train young party members in leadership, integrity, and public service. We have programs like the School for Young Politicians and the Election Bridge Academy, where we equip the youth with campaign skills and communication skills. Here in South Africa, in Cape Town, we run a program called Parliamentary Scholarship that offer hands-on experience on legislative work, preparing the next generation to lead with purpose. So, and I had many conversations with young people all over the African continent. And I have found them to be bold, innovative, and also ready to lead. And we heard in many speeches before that Africa's youth is the continent's greatest strength. And that's true. But on the other side, and you mentioned that, it should not only be empty rhetoric. So I think it needs organizations like CAS, who invest in the civic education of the youth, in the integrity, in things like capacity building with the aim to build the foundation for a democratic and thriving Africa. And to make one thing clear, we as a German institution, organization, I can also speak maybe for other European institutions, we can only offer this kind of trainings. But at the end, the ownership is with you because it's your future and it's your continent. And you may allow me just two more remarks on youth engagement. True, democratic change takes time. And I'm not here now to speak against the big revolution. I'm not bold enough to do that, yeah. But revolutions, and that is also clear, we have to know that revolutions promise quick fixes, but often leave also chaos behind. So real progress, and not only on the African continent, also on other continents, comes through participation, free elections, and also through strong multi-party systems. That also means that liberal democracy is not easy to achieve, but it gives at the end the people the power to shape their future with dignity, freedom, and responsibility. Thank you.
Mr. Moeketsi, you've heard what has been available in Africa. We've spoken a lot about the platform. Mr. Gregory has spoken about some of the available facilities or programs that KAS has. What are some of the most pressing governance challenges facing the youth? And how can international organizations and governments support youth-driven solutions like yours at Y20?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's a tough question, and I think some of the answers perhaps even lie in some of the earlier remarks having been made by the colleagues who were here in the first panel discussion, right? And I think for me, when you're looking at the work of the Y20, I mean, when it came to our attention, particularly as young people working in the youth development civil society space in this country, the Global South cycle of the G20 will be wrapping up with South Africa, and then it goes back to the North. And, for us, when it came to our attention that number one, the G20 is coming to this country, for its chairpersonship, but then also it's the presidency. But also we're going to be embracing, the themes of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. I mean, we essentially organized ourselves, we mobilized ourselves, and certainly, conscientized ourselves, by number one, putting together a South African writing group, right? To say, as young people who do have these networks, right? Let's come together, let's organize ourselves, and actually young people should tell us as to how should, what is going to be their participation like, how is it going to look like in terms of, the Y20 and how we're going to shape this Y20, right? And that is when, young people said, listen, if South Africa is embracing solidarity, equality, and sustainability, we are going to be young people, are going to build bridges, right? We're going to unite for solidarity, we're going to champion equality, but also we're going to drive sustainability through 5 thematic areas that we've been negotiating into since we started this work last year, actually around October 2024, right? Leading up to, the formal negotiations and so on. And I think for me, when you look at, for example, our 5 thematic tracks, climate change, environmental sustainability, essentially what are those green horizons, right? What does it mean when we say we want to lead a just energy transition, particularly for us as young people who might also live in mining affected communities, to inclusive economic growth and employment, those pathways to prosperity, given that we know, and again, this was highlighted earlier on by some of my earlier colleagues that, again, South Africa has stats to say, and when you're looking at, the quarter labor surveys, it's us young people making the loudest noise in those surveys. Something has to give. And the third one around AI, digital innovation, and, the skills development and the future of work, particularly around, what are the ways in which you need to innovate to elevate. But the fourth one around meaningful youth engagement and reforming multilateralism and, for a just future. And I think that's also where, it goes to the heart of your question, where young people are saying, we want to form part of these multilateral organizations, right? I often say to the young people that we also work with, but how many of us actually, even before today, knew that, the Pan-African Parliament is headquartered in South Africa, in Midrand? But also, if you unpack, how many of us actually know that this parliament has a youth caucus, right? And what are they caucusing about? And what do we also need to do as, Dr. Nkosazana said earlier on, to mobilize ourselves as young people, to also participate? Because, again, even when you're looking at some of the elections outcomes across the continent, young people are always, we never participate, right? And I think for me, it's also important to hold the mirror to ourselves as young people, right? It's one thing to say, yeah, this democracy is not working, but there are other people who are actually getting up to vote and making decisions on your behalf. So I think it's also quite important, particularly when it comes to elections, right? What are the ways in which we need to also convince each other? I mean, much was said even here about Zambia, and I'm actually thinking when you're looking at 2018, the elections around Zambia, there were young people who mobilized themselves around Youth for Parliament. They literally organized 600,000 organizers, and 160 of them actually made it across the Zambian parliament and even at local level, right? That shows you the power of mobilizing ourselves as young people. But the last one, going back to the Y20, the theme that we mobilized ourselves around was inclusive social development and fighting inequality, right? Where we're saying we're going to leave no one behind. And part of what we did as this Y20 South Africa to make sure that we are as inclusive as possible, but also keeping in mind and being appreciative of the fact that South Africa's G20 presidency is also seen to be, Africa's G20 presidency. One of the things that we did was to put an expression of interest, right? And in fact, the African Union, particularly the Directorate on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, sent through a delegation to say, we must participate in this. This is the AUY20 delegation. And in our working groups, I have here my colleague with me, Zanele Masuk, and some of the working group members who are in attendance today. And most of them also not only come from South Africa, but also from the African continent, right? And as I wrap up program director, for us, part of, participation, good governance, but also being as inclusive as possible has also conducting civil society outreach programs across the 9 provinces where we've partnered up with institutions like the South African Institute of International Affairs, and I see, Luanda here and Donovan, who've been assisting us in that work, but also as well, we've partnered with the G20 Education Working Group, where we've went to all nine universities across, this beautiful country of us, the 9 provinces, where we've conducted the G20 Y20 roadshows, where we're saying, whether you're a young person and you don't know about the G20 or even the Y20, it's our business to make sure that you know about it, right? So that you're able to have your input around these decisions that are being made so that you can also play that meaningful role, right? I'll leave it there, Program Director.
All right, thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Monde, we're going to move to you because entertainment plays a great role. He spoke about how there are a lot of initiatives that are available, but people don't know. There are things that are going on G20. The fact that the parliaments are here, Pan-African parliaments are here in Midrand. A lot of information is missed, and the way information is disseminated and consumed by a lot of our youth is through television. But I want to find out. MTV Base and the Staying Alive Foundation have long championed youth empowerment through edutainment. Can you share how these platforms are creating spaces for young Africans to engage with critical issues like governance, mental health, civic participation, and also just having them be informed about KAF and Y20 and all these great organizations that are around to feed them data that is relevant to their future?
Thank you for having us here today. I think I'll kick off right at the top of it. I think the world is fast moving. Technology is influencing how young people consume information, how they use the information. But I think there's a big lag between the fast pace of technology and where it's going and how they're using technology. If you look at the digital economy, digital innovation, that's where the digital natives are, and that's young people. And they are really maximizing the space, but I think policy is lagging behind because I think, policy investment in young people or in those spaces is not moving as fast as it should. The big elephant in the room is probably AI. AI, as we know it, is a big beast.
Yes,
that we are all that is unfolding in front of us. Let's ask ourselves the question: is AI Africanized, or is AI still a Western language? So that's something that we need to really engage on in terms of how do we then start culturally using technology to really preserve our languages, our cultures, our traditions, all of that, and make sure that it's also in line and accessible to as many young Africans as possible. In the job that I do, I look after the Paramount Africa business. We have MTV Base, which is the #1 youth platform on the continent. We have BT, we have Nickelodeon, Comedy Central, etc. In that space, we really invest a lot of time in research. So we talk to young people all the time. What are they doing? Where are they? What bothers them? Some of the stats came through in the earlier presentation, and really, truly, things like mental health. We're actually screening tomorrow in this hall. Tomorrow we're screening a brand new unseen documentary called The People versus End Mental Health.
And that comes out of market research. We talk to young people, we look at the rate of suicide, we look at the rate of social bullying and what's happening across these digital platforms, and we decided to then give young people the voice. And I think that's the other gap, is that we must let young people speak for themselves. They are going through an evolution, a revolution, a digital and technology revolution. And we need to make sure that, from an African culture heritage perspective, that we still, you want your, I've got a 14-year-old boy. I want him to go Google African leaders and find them online. I want African products, African food, African experiences, and everything we do, we kind of try and really be that mirror for young people, emulating lived experiences and give them that opportunity. And I think you'll see that in the documentary we do. Another piece of work we've done quite successfully over time is in the youth health space with our foundation side, which is Staying Alive Foundation. That is MTV Sugar. I think everyone knows MTV Sugar. We've done, it's a drama series that looks at youth health, sexual health particularly, in a normal way, in a normal drama, in a script. And that's been successful. And that's been, over the last 15 years, having MTV Sugar in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And we are working on expanding it out to as many territories as possible. But in that space, it's really about using storytelling to impact behavioral change. Today, do we hear about messages about condomizing, sexual health? We don't. So where are the kids getting it now? They're getting it online. They're getting on this little small device here that we all carry it around. Sometimes even more scary things are happening that we're seeing, where young people are asking AI for advice, for sexual advice. Young people are taking their lives, asking AI. It will give you the advice. Drug abuse, alcohol abuse. These are issues that I think are a roadblock for many young Africans, and we try and leverage storytelling, and we try and leverage the power of media and platforms to speak to young people in their language, in their tone, not in thick policy documents that sometimes it doesn't resonate. We've just done an amazing project, just to finish off, with the MTN called Room of Safety. Room of Safety creates awareness and a safe space for the youth online. They don't know what tools they have to report bullying, to report inappropriate content online. So there are tech companies now coming forth, from your Metas, your Googles. They're all coming through they now have tools to make sure that young people are protected online. And the reporting part, the biggest problem is access. We need to use access and use media and storytelling as a form to not only just entertain, but to share knowledge and create more awareness, I guess.
Yeah, edutainment, to educate and to share awareness. I think before we continue, can I just request, you mentioned how there's a platform that allows people to go and report things like cyberbullying and all of that. We can start this side. Can you just give your organization's details so that we are able to access some of the tools your organization has? Because I know it's great that we're hearing about it and then we go home and we don't know where to find it. So if we begin this side, yeah.
I think I need you to repeat the question. What is it that you want my
No, just your organization's details.
Oh, okay. I work for the United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA in short, and I'm definitely not one young Hong. My name is Tamisai Chinengo. Like a website address? Sorry, I'm really a little confused with the question. Like,
yes, just
okay. It's
yeah,
UNFPA.org is where you would go to access information about UNFPA.
Okay, we'll come back to that. I just want to everyone so that we have your addresses where we can find your tools, your programs.
I think
some of the available.
From our perspective, I think it's just MTV based across all your social media.
Yeah,
that's kind of our hashtag and our destination for young people.
Yeah.
They are digital websites. I find people don't go to websites anymore. They are on Instagram. They are and we are there. And you'll find that the content that's there is very balanced.
Yeah.
Because it is about edutainment.
And the site that you mentioned where people can go and access
it's
for cyberbullying
at MTV base.
Okay, so we can just reach out to them.
Yep.
There. All right.
Thank you. KAS South Africa. You find us the website, but also on social media. Thank you.
For us, in terms of our website, is www.y20southafrica.org. And then across all our social media platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, X, or former Twitter, and TikTok, we are Y20 South Africa 2025.
Yeah. All right. Wait, while we're there, I just want to ask you, how can the Y20 platform be leveraged to promote youth investment and governance in Africa? And what outcomes do you hope to see from this engagement? Because it's not just about having the program and just doing a tick box exercise. What do you hope to achieve from your programs?
Well, for us, when you look at, not only our civil society outreach work, but also even, some of the collaborative work we've done with the working groups and also some of our, engagement groups, partners in the social track of the G20. I mean, we've been saying, listen, let's look at the history of the Y20, right? We are the oldest engagement group across the social track in terms of the engagement groups, right? Plus minus 15 years this year, right? 14 years of recommendations, right? Plus minus 200 recommendations even, right? In fact, our team, our research and monitoring team did some work around, the past communiques that we did. And essentially, one of the things that we've been calling for is what does institutionalization actually look like, right? Particularly for us as young people within the G20 member states, right? Whether it is through a council, a Sherpa's council, but some form of institution, right? Where we are able to track progress as young people. And this is nothing new. Right, we see it with the B20, right, which represents the business of interest. We see it with the W20, which represents the interests of women within the G20 space. But also we see it as well with the C20 and some of the international advisory councils that they have, where we are able to say, look at how even the African Union, got admitted in September 2023 into the G20, right? And that is because of the phenomenal advocacy work that was done by the Indian colleagues who said, we must have a global South voice, right? So that global South-to-South solidarity, right? So for us really is to say, it is time for multilateral processes to also have some form of institutionalization where, as young people, we're able to track progress. We can be able to say that on the 10th of November 2025, we came to the Pan-African Parliament. We had, through the APRM Youth Symposium, we agreed on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And so that next year, when we come back for the 6th annual APRM Youth Symposium, we're able to say that, we agreed last year on 5 recommendations or on 5 things, but at least we worked on 2 and we actually implemented them. Whether it is, on issues of AI and so on and some of the ethical considerations of that space, or whether it was on saying that as part of youth, institutionalization, we must also make sure that the young people who are meant to be here but are not here because of structural impediments and also the apartheid and colonial legacies that we still suffer from, but, they are here now. And this is their contribution, and this is what it looks like, right? So for us, it's been saying we need, as young people, mechanisms, permanent mechanisms that we can go back to, but fundamentally, they are about monitoring and evaluation so that, again, policy is not created in a vacuum, but actually speaks to the, material conditions of young people on the ground who, again, we're speaking about AI and digital inclusion and so on. But 31 years into South Africa's democracy, our young people are still experiencing the digital divide, right?
Yeah.
It's one thing to talk about the problem, but also now, what do we do about it, right? And that institutionalization allows us to go back and say, okay, fine, this is the problem, this is the challenge, and this is what our solution looks like that is co-created. Because I do think it also needs to be intergenerational.
Yeah.
It can't just be only by one generation. No, I do think it needs to be an intergenerational work.
Yeah.
I think it's a responsibility we ought to share. Yeah.
It is an intergenerational one, and an organization that has done really well with that is the United Nations Population Fund. And I really want to find out from you, what are some of the challenges that you have noticed, and what are some of the challenges your organization is addressing?
Okay, thank you very much, Harmony. Sitting in this room, one question that keeps coming to me is, what is governance for? We're talking about young people participating in governance, but to what end? And as UNFPA, we're known as the Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency within the United Nations, and our mandate revolves around what we call the 3 zeros: ending preventable maternal deaths, ending unmet need for contraceptives to allow people to have real reproductive choices, and ending gender-based violence and harmful practices. And within especially the Eastern Southern Africa region, we also look at sexual transmission of HIV. So I go back to my question of what is governance for? And I feel as young people in this room, we are a very privileged group of young people to actually be able to be called into these kinds of platforms and be able to participate and have our voices heard. But I wonder if we recall, the voices of young women like Tando, who's living in a rural area where we have rates of teenage pregnancy around 92 births per 1,000 girls aged 15 to 19, where 30% of those girls are married before the age of 18 years. And when we speak about governance and we speak about harnessing the demographic dividend through investment in youth capital, are we recalling that youth transcends our experience in this room? Are we recalling the young people who are in those circumstances as well? And then my next question goes to, who is then representing these young people? The Mandela Institute of Development Studies in 2019 gave a ballpark figure of about 1.5% of parliamentarians in Africa being below the age of 30. And this is on a continent where we are saying 70% of people are aged below 30. And we only have 1.5% of representatives being able to actually speak the language of young people, being able to actually speak about the lived realities of young people. And with many thanks to all the young people who have worked on agendas related to governance in the past, I think it's also important, and I think my brother Monde said it well, the current environment is very different. When I grew up, I'm not even a young person myself, we didn't have Bitcoin. My kids always try and tell me about investing in Bitcoin. I can hardly understand it. We didn't have news outlets over TikTok. My kids are so informed, and I ask them, where did you hear about this GBV case in Durban? Oh, at TikTok. Where did you hear about the uprising in Madagascar? Oh, I saw it, TikTok. And they're always, fast with news, things that we didn't have in our generation. So when we talk about governance, are we thinking of governance in this current environment? When we talk about youth empowerment, and a speaker earlier said governments have a lot of youth empowerment programs. But again, is it real youth empowerment programs? Many times they mean they have like microfinance things that they give to young people to start entrepreneurship projects. And then we say we have empowerment programs. But a lot of young people don't even understand public finance cycles. They don't understand legislative processes. What happens when governments go out and have, community outreach to discuss bills that are on the table? They miss the boat and then only protest at the end when the finance bill is published because they didn't know that there were public hearings. They don't know all these things. And so we're saying when we're speaking about education, is it just education for the sake of a curriculum, or is it education for the sake of allowing young people to be able to actually participate in governance? Think of the young people where you're coming from. How many of them can speak the language that you can speak beyond the peers that you have in the organizations you're coming from? Think of meeting your cousins over the Christmas dinner, whatever family gathering. Can they speak and understand governance language? So I think these are some of the issues we battle with, and are working with governments and people like the APRM to see how to make sure that we actually are accountable to the lived realities of young people. Thank you.
Thank you. It's quite clear that we all have our plate full, and the change starts with each and every single one of us. It's not just about looking outwardly to what can the government do or who can give me this or whatever the case may be. We also have to take the action. Uma spoke about how when a revolution happens, you're not invited to it. You have to go out and participate. And we're just so grateful that each and every single one of you, your organizations and the work that you're doing have created platforms and tools where the youth can come up and take advantage of these tools, communicate in the language that speaks to them and address issues that are relevant not only to them, but to their community, and even address issues that aren't necessarily relevant to them, but that they have noticed and pointed out. I've just been informed that Her Excellency, Madame Nefertiti Mushia Chibanda is here, and I'd like to call her to please go to one of the, do you mind raising your hand so I can see where you are? Oh, there we go, Madam. You're able to speak with your mic if I'm not, yes. So could you please give us just a 2-minute address about your organization, La Francophonie, and some of the programs and the tools you have to invest in the youth? Pardon me. And while she does that, we want to move into a questions and answer segment because we are talking about the youth. We want to hear the youth's voice, want to give the youth a voice, but it's not the youth who are speaking. So can we... I think we're going to pick, I think 2 from each block. Is that fine? 3 from each. All right. No, from each quadrant. 5. Y'all play too much. No. We're just a bit behind. I think let's start with 3, and then if we have some time, because we've got other panel discussions that we can do. So let's pick 3 for now. Please make your way to. There's a podium. If you don't have a microphone in front of you, you can make it you can make your way to a podium, and we'll get your questions. So, Madame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I will be addressing in French because I am the representative of the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie. And I will speak for 5 minutes because we have said we have 5 minutes. And this is a very important panel. C'est un panel où nous sommes en train de discuter.
It's a panel in which we are discussing the role of sustainable or sustainable investment on the youth. I would like to discuss the contribution of Francophonie. Your Excellency, Madame Dlamini Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Your Excellency, Madame Marie-Rose Quatre, CEO of the APRM, Excellencies, ambassadors and representatives of the international organizations, young leaders of the continent, here present, dear participants and guests, it's a real pleasure for me to intervene in this session on behalf of Francophonie and on behalf of its secretary, Madame, Her Excellency, Madame Louise. I would start. Before I start, I would like to send my gratitude to the APRM secretary for having invited me to be part of this youth symposium to discuss crucial issues related to governance in Africa, issues of defiance of citizens against governments that is plagued by political tension, that is fueled by a well-connected and revolted youth fighting against inequality. The participation of this youth that represents 60% of African population is a reality, a strategic reality for inclusive growth, stability, and long-term stability. This demography is an opportunity to stimulate economic growth and African development, but also it is a challenge if inclusive policies are not set in place. The active youth will build a just and consolidated environment. The youth is not only the future, but they are the presence, as seen in what they are doing, their capacity to change social realities around them. They are at the heart of all of programs that are undertaken by the Secretary General. So it's with pleasure that we participate in this symposium. For years now, Francophonie has been lobbying to give the voice to the youth and Francophonie has also launched two big consultations in the Francophonie space. The first was Francophonie, the future of Francophonie, where the youth from 15 to 35 years were invited to build the future of Francophonie to be most recently in 2023, the Francophonie launched another consultation on the demographic rupture in Africa to see if they can find solutions for the well-being of the population, the youth being at the center of this. The youth express their priorities and intentions. These two moves allow the youth to define their priorities, access to education, access to quality education, decent employment, and entrepreneurial support, and recognition and representation. I would like to congratulate the youth here present who participated in that consultation process. These allowed the Francophonie, especially in the strategic organization of 2023-2024, within the framework of our work 2024-2027, we built our programs and based on the results from such consultations. In response to this, the Francophonie initiated so many structural actions to allow their educational emancipation and innovation. These are a few. You've surely visited the Francophonie stand, I hope so. Which describes a couple of programs that we do. The CLICK program, training on digitalization, training on the digital related careers like communications, marketing, user interface, web security, and other digital solutions. Since then, 15 youths in the Francophone area in Africa benefited from such training. We also launched a youth innovation competition. 2,000 candidates in 2024 postulated for it, and two amongst them benefited from agro-entrepreneurial support. We spoke of arable land on the continent. We also looked at creative a sector which is not really well exploited in Africa, in the French-speaking country, sport as well as sports. The innovation program, which is aimed at identifying, training, and supporting French-speaking students in their regions, too, was done. Our goal is clear. to use innovation as an point of entry for the youth. Programs invested programs for youth, both in the public and the private sectors, to allow students, the youth, to be able to participate in the development in their countries.
Ecological transformation. There were 3,500 candidates from different countries. There was a jury selected from the 20 promising projects, and the youth would be supported by the Francophonie organization, and we'll try and help them raise funds to support them. When it comes to inclusion of young people in the peace and security processes, we also want to implement the agenda of youth, peace and security via the training through our Senghor University of Alexandria. So we also have a leadership program for young people for them to take responsibilities. These young people who were trained have the chance to share their ideas. And every summit, we select 20 youth people from the French countries for them to share a roundtable with heads of state in order to discuss concrete ideas for more youth employment. So this commitment to include the youth is a deep commitment that we are going to meet regularly with the young people. So we've integrated the Francophone youth in this network of the youth Francophones in order for them to respond to the needs of the youth. So this network, I see some of them are in this room, the thematic coordinator, Mr. Moses, coordinator for peace. You have youth from 32 states of Francophonie who are part of this network. So we have interactive consultations, and we start seeing some of the results. Also from the consultations that we have, some of which were done last month, on peace, democracy, and safety in the Francophone space, which is a priority for the youth network. The outcomes show that every day, what we said in the past, the young French speakers are innovative, they mobilize, they are dynamic, and they are a source of inspiration. And the Francophonie is there to support them. So we'll keep on being with the youth and for the youth. We are ready to work with all the partners, just like we've done for a number of years with the APRM. So we have 35 member states from the continent. So, dear CEO of the APRM, this morning we spoke about hashtag APRM Youth. I would suggest another one, which is hashtag Let's Listen to the Youth. Thank you very much, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
La plupart des jeunesses francophones, a huge part of the French youth usually find themselves left out. You know, because if you look at social media, if you look at entertainment, the bulk of entertainment is in English. And so the bulk of platforms are also in English. But it is so beautiful to see that there are French platforms, there are German platforms, there are English platforms, there are African platforms, all created to provide tools for you, the youth, to be a part of changing not only your community, not only your country, but the whole continent of Africa. There's a Bible verse that says, "My people perish because of lack of knowledge." But now we have this information right here at your hands. And it's up to you to make that difference. So at this point, I just want to ask if we could have those questions. Can I have, all right, I think I'm going to need the team to please assist me. Okay, 1, 2, oh, please keep your hands up. All right, I think, yeah, we're going to cap it here. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, because you guys only have 3, and then 2 this side. All right, 3. Okay, let's begin this side. We can start with you, ma'am. You came late, but it's okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
And please, one question, and please make it short so that the panel can answer, and also address it to whoever it is that you desire to answer.
Okay, I think I'm going to be a bit out of topic, but aligned to the youth and, yeah, simply the youth. So my question is deeply rooted. To whoever it may concern, is it advisable for the upcoming and current youth to pursue studies in politics or humanities with the aim of participating in government, given the existing structural challenges facing the government and the continent? Those challenges being colonial legacy, being conflict and instability, and I'm going to name only 3, and climate change. And if it is advisable, what measures can the government take to address these challenges and create opportunities for meaningful youth participation in governance?
All right, who would like to answer?
Thank you for testing. Is it working? Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, awesome. No, thank you for the question from the young lady asking whether it's advisable for young people to study politics or the humanities in general, but also given the current, issues that we are faced with and, these geopolitical times we're navigating in the context of climate change and so on, what measures can government take? I would encourage our young people to actually study the humanities. And in fact, I do think, the humanities, I know, Africa, the continent, we get bashed that, we've got so many social ills, yet so many social scientists, right? But I do think also universities, but particularly in this country, from primary, ECD, primary, high school, but also I think, higher education institutions need to think about, what does a holistic, education experience looks like for young people in this country. And I'm just using this country as an example, right? Because I remember certainly I went to Wits, right? There was a time when in 2016, Wits University put a halt on the LLB degree because there was a conversation between the university and industry. So the big 5 law firms, your Bowmans and so on. And in fact, the law firms were like, to the university, listen, you're producing, distinctions and so on, but there's no critical thinking here, right? And what can we do to basically make sure that, we rethink what an LLB course looks like, right? I would certainly argue that, young people must follow the, whatever it is that they want to study. But I would also encourage, any young person, if higher education is your calling and you're going to go there, consider actually studying one subject in the humanities just to train your mind to think differently. Because the beauty about the humanities is that you're able to, see how things, the willingness to see things differently, right? I also know that because, I remember at some point I was a tutor at Wits for health science students who were taking sociology, because you need to understand that as a future doctor, when someone comes with ailments, you also need to consider the environment and so on, right? But before I take long, one of the things that I think we also, and I hear your second question around what can governments do to make sure that we participate, but actually, if you look at our constitution and the way in which it's designed, but also how local government, the Local Governments Act is designed in this country actually, says we want participation. Earlier on, Dr. Zuma would have also spoken about, there are parliamentarians who have constituencies and so on. And yes, it's important to talk about the state of health, the state of education at a national level, but at the end of the day, all of us here are going to sleep in a municipal ward, whether you're visiting or not. And what I'm trying to show you here is that, whether your street lights will be working when you get home tonight, or there are potholes, or there's criminality in your area and so on, that is as the result of the people at local government, right? Also, we as young people need to really organize ourselves, particularly in attending what is called integrated development planning meetings, IDP meetings, the community-based planning meetings, whether you're at university or not, and like I said, whether at that ward that you're in at the moment, it's under university res or what, you need to go and attend, because that is where there is an opportunity for us as young people to basically engage the mayors, the MMCs for finance, community health, and so on, to actually say, this is what we actually need, right? So that it can inform, the needs assessment report that they would need to go through, right? But also there are other processes like public procurement processes at a local government level in this country where, as citizens, we are allowed to engage those processes, right? I'm raising all of these things because, again, how many of us know that in every municipality, most municipalities now have got youth directorates. They are given a budget. What are they doing with that budget? But part of them not knowing what to do with that budget, because we also don't go and say, hey, what are you doing? Municipalities have Section 79 and Section 80 committees, which are oversight and accountability mechanisms and committees to say, we as citizens are here to hold you to account. When a city power, pick it up, Joburg Water, and I'm just using COJ as an example. Right? So participation is also a two-way process. The constitution is there, the local government, act is there, and it already encourages participation. But oftentimes we also find that when you go into IDP meetings and community-based planning meetings, they are politicized.
Thank you.
But what do we need to do to depoliticize them? Because again, we're increasingly making it difficult for young people in this country to participate outside of formal processes, right? If you're not part of a political party, that's fine. But what do you need to do to participate as well?
Thank you.
I can go on, Program Director.
No, I can. I was trying to. But thank you so much for that answer. Even Nelson Mandela spoke about how education is a powerful tool that can change your life. You can go to that meeting, but if you haven't studied, you won't know what they're talking about. So education really is important. Whatever form of education, whether it's online courses, whether it's universities, whatever the case may be, it is really crucial for you to be educated so that you are able to, first of all, participate, but also understand what is going on. Can I please ask that the questions, once again, be short and the answers even shorter? All right. Thank you. We'll go to the gentleman at the back there.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Emmanuel and I'm from Ghana. Not for the first time, I've been trying to tell my Gen Z cousins, nephews, nieces about the APRM Youth Symposium, APRM stuff, and so on and so forth. As soon as they hear that there's something connected with the African Union, then their eyes glaze over. And they start telling me about, they just go and have talk, and go and have coffee and drink and so on and so forth. What do we need to do to ensure that we break that myth to our relatives, Gen Z relatives, whom we would like to see engaged in some of these processes? What do we need to tell them about the fact that this is just more than talk, so that they begin to get that buy-in of really appreciating what is actually happening here? Because some of them, to be honest with you, I feel are too comfortable in the spaces they are. Some of them are already doing internships in spaces where they are already projected what they're going to do, marriage and so on. So you mentioned this and they're like, okay, nah, it's not for me. What do we need to do very quickly to make sure that we change that for them? Thank you.
All right. Who would like to take that one?
I'll attempt to kind of answer your question in a simple way, but in a roundabout way at the same time. I think it's really about access. How do we provide the youth access to all this amazing structure, information, policy? How do we make them understand it in a simple way that resonates? Give you an example. We had the national elections in South Africa. We we partnered with the IEC. And it's common knowledge, the youth vote is very, very poor in this country. Young people are not going to the polls, and it's sad because they are the future. It's their country to manage and take it forward and participate. And I think the biggest thing, though, is that the drive, and I was engaging the IEC on this point. The drive should be every single day. What are you doing to talk to young people every day? Does the IEC have Instagram? How do they use digital platforms to talk to them about every day? The how-to is like a basic thing. How to go vote. Why vote? That was the campaign. It was called Why Vote that we partnered with the IEC on. And it was a successful campaign. But now, immediately after elections, it went away.
Yeah.
Now, no one's talking to young people. No one's engaging them. No one's inviting them. Right now, even the private sector, banks are trying to bank the youth, but they're not simplifying the message in a way that is tangible, that they can walk away with tools to help them with financial wellness. Young people are also putting us under pressure. Young people are saying we need brands, leadership needs to stand for something. And I think that someone mentioned earlier today about accountability. I think it's my colleague from Kenya. She mentioned about accountability. They are holding us accountable. It's not about approving policy that never gets implemented.
Yeah.
It's about putting action to those policies and regulations and initiatives that are there for them to use. I just think it's not accessible enough. And I think the CEO, in my engagement with her, we spoke about how do we make it accessible? How do we make the AU accessible?
Yeah.
I really would love to see packed people outside. I would like screens outside.
Yeah.
Young people outside. We are the youngest continent in the world, and we should have more action and think that active citizenship that we spoke to earlier, the previous group spoke to earlier.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do you want to add?
For me, I think I'll just say, make it make sense, because I work for the UN, and even my own children call me out about talk shows and blah, 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 that they feel like it's just platforms for old people to talk among themselves about what they aspire to, but never actually do. And even if they were to engage and say something, nobody ever listens, so why bother? So I totally agree with the glazing overlook. I see it as well. But I think sometimes it comes back to us to say, if we have policies and say this is going to happen and it doesn't happen, then what's the point for young people to engage?
Yeah. There's a saying that says the best teacher is action. It's not your words, it's not what you're saying, it's not what you convey or the formulas, it is your actions. And so I think everyone learns. This new generation is quick and they don't want too many conversations. They have TikTok for conversations and all of that. So I think if we do showcase our action, if we do showcase why, like you said, the campaign you had, why is it important?
I wanted to add that I've got a 20-year-old also who used to come home, and this thing started home, guys. And I used to say, how did you do today at school? Did you check? What did you make someone smile today? Did you learn something new? And we all ask our kids this, and it's down to the report card. So this generation, Gen Alphas, Gen Zs, they've grown up being accountable to their parents, being accountable to deliver in anything that's invested in them. Yet they're now asking us. They're asking us for a report card.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big difference. We need to, where we win, we must celebrate our win. We must communicate our win.
Yeah.
Every forum, this forum, must have a KPI. There must be KPIs out of here to say, okay, cool, we've agreed to these 5 things, and the next sitting must start with the 5 things.
Yeah.
Did we achieve them? That's how we run business.
Yeah.
And that's what the young people, I think, are asking for that. They want results.
Yeah. I think we're definitely running out of time. Can I just see that there was one more on this side? Okay, and so 1, 2, there were only 3 this side. Now all of a sudden there's like 20 hands. Okay, so we'll take the gentleman in the back there. We'll take this gentleman here, and then I'll need my colleagues to just pick 3 on this side, and I think there were 2 on this side. 3. Okay, so just 3 here, and then over there, please a quick one, and then.
Thank you, Program Director or Moderator, as you can put it. Thank you for the APRM for inviting us to be here, and thank you to the distinguished guests and everyone who was able to come here. It's just a few comments, and then I'll go to my question. The first one being that I think we're not in touch with our reality. We need to go have these meetings in our communities. These conversations we're having here, we need to have them in our communities, because that's where we'll see the real problems of our people. But secondary to that, it's a question that my sister asked here about how humanities degrees have got irrelevant. But I think what we need to understand is that how do we drive policy into our institutions to ensure that we don't only have computer scientists and engineers that are focused on the maths part, but forget about the humanity part. So maybe the question or the approach that we should be taking is how do we decolonize our education, but without compromising again institutional autonomy or academic freedom of an institution. But my question goes to, to Mwekezi, the Y20 policy leader, or anyone who's there who will be able to answer it, is that, our president here of Pan-African Parliament, there's something that he said. He said that he's an older youth. What he's basically saying is that, from my understanding, is that how do we ensure that today, as we're youth and older generation, don't push us away, but allow us to still guide. But we're not away from assisting to ensure that our country or our continent is all right. So my question is, with all these youth bodies that we have, how can we ensure that are able to have what we call a continental standard that at this certain age, for instance, you are not allowed to be in parliament. There's this certain stage in your age. But furthermore, maybe there's a fossil.
Furthermore, my brother.
No, I'm closing. But furthermore, there's a fossil league, or a fossil forum, which serves as a body to advise the young ones in parliament. How can we ensure that those bodies that we have, the youth organizations that we have, ensure that we have this in place? I'm just giving an example, but probably there's more. Thank you.
Can I just say, when you ask your question, please make it a short question, even for yourself, because the first part I don't know if they even remember the first part of your question. So you will lose your audience, and you will lose even the quality of the response if your question is way too long. Would you like to answer?
Yeah. Can I make a suggestion, Program Director, for the sake of time? Let's take all of them, and then we consolidate them, and then we will just split them up amongst ourselves. Because my fear is that with doing a question and response, we're also taking time in our responses. So let's take all of them to make sure that our young people are fully heard, and then we're able to consolidate. Yeah.
I agree with you. All right, let's do that. Where are the hands that are... you see, you guys are exaggerating now. Please be integral. We're trying to build a good Africa here. Okay, so can I please have some assistance? Where's the team who can just assist? Can the team please assist with picking 3 on this side, because there are more hands that have come up here. I know this gentleman had a question, so please ask your question.
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right. Hello? Okay, thank you very much. My name is Namno Brown, and my question is very short, and it's directed to the gentleman from DSTV. Great. What?
MTV.
MTV. Okay. Okay. So I just want to ask about the access to the information that you provide, especially on mental health and sexual health, because these are very important areas, especially mental health, because we're seeing a lot of suicides more than ever now in Africa. And yeah, that's basically the station's free and all of that. So I promised it was going to be short.
Thank you. One question, please. The gentleman there.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. Before I go to my question, I just want to concur with Mogetsi on the point of young people being members of communities before anything, because Mogetsi put it very well that even the higher education institutions that we attend are part of ward committees, or wards rather, which have ward committees and other local government structures. I'm talking about in the South African context now, and I believe that community or civic participation by young people is often what actually bolsters like activism and also the upheavals that we've been witnessing around the continent, such as Madagascar as well as Kenya. So I really want to concur with Mogetsi on that point. And then moving on to my question, I think over the past couple of years, we've witnessed a lot of, I would say, protests as well as demonstrations and even upheavals in countries such as Madagascar recently, in Kenya, and even in Nigeria back in 2020, when Muhammad Buhari, the late, was still the president. But one thing that has been a bone of contention insofar as that is concerned is the role that the AU is playing insofar as mediating and arbitrating effectively and efficiently in ensuring that the things that have been happening in the continent do not happen again. For instance, some things such as elections which get rigged and all of that don't really find expression in the AU. So then you really ask ourselves as young people, and even as the public in general, as civilians in the continent, as to, is the AU really being efficient in countering some of the challenges that you are facing, not only as young people, but some of the challenges such as the staleness of incumbency when it comes to people hogging over power and everything like that, like we've seen, because we've seen a lot of things that have been happening, but the AU has been silent on many issues. So the question that I'm posing is, has the AU been really efficient in countering some of the challenges and also arbitrating on some of the issues that we've been facing as a continent? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to be a bit of a bully and say that we're speaking a lot about hogging power, but we also hog the microphone. So it starts with you here. Time is of the essence. Before we continue with the questions, we just want to take time to please honor Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who is about to leave us. So can we please stand up and give her a round of applause as we honor her and as she makes her way out. Thank you so much, Ma. All right, you may be seated. I've also been informed that unfortunately we have to take one from this side and one from that side, but we have two more panels, if I'm not mistaken. We have two more panels where your questions can be asked. One of the panels speaks on intergenerational dialogue. I'm just having a quick glaze. So cross-generational exchange on Africa's governance trajectory and its implication for youth inclusion. So if your question is better suited there, then please, yeah, that one definitely goes there. And then we have another one on re-engineering Africa's now, so the birth of a new era. So ideas and policies and things with regard to the new era. So please, if your questions align with those two panels, please save them for those later panels. My mom always used to say, "Le royaume de Dieu appartient à ceux qui sont violents," which means the kingdom of God belongs to those who are violent, and his hand went up first. So, so you can have one question there, and then on that side, yes, lady with the big hair, his hand went up first. The rest of you can still ask your questions afterwards, so please.
Good evening. My name is Henry Masugu, and I represent Build One South Africa. I think first it's deeply concerning that you are having a youth symposium, and in your program, you only allow the youth to speak last. More so, you opened up a QR link and you said we must put our voices on a QR link in our own symposium. I move then to my question, and I would like the gentleman from CAS to make a contribution with regards to the two past elections, one in Cameroon, Paul Biya, 92 years old, second, Tanzania, and the African Union has congratulated those two presidents. What is your comment when it comes to those two presidents, especially that the youth of those countries have rightly said that the elections were rigged and the system is skewed? Thank you.
All right, thank you. If you had come on time, you'll see our first three speakers were the youth, but okay, please. All right, ma'am.
Greetings, all protocols are observed. My name is Prudence Mabasa, and I come from the ACDP in South Africa. So when we talk about the ideal of investing in youth, it seems like a wonderful thing, and we want to invest. But what is being seen is that the vigor is there when the agenda is set by the benefactor, but immediately the youth set the agenda of where that funding goes to, it changes and now it's being pulled out. How do we then remedy that? That when we come to the issues that we know are burning issues as youth and need to be implemented, that the benefactors also meet us where we are at, as well as us listening to where the benefactors are wanting to take us, but not necessarily imposing their ideals upon us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just to reiterate, because we are running out of time, we do value your voice and we do want to hear from you. And so we are going to have more questions and answers opportunities in the next panel. It's just that there's a lot for this particular panel. There are two more panels where you can have your questions answered. And then even furthermore, there's tomorrow and even there's sessions after this. If you would like to ask questions later on to some of the speakers, they still are around. So there are a lot of opportunities. Plus, we did give them your handles and websites where you are able to contact them. So it doesn't end here. The opportunities don't end here. These are platforms that we have created to start the conversation and not to end the conversation. The conversations continue from here. So we can start at the end there. It seems like you had a lot of people coming for you, my man.
Thanks, program. Testing, it's working. So I think the first question that was asked by Silas, particularly around, governance and age, and I mean, even earlier on in the earlier panels, it was spoken about as a problem, right? How, for example, if you're looking at the median age in our continent is about, plus minus 18, 19, if not early 20s, but again, in terms of our leaders. But also, I do think it's also important to say, one of the things that we also have learned, particularly with elections, but also I think sometimes it's important for us as young people to also say that, sometimes age is not an ideological position, right? And I think that's a serious conversation we need to have with ourselves, because I do think there are also young people who might not have the same progressive agendas or views that, we might want everyone to have, right? But I think for me, the most important thing is to say, how do we then lobby each other, even as young people across our different political parties, or even, the young people who are outside of politics? Because like I said earlier on, we also need to think about how, what does participation look like that is outside of formal politics or formal structures, right? Where young people will be allowed to participate, but, theirs is not necessarily, political participation, right? But also saying that with appreciation that, of course, you may be a young person who's not interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. So then how do we get you involved in terms of participation through civic education work and so on? In terms of, older leaders, but younger generation, and yes, research does indicate that, when we're looking at countries in the global north, they are growing old and we are growing young. And I think we need to have an intergenerational conversation around, but hey, older generation, it's time to go, comrades. It's okay. We will take care of things, right? And what does that conversation look like, right? And perhaps even for us, the national dialogue that's been proposed, and I think maybe as I wrap up, is to circle back to the question that was asked by the lady on my far left around, remedying that benefactor-recipient conversation. If you're not happy with the state of, yeah, but what is going to be our youth agenda going to this national dialogue, right? Yes, it's important to talk about the problems and the challenges. There are many, we know. But what are we going to do about it, right? So perhaps a challenge for us as the young people who are gathered in this room, let's perhaps even with the colleagues from the Youth Caucus, let's go outside and go caucus to say, yeah, next time, well, tomorrow, in fact, can we pivot on this program for young people to have more voices that Henry was speaking about? So if Laila is still here, let's conversate with the Youth Caucus and say, in tomorrow's program, let's make sure less speeches, but more voices from young people who are able to make more meaningful contributions to this conversation, right? And I'll leave it there and allow my colleagues from CAS to, you also had tough questions. So yeah, I think now you can, feel the heat of the storm.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say thank you because I'm not too young anymore. I'm not from the African continent, so I'm here to listen and to learn and also to hear your valuable comments. So when participation is denied, democracy is in danger, voices are silenced, talking about rigged votes, and you named some of the African countries where that happened recently, when institutions are hollowed out, that demands, many things. First, peaceful resistance. I would like to underline the word peaceful. Civic courage, and that's very important, it also demands African and international solidarity. Because the fight for democracy, as we know, it's not optional, it's essential. I'm not here for representing the European Union, but a German political foundation. So I'm not speaking now officially for the EU, but off the record, and I have a personal opinion about that. I personally also think that international organizations, among them the European Union, could speak clearer out when it comes to violation of human rights, when rigged elections and all that I mentioned. So in this way, I'm also with you. You know, that's always a complex thing. There might be some economic affairs and business issues and all those things. But again, and that's my personal opinion, and also not my personal opinion, also the opinion of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the organization I work for. So when it comes to the defense of democracy, human right, the rule of law, there can't be two solutions. There's only one way, but to defend that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll jump straight into the excess piece. I think for us, I think we work in the media space, in the storytelling space, without proper research. Like I said, if you look at the MTV Sugar Project, it is research-based. It is tracked over time. I think in the last 15 years, we track it in terms of does it land in terms of change behavior. We work quite closely with the University of Cape Town, who actually consolidate and track and do reporting for us in terms of how it's landed with the young people. Some of the testimonies we're getting is young people are telling us from, some of the sexual health education we do. It's not only about, so it's a 360 campaign. It's It starts off obviously as a drama series, which you guys see, but behind the scenes, that's what we call a peer-to-peer education, a sexual health education program, where we do, across different provinces, across all our key markets, previously in Nigeria and Kenya. The important piece about that is it's because you show them a lived experience. You show them, issues on gender rights, gay rights, gay lesbian rights. We depict that in the stories that in a sensitive way, of course. We depict some of those stories in that way. Young people being sexually active for the first time. We depict that. Condom usage, we depict that. In its dramatic form, in its entertainment form. But young people, what are now, some of the testimonies that came out of our research from a peer-to-peer perspective is that the young people are now sitting with their parents watching it. And they're now starting to have conversations. My days, I'm 50 next year, so I'll tell you how old I am. My days, I couldn't sit with my parents and have a conversation. A lot of young black men are not sitting and having sexual education discussions with their fathers. They're not. Till today, they're still not. So closing those gaps, we use then content, content for change, content for behavioral change in a way where we integrate narratives, research narratives. We've just done it now with Help Children Be Children across 43 countries across the continent. We researched young people talking about, online, inappropriate online content. So we use that research to then create content, and we've created, look it up, MTN Room of Safety. It's online, but we can engage afterwards. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Very quickly. I know time is not with us. One of the big things that UNFPA does is population data. So if you hear of population census, most likely UNFPA is one of the chief partners of government with that. And the importance of that for us is because we have a byline that says everybody counts as UNFPA, because we want to make sure that everybody is counted and accounted for, including what is happening to them with respect to their sexual and reproductive health and rights. We talked about maternal deaths. We talked about access to family planning and being able to actually exercise rights and choices. Why is this important for governance? Because many times the unrest that starts, that leads to whether it's unconstitutional, changes in government, etc., is because of those everyday issues within homes where maybe you didn't have a chance to plan your family well. You don't have enough school fees, you don't have, all these challenges, or maybe you are privileged and you are in a position to do that, but you are overtaxed because tax is required to care for the adolescent mothers and their children who have been left out of, having an ability to actually make a choice over their own lives. So, thank you very much for inviting us to the dialogue, and thank you for all the questions. Very interesting. Thank you.
Can you please give our panelists a round of applause? And please give yourselves a round of applause for being here. I think it is important to note that you are the change makers of tomorrow. The fact that you are in this room, it's a privilege. It is an honor to be in this room, but it also is indicative of the kind of individual that you are. Not someone who's going to sit back, but someone who wants to make a change in the world, in the environment that they see in Africa, this beautiful continent that we have. But one thing that I want to also add is that this is an opportunity where we have something very valuable. And that valuable thing is the ear and the attention of those who are policymakers in our time. And so take this opportunity and make your case known. Let us know what it is that you desire. Let us know what it is that you want, and how we can make this Africa a continent and a place where we are all happy to live and raise our children even. With that being said, thank you so much. We'll let our panelists make their way to their seats. Thank you. Oh, photo.
Okay, thank you, Harmony. Thank you, everybody, once again. We still have 2 panels to go. And those are continued opportunities to discuss these key contemporary issues, but also, as Harmony was emphasizing, also listen to some wisdom as well, but also then discuss what can be done differently going forwards as well. So the next session is a high-level intergenerational dialogue. We're going to begin with a lecture from a very seasoned diplomat. But before we do begin with that, can I just ask everybody to stand up? Because I feel like the energy in the room was really good when we were all having our hands up, right?
No, we
so
are.
let's just stand up quickly. Okay, I know, but it's just to kind of circulate a bit, and we'll just turn around. Please turn around at your seats, just to get a bit of energy moving. Please, yes. Okay, maybe a little bit like this. Anyway, right. Please do have a seat again, okay? I just wanted to get a bit of the blood circulating a bit, right? So let me invite His Excellency Welile Lapo to join us here. I'm going to ask again, for the sake of time, His Excellency to really keep this as short as possible, but really just to share with us some key reflections on this question of, are we winning the battle for good governance or fueling youth anger and disillusionment? It felt like there was a little bit of that earlier here, but I think we're going to be winning the battle for good governance at this point, but let's see what's outside of the rest of this room. To give you a bit of background on who is speaking to you, I'm sure you've all looked it up. But His Excellency Lapo was in exile in Botswana in 1974 after having been working as a student activist, was eventually appointed as ANC's Youth League, the head of ANC's Youth League, and later on, having fulfilled that role, was appointed to the Department of Foreign Affairs. He has been an ambassador to Ethiopia and the OAU at the time, and the UN Economic Commission for Africa. He has also served in other countries such as the United States. And so he really brings to this room a great deal of background and is now the senior political advisor for ACCORD, the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes. So, Your Excellency, we look forward to your reflections, and we will then move into a discussion of this key question. But first of all, let's hear from you, Your Excellency. Thank you, and let's have a warm welcome.
Before His Excellency speaks, I just want to remind you, because I'm seeing a lot of people are just stepping out. There is a gala dinner happening later on tonight, 6:30. So please have that in mind. Do not leave. We still have a lot of those questions that you have to that you want to ask. You are able to ask them at the gala dinner as well. So please do not leave. There's still a lot more happening. His Excellency.
I'll give you a shout.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, program directors. This is indeed what is normally called the graveyard session. I cannot speak with experience because I normally go to the graveyard when I have to exercise the responsibility of seeing somebody off. So as to what happens there, I hope I cannot compare this room with that place. But let me thank the organizers of this symposium for giving us this opportunity to come and share with you a few thoughts about how and why it is important to have this intergenerational discussion. Fortunately, most of the dignitaries have left and we won't have to go through protocol. But because we are all important, distinguished participants, I must acknowledge that. But let me start by saying that Africa has moved on for what it used to be when some of us were growing up, or when we started getting involved in the politics of this continent, or even the politics of the world. The first time I attended the summit of heads of states and government was in 1979 in Liberia. Our interest as a delegation from South Africa, having spent a bit of time watching and engaging with the Zimbabwean delegations that were in Lancaster House, trying to negotiate a settlement to the problem of Zimbabwe. We thought it was an opportune moment to also go to the summit so that we can get to understand what Africa says and what Africa wants to do about the challenge of Zimbabwe. Because immediately after that summit, there was going to be a summit of heads of state of government of the Commonwealth, where some decisions on Zimbabwe were going to be taken. And that had a direct impact to our own situation and the future that we'll have to deal with if that moment comes to us. In that hall, I think there were more people in military uniform than in suits. More people in military uniform than in suits. It will tell you the leadership that we had at the continent, in the continent at that particular moment. And the issues that we were dealing with there in the main, except for the question of Zimbabwe, was the issue of Chad and Uganda. After the removal or the toppling of Idi Amin by the Tanzanian forces in support of the movement that was led by President Museveni in Uganda. Those were the main topics. Those are the main issues that were being tackled and discussed in a very particular way. So when in 1994 I was appointed to Addis Ababa to the OAU. Of course, I was ambassador to Ethiopia and was accredited to the OAU. Then the situation became even different. Most of the issues that we had to deal with that particular moment, after 1999, with the adoption of the declaration on changes that were taking place in the world and the response of Africa, where the leadership of the continent at the time declared to observe human rights. Is there, you can look at the 1990 declaration and ask yourself why it had to be done at that point. To allow for free and fair elections, freedom of association, freedom of the press, and some of the things that we're taking for granted today. So the military dictatorships and some of the governments that emerged after independence were completely different, and their agenda and style of governance was totally different. One of the things that we had to start doing, which was quite a very difficult thing to handle under the circumstances, was to discourage our heads of states from coming to the summit, read long statements, and leave. No discussion, no debate. That's what used to happen. And of course, there was an agreement that we need to convince them. So those of us who were ambassadors were given the task by the then Secretary General Salim Salim to engage our ministers and our heads of state to appreciate that we need to change gear in terms of how the issues of the continent are being engaged. And that's when themes and debates around them started. Of course, at the time, the summits were arranged in two parts. We would meet, and I'm sure it will be some news for some of you, first as the African Economic Community, because it does exist. It exists. To discuss the socio-economic challenges of the continent and the program for continental integration. The issue of this parliament was decided in that format, in examining on what is it that we need to do to implement the Abuja Treaty and the Lagos Plan of Action. That's where this concept of this parliament was born. And a lot of work had to go into it to make sure that indeed at the end, we can have this parliament of the continent whose major role was to assist in fast-tracking continental integration, particularly what had been talked about earlier, harmonization of legislation to facilitate movement of persons and goods. That was the key. And of course, that was expected to happen 5 years after it was launched. It hasn't, and there are all sorts of explanations to that. But there were other challenges that were facing a continent which we had to respond to. I've heard that there's been a symposium, that a workshop that has been taking place earlier, or concurrently with this one. discussing coups and militarization of politics on the continent. In 1996, when the French mercenary called Bob Dinard staged a coup in Comoros, there was a huge debate in the OAU. The same debate that is being brought back today here. I saw the concept note. We're now introducing something called soft coups. It's unconstitutional takeover of government. Simple and clear. Why do we want to now begin to move and talk about something called soft coups? What makes it soft? Because few people died. I think we need to begin to be very serious and consistent with how we deal with the challenges of this continent, and not act as if some of the things that we're dealing with today are new, and then begin to be creative and open spaces for further mischief and destabilization. We're not going to silence the guns if we continue to massage some of the challenges and problems that we're faced with today. But it's something that I hope tomorrow I can be able to engage. I am saying we are going back because that's precisely the debate that started when we had to issue a statement condemning the coup that took place in Comoros. And there were those whose governments had come through coups who started saying, no, but there are good coups and bad coups. Now we're getting back to that debate of good coups and bad coups. I think it's a step backwards. And we should not be doing that. Elections were sovereign exercises for the people of those countries and those countries alone. Nobody would go and observe elections anywhere. It was unheard of. It was never happened. Sovereignty was the issue. So we'll never observe elections. And in one-party states, it was even worse, let alone in military dictatorships. So I'm saying that we have come a long way in dealing with some of these challenges. It's not long ago that we have been there. And what we have to assure ourselves is that we don't go back there. In introducing false debates in approaching some of these difficult issues that brought our continent to where it is. It has been said many times that there are a number of discussions and decisions that have been taken at different summits of the OAU and subsequently the AU. They're there. It's a big volume. Nothing is happening about them, and it has been said several times. I think I want to add my voice to those who have spoken earlier to say that it is your responsibility to agitate, find out from your governments whether they've signed and ratified these protocols. No, Prime Minister Mellers, may his soul rest in peace, one time said to the heads of states that, colleagues, I'm surprised that you are coming back to another summit and you are asking questions as to where these decisions were taken. Towards the close of the last summit, most of you had started leaving their ministers behind. The ministers left their ambassadors behind. And in some cases, only junior officials remained to take decisions about this continent. That's what used to happen. And he said, we cannot continue doing things this way. We have a responsibility to take decisions, make sure that they are implemented, come back and report back to ourselves as to how far we have been able to go in the implementation of our decisions. There was movement, and you could see that there was a lot of hope in terms of the heads of state holding each other to account for lack of implementation of the decisions and not paying attention to the rules of the organization. Sanctions were introduced. Countries that were defaulting were not allowed to speak. They wouldn't even field people into the secretariat of the OAU unless you pay your dues, because defaulting became a normal thing. So the problem of us not being able to fund ourselves did not start now. It's a continuation of a habit that developed some time back. When there was a debate and discussion on reforms of the AU not so long ago, this issue became paramount in the agenda of the AU. We still could not agree on how to fund the activities and programs that will allow us to implement the decisions that we have taken. I can go on and endlessly to indicate where some of the challenges and weaknesses are. Because when the issues are being raised here, I think it is important to understand how these institutions function, what happens inside them. But in the end of the day, the responsibility is with us. Because the OAU or AU or UN, multilateral institutions or intergovernmental institutions, and the capitals where they are hosted are not in themselves the organizations. The owners of the AU are the member states. We are the AU. The AU is about us. And therefore, if our governments go to Addis or anywhere, have debates and discussions about issues that affect us, we should be interested in the decisions that have been taken, but also be interested in whether those decisions are being implemented to make our lives better. But the only way that will change is to start with the basic institution of where this problem begins. And that's the nature of our political parties. Many of them are formed for the wrong reason, and they end up in parliament. Some is part of the executive. Now, even with these things that are happening with coalitions, it's possible. Anybody can become part of the executive. And they constitute the parliament, and they have to make the laws. But I'm saying, if people came together to start a political party for wrong reasons, why do you entrust them with the important task of changing our lives? If I form a political party because I believe that the only way I can have access to the fiscus is to organize, get myself elected through being popular or otherwise, because the bar has been so low for entering into politics. So you go in there and you do whatever you want, but we are looking for where the money is so that you can benefit from it, because that's the only reason why you are there. So I'm saying these are the issues that we should be discussing, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who elect these political parties. We don't take them to account. We attend their rallies, they come with their manifestos, we applaud, they give us t-shirts and food. Of course, these days, there's even money that you get for attending. Is this the way of the future that we want? Is this the Africa we want? Because if we don't change these things, the Africa we're going to continue to inherit is the Africa we deserve. Because we did not act when it was possible to do so. But the last thing that I want to say to you, that will be my last message. Don't allow yourself to be co-opted through patronage and believe that there is something called youth inclusion in that exercise. It's happening quite a lot. You have to protect yourself and refuse to be part of this. And the last one that I'm going to remark upon before I sit down, I always have a debate with my daughter. My last born, she's 25 years old, about this Gen Z thing. So I asked her, what does this thing mean? Where does it come from? And then, of course, she took out the phone and then she Googled and she was reading to me. I said, oh, so it's about a generation in the United States who have access to internet, who were born during the time of the internet and are now doing everything through the internet. So that's what this thing is all about. But when it comes to what is called the Gen Z movement, it assumes a global character. And it's supposed to be leaderless. I don't believe this leaderless issue does not exist. There is some form of leadership that takes place, some form of mentorship that takes place, for good or for bad. And I think we have to be honestly very careful about what happens with some of these concepts and new trends that we get ourselves trapped in. We need to engage and discuss and debate these matters and exchange views of how the youth of yesteryear responded to the oppression that was meted out to them. June 16 would not have happened if the youth did not march. So it's not the first time that we see marches. But they're facing saracens and bullets. So let us take our history serious, learn from it, carve our own space in terms of what the demands of the moment are and what is it that we can do about it. Because if we don't shape events, we'll be shaped by them. Because it's not by accident that there's a fight for wrestling TikTok. Why is it so important for China and the US to fight about TikTok? Because they say the one who controls data and the information that is transformed through that data is the one who becomes the most powerful. It's about power. Let's use it, but understand what it means so that we don't find ourselves in situations that will be very difficult to control. I thought maybe these are the few remarks that I could make.
Thank you.
I was avoiding to talk about everything else that has been said, but just to share this experience, and I'm prepared to go head on and debate on these issues.
I think APRM will definitely take you up on that with and organize a debate on these issues. I think that would be excellent. Maybe not today or tomorrow.
No, not today. I can just leave.
Thank you so much. Please, a huge round of applause to His Excellency. You know, a great reminder why we do have our elders in the room, because they also do have that experience and can remind us of what has come before and the kind of battles that were fought and whether things are really different today. So I think we have a great opportunity to discuss that now. To facilitate the next discussion, we are going to have Ms. Dominga Ndala, who is the chairperson of the Landless People's Movement Youth Command Element. She is, in other words, a fierce woman, Namibian youth leader, and she is the inaugural leader of the Landless People's Movement. So thank you very much for being able to facilitate this for us. We're going to try as much as possible to have as many questions as possible. So we've already briefed on that, haven't we? So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everybody. And thank you so much, Ambassador. I think this discussion comes around a time where young people on the African continent are increasingly becoming vocal about good governance, accountability, and justice. We have witnessed the Gen Z movement in Kenya, in Madagascar, as well as Morocco. I don't think we need to go right into that. But I think what is very central to this movement is that young people are demanding accountability. And of course, these are not isolated events. It's a reflection of deep-rooted or a failure to address the systematic class and generational struggles facing young people. Of course, to get into this very important dialogue, I have a very distinguished panel that is going to join me up on stage. I'm going to call upon the first person, which is Ichukwemeka Michael, who's the APRM Youth Vanguard from Nigeria. Michael, please join me up the stage. And the next panelist is Leria Rakodit, so it's a media personality and Y220 representative. Hand of applause, please. And then Mr. Jacob Yewuru, chairperson of the Uganda National Youth Council. You can do better, come on. I know we're fatigued and tired, but yeah. And lastly, Dr. McBride Kalamba, Director of Governance and Specialist Reporting, APRM Continental Secretariat. You can join me here, Doctor. Michael, is Michael around? Yes. Doctor, I think we can start with you. Perhaps, yes, if you can just quickly give your reflection on what Ambassador was presenting, and also in the same vein, from a governance perspective, has there been meaningful evolution in our governance systems, or is Africa still experiencing a state of democratic transition fatigue, where promises of independence and liberation remain unfulfilled for many citizens, particularly for young people? Is it not?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers of this session for making me the mascot of the older generation, so to speak. And secondly, I would like to emphasize, or rather bring to the fore, that while it appears that there is new dynamism and a new renewed kind of energy about democracy and so on, things haven't changed much. I have to disappoint you. I was in university about 35 years ago, around about the time when there was this wave of democratic reforms on the continent in the early 90s. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, we had the United States as the sole power, and it demanded, and I'm using the word demanded, that the prevailing global order be predominated by democracies. And so at that time, we had a variety of leaders that emerged across the continent. It's no coincidence that in 1994, the changes that took place in South Africa coincided with what was happening in countries like Malawi and so many other countries. It was that particular event. And we were as equally enthused and motivated as you are today with the issues that you speak about. That was the time when a lot of these issues about identity politics came into the fold. We're transitioning from dictatorships to democracies. We started talking about ethnicities. We started talking about gender issues and the rest of it. So this momentum has existed for decades, so to speak. I think the ambassador indicated here that in his time in the 70s, there was this drive. So this energy is not new. But the context, of course, has changed in that the universality of the issues, the sense of universality of the issues has grown. We were preoccupied with very, you would say, mostly localized concerns at the time. We spoke about democracy as a vehicle, but we were occupied with what was local to our context. Today, because of what we all agree to be the information age and technology and so on, the issues that are at the fore of these energies among young people are what you would call universal, notwithstanding the way they manifest in different countries. And this is what I think remains a broad challenge, to have universal agendas that translate locally with meaning. And I think many of the debates that we see today around democracy and what form we should take and what should be the issues and how they manifest is really about this dynamic. So to come to the real question, have we actually won? Are we actually making progress? The answer is a resounding yes, we have. I, as I indicated, grew up and went to school when there were dictatorships or certain things that you couldn't have as conversations. We had caning in schools, which was perfectly normal. Apparently, it's not now. We had a lot of issues around freedom of speech that we took for granted as being normal. We take for granted today as being normal that at that time were not issues at all. So we have made huge strides as a continent. We have now, through various platforms in social media, using technology, there are a lot of debates about government accountability and transparency, where they talk about budget monitoring. There's a lot of media monitoring, a lot of monitoring of issues in the media, a lot of whistleblowing. We have platforms now that have negated the influence of the state on control of information. Podcasts, for instance, that have allowed people to have very extensive debates on very intimate issues that have to do with governance. So we have made huge milestones. And I look at what everyone is talking about here as unrest, not as a negative phenomenon. I think it's a manifestation of the dynamism that we have in our politics. The fact that we have evolved, our governance system have evolved, our political systems have evolved. We should have such events because it is absolutely artificial for any society not to arrive or to get to some level of dissent and contradiction on a variety of issues. So this is all a sign that we have dynamism in our politics. So yes, we are winning the gains there. Quickly, because at my age, I don't have to repeat. So the challenges I see is that from the 90s, when these transitions took place, there was a huge emphasis, and the previous speakers have spoken about this, on rights and a diminished emphasis on responsibilities. And we see this among especially Gen Z, Gen X, and which other generations that came about after the 90s. And this is it still remains a challenge. I think it frames the issues in a particularly prejudicial manner. The second is that I see that we don't have the sort of disciplined human capital we need in order to achieve all these things we're talking about. I think compared to other regions of the world, our labor, our populations are not exactly as concerted and regimented towards certain goals. You'll differ with me if you think so. And then finally, we have a very serious deficit in critical skills that will need to drive all these agendas, whether they are reforms in economic governance or reforms in political governance. And I think that at the end of this symposium, we must really confront this. I think it's an introspection point for young people here to challenge themselves as to what they can do in order to maximize on the gains. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Ms. Lerai, as you just give your reflection, given that many Gen Z-led movements originate and gain momentum on social media, how can we strategically leverage traditional and digital media to amplify youth voices, both to expose governance shortcomings and to address political and economic pressures facing young people today? Ms. Lerai.
Good evening, everybody. I feel I must start off by stating my age. Hi, I am 23 years old.
Ooh.
Thank you, guys.
I think we can do better than that.
Yes, thank you. I think it's a bit sobering, though. We've had a whole day of talks, of incredibly informative lectures. And a lot of the theme that came up was this thing of we cannot merely have youth tokenism, but it seems that I am the youth token. So I must just drink my purity and just be happy to be here. But I think, I'd done so much research in preparation for this panel, in going over my case studies, but I think we can simply use today as a case study to answer that. We have a group of young people that came to the APRM Youth Symposium. These are young people who have already read your articles. These are young people who have already attended your lectures, who have seen your work, who have watched your videos on YouTube. These are young people that are familiar with the language that is being spoken in the room. And so they came expecting not to be spoken at, but to be spoken with. And that is why you find when there is an opportunity to finally ask a question as a young person, you state your case and you give us your background, because why? It is your only chance as a young person to speak. But we then find ourselves as young people sort of being policed in the sense that we cannot speak for too long because we have already ran over time. Had you included young people from the very beginning, and I don't mean merely from the event in speaking in itself, but also in the planning. Had you included your youth interns in the planning and putting together the youth symposium, you would have something that is a youth symposium and not a symposium with a few limited questions from youth. And so I think today is a perfect example. The previous panel, I must state to everybody that two of my bosses were on this previous panel, Mr. Monde Twala, the VP of Paramount, as well as Mr. Moiketsi Kwahela from Y20. So I am somebody that sits both in policy, in politics, and in media. And my work in media has actually been SAFTA award winning. And what I found in navigating these spaces, G20, United Nations, national dialogues, whatever have you, is that I need to sort of decide which hat do I put on. Do I show up to the party, or rather to the panel like this, and come to the level of my peers who are sitting with me? Or do I have to just dumb it down to just being real and to stating it how it is? And I think that's what the role is for me to do today, is to state it how it is. And that's what the media does. The media plays the role of oversight or being a watchdog, right? What the media does is act as an opposition. is act as a representation of the people that do not have a voice, or of the people that are invited into the room but have a limited opportunity to speak. And so what do we have right now? We have the age of digital disruption. We have the age of artificial intelligence, where that accessibility is no longer something that we have to fight for. It is something that we have access to. It is something where we as young people now have the opportunity to use tools like artificial intelligence and take advantage of them so that we can learn things quickly, so that we can start our businesses, so that we can play at the level of the people that we look up to, right? And so when we think about governance and the title of the talk, please repeat the exact title of the talk for me.
Are we winning the battle for good governance or fueling youth anger and disillusionment?
Are we winning the battle for youth, for governance?
For good governance.
Or fueling
anger
and disillusionment? And going to the case study of today, I think the answer is plain and simple. Don't you think? Honestly speaking, we have a room of young people that are far more intelligent than I, that are far more eloquent than I. I am merely a young person that has been given the platforms, or has rather taken advantage of the platforms that they have been given, that has shown up to events like this early in the morning and found a way to lobby for myself that I can get a chance to be on the panel. When I was being asked to be put on this panel, I said to them, please don't give me the graveyard shift when all the adults of the room have already left. The important people. Unfortunately, we have found ourselves in that circumstance. But if I feel this way, I can only imagine how the young people that have come to the APRM Youth Symposium feel. Right?
Yeah.
These are young people that had to find a way to even get themselves here, that had to carpool with people, that had to find transport. Young people that are well learned and should be actually given the benefit of the doubt that they know what has been spoken about in this room, that should be given the benefit of the doubt to engage with the VIPs that they came to see, that unfortunately we're not here to hear your questions. The one opportunity that you thought you could have to talk to them, not only to talk to them, but to show your credibility. You have to fight tooth and nail just to be noticed. Why? Unemployment. Shall I say more? I'd rather give you guys the opportunity to ask your questions, honestly speaking.
We will have a question and answer segment after this. We're running out of time. Please bear with us. Mr. Jacob. We have witnessed an upsurge in youth-led protests across the continent, demanding transparency, good governance, and accountability. And I know that you work for the Uganda National Youth Council. How do we ensure that public institutions meaningfully advance good governance rather than deepening youth distrust?
First of all, I just want to correct one particular issue. My name is Emmanuel Mulisa, and I am a member of the National Governing Council of the APRM in Uganda. It's not an issue. I just was very lucky. Unlike my sister, I didn't lobby. I was just lucky that my brother Jacob Bayeru couldn't make it because he was equally taking part in another important engagement. So I'm here now to speak to that question. First of all, before I even delve deeper into discussing it, I want to ask comrades, fellow youth in the room, what happens to us when we get onto the tables? I mean, it is true that we have some of us that make it to the tables. Some of us get elected youth members of parliament. Some of us are in our youth councils. Some of us are even privileged enough to be appointed in special offices. But what happens to us sometimes when we get onto these tables that we continuously keep advocating for? If you notice, I think comrade fellow youth sometimes get too comfortable. I mean, when the salaries start coming in and the trips start also coming in, we get too comfortable. We forget what is usually called our generational mandate. We forget what Comrade Ahmed spoke about earlier, our relative obscurity. We forget all that. We get comfortable once the salaries start coming in. We forget that we still have to bank tables. We forget all that. But should that be what should happen? No, it shouldn't. How then do we change that? It starts with us here. Just like the way we are banging tables, we are saying, no, we should have had better interactions, we should have spoken more as young people. That is what should happen even when we get a chance to represent fellow youth at various tables, when we get those appointments, when we get elected into public offices. We should never forget that generational mandate. But just to speak now to the question, I think the youth anger and disillusionment is already there. This is not a question of either or, no. I think the youth anger and disillusionment is there because of the so many challenges that young people are facing. The question then I would seek to answer would be, are we achieving the good governance? Are we moving towards the right direction? What I picked from Ambassador's submissions, he was trying to relate what happened in their time to what is happening now and drawing similarities and differences. What he forgot to highlight equally was that in their time, revolutions were also led by student leaders, student movements, very young people. These revolutions were led by such people, very educated even at that time, even the uneducated in the informal sector, even those that are educated but rather are in the informal sector. So, equally, the revolutions in their time to fight against the colonialism in the time was led by young people, just like us seated here in the room. The quickest win we have gotten from this time and this that we are seeing is that youth have realized their power. Youth have realized their power. I mean, look at the Kenyan example that has been spoken so much about. By the way, for it wasn't even about changing the president, mostly, primarily. It was just rejecting certain policies. First, before they went to the finance bill, they were rejecting a deal that government was trying to have with a company to, refurbish their airport. The youth had read, they taught each other, and then they told each other that this is not a good deal. So they said, let's reject it. That shows you that even the level of civic education, even the level of awareness, even the research is getting deeper. The example in Madagascar was about changing the leadership. They achieved that. The example in Tanzania that we have just seen was about showing dissatisfaction with the way the election was conducted. And the process, both the processes leading to it and the processes during the election, they were just showing the dissatisfaction. We now have Zambia. So youth keep inspiring youth. So yes, youth are realizing their power. And that is where the quick win is. The more youth realize their power, the more governments will know that if you are not sensitive on making budgets that are youth sensitive, that respond to youth needs, if you don't consider youth mainstreaming in your programming, then you'll have a problem at the end of the day, because right now, youth have realized their power, they have learned from their peers, and they know what to do. So that is the quickest win we've gotten. The other thing I would like to speak to is around us young people who are in different political parties. Whether you're in the ruling party or whether you're in the opposing parties. Youth problems transcend our political parties or our political party ideologies. When you don't have jobs, it is not that the youth of the ruling party don't have jobs. It is equally that the youth of the opposing parties also don't have jobs. So all of you are in one statistic. They don't split the statistic and say, these are the youth of the ruling party that are unemployed, and these are the youth of the opposing parties that are unemployed. So some of our generational mandate transcends political parties. I understand we usually subscribe to ideologies of our political parties and we forget our larger generational mandate as youth altogether. So my humble plea to all of us is that even as though, before I even go to my plea, one of my friends back in Kampala usually talks about whenever he sees fellow young people joining a political party that probably they don't agree with or they feel is weaker and won't achieve anything, they usually say, okay, let us let them join that political party. Maybe they will change things from the inside. That's the joke they usually say. Let's let them join. Maybe they will change things from the inside. Let's let fellow young people join. But what happens is that even when fellow young people join, they instead fail to change things from the inside. They just subscribe to that ideology and follow the principles. They get compromised immediately. I don't know. Comfort, again, is our biggest enemy as young people. The moment we get too comfortable, we get the salaries, we forget everything else about our generational mandate. But that shouldn't be the case. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, just as you reflect, I want to know, how do we ensure that young people are just not symbolic participants in institutions such as APRM, but they are really true power holders in shaping national priorities?
Thank you. So for those of you who deal with the APRM, you will appreciate that the staffing profile in the Secretariat itself, let's begin there, is mostly young people. I'm one of the few obsolete ones there who is on the higher age bracket. The institution itself is all about young people. Participation in the APRM process is a matter for the member states, the governments. I think Ambassador did mention here that the AU doesn't sit in Addis. The AU doesn't sit in the Pan-African Parliament or in the APRM, it sits in the member states. And the way the APRM process is structured at the national level, as he has indicated, the last speaker has indicated, he sits in the APRM National Governing Council. So there is participation at all those levels. But let me just give you a statistic here. I think we have to be careful when we talk about youth participation. If you go to the private sector, if you go into government, 40 to 60% of government employees are youth, young people. If you go to the private sector, you're talking about 75% of people who actually participate and work in the economy are young people. You could probably be asking the questions as to the modalities and broad opportunities because they constitute a big part of the demographic. But young people are at the center of all this public life and economic life, and definitely in the African Union, they're at the center of our affairs. I hope you're not looking at the assembly in Addis, where you have heads of state. That's just one organ of the African Union. We have the African Union manifest at different levels, even in the Commission itself. Yeah, so you are all there. You are part of the good and bad decisions.
I don't think they agree with you.
No, not these two in particular, but they're around here. They work for the APRM. If I tell them to stand up, you'll see. They're young, like yourselves. They sit with us, they challenge us, they bring in the ideas into the fold. Actually, this particular symposium, we have just been dragged here. We don't plan it. It's planned by that young gentleman called Lennon there. So yes, there is sufficient participation in my view. But what you do with these platforms is entirely up to you as young people in the different spaces you are. Thank you.
Director. Just your last reflection, Leroy. We're running out of time. 5 minutes, please.
My last reflection.
Yes.
I feel I spoke enough in the last question. Is it possible that I give my time to one of the young people in the audience?
Perhaps we can do that during the answer and question.
Okay.
Yes.
Or rather a question that you may have for me.
No, last reflection.
No? Okay.
Yes, just in about 2 minutes. The trend of coups, the trends of riots and demonstrations might only be a painkiller, not the actual cure to the pain. The actual cure to the pain begins with us being disciplined, carrying principles of transparency, integrity, because just like highlighted earlier, you can be appointed in that office and you become exactly what you were speaking against. So the cure starts with us becoming more transparent, carrying ourselves with specific values such that we don't keep repeating the cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause to my panelists, please. I know we're very tired and fatigued. I think I'm going to take 3 questions or 4. Do I still have enough time? Oh, okay. We can start with the gentleman there. Please keep your questions very concise and brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Tabiso Mtembu. Youth inclusion must cease to be symbolic at the end of the day and must be transformative in its true essence. So my question now becomes, especially addressed to Mr. Emmanuel, in terms of the coups, looking at the issue of Madagascar, whereby now you find youth leads the revolution, right? But then instead of youth now being in the forefront after, you find the military, or in another context, you will probably find the establishment coming in a different form or in a different phase, but then it's still the same thing. The status quo still gets to be maintained. So now, how as youth can we be organized to a point whereby we start the revolutions, but then youth ideas and youth solutions find expression at the end of the day?
Yes. Yes. Oh, you. So when you ask a question, please do stand.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, my fellow participants and all protocols observed. My name is Cassandra Nussi. I am the founding secretary of the WITS Association of International Relations Scholars. Something I wanted to discuss that I think connects or is a through line through everything we've discussed today is it's directed at anyone on the panel, is a lot of us that are sitting here as youth are in associations that understand what IR is, understand what these forums do. But how do we, as youth, pass that knowledge on? Because I find that my friends come to me and they say, can you explain this to me? And I feel like we're not allowing other people into that space. We want to get into power. Would we not try to empower everyone else? So I was wondering if you have any comments on that, about how we can better serve our people and people our age. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the lady at the back. And then I think we'll give the chance to the panelists to answer, and then we can take another round of questions. You're not audible. Thank you.
Greetings to everybody. My name is Andima. I'm just having this quote in me that Biko said, the potent weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So when we look at the elderly that are in governance and in leadership without ethics and discipline, and when we enter and sit in those tables and they don't want to shift and change and adapt to the new system that want ethics and that want accountability, how do we therefore, as the youth, stand in solidarity and fight? Because I still ask, who protects the activist, the fighter of the truth and liberation, when the people in governance are the ones who are really making sure that the speaker and the fighter is not seen? Thank you.
So you can start.
Yes, thank you very much. Can we all cause change only through politics? No, we all can't be politicians. All of us can't work in public service. Public service anywhere in Africa is the least employer. It contributes the least number of jobs to our economies. So we all can't be in politics, we all can't be in public service. But there's so many sectors where we can make our contribution. Whether we are teachers, whether we are researchers, at university level, we can produce research, we can produce innovations that transform our communities. Whether we are mechanics, whichever sector we are in, we can cause change there. We don't all have to be in politics to cause change. But of course, I know politics is the enabler for us to have good policies. So those of us that are chance to make it to leadership positions, then we have to still hold the principles I mentioned and values that I mentioned. You have to remain transparent, you have to remain integral. Don't get too comfortable and then forget that at some point you sat in a seat and advocated for space, and then when you're given the space, you forget that you even at one time needed that space to speak up and address different challenges that are facing fellow young people. So that is one of the ways we can cause liberation at all levels. Thank you so much.
I'll take the question from the young lady over there who asked, how do we as youth pass this information on that we understand? I want to take two stories from apartheid South Africa that inspire me in my own work. The Muldergate scandal. Who remembers the Muldergate scandal? Okay, how about Drum Magazine? Drum Magazine during apartheid South Africa. There's a journalist by the name of Henry Nxumalo, Mr. Drum. And there was a story called Mr. Drum Goes to Jail. I'm inspired by stories like this that were real journalism and took advantage of the art of storytelling. The art of storytelling to uncover the realities of what a regime was doing, to tell it to the common man and woman in the streets. I think what we need to do is be inspired by people like that and see how we as ourselves use the art of storytelling. And you do it every single time. When you study your work to yourself, you have to tell it to yourself in a way that you understand. You make sure that you're able to explain it to a friend, right? And I think that's how we share the information with the people that may not be able to speak the same language that we speak in these rooms. It's about removing the jargon, making it more accessible by putting it plain and simply. And this is the work that I do, where you disseminate the information and you make it understandable, put it plain and simple. And you look at the movements right now. We have people on YouTube, podcasters like Dr. Sizwe Mpofu Walsh, who, have one of the biggest podcasts in the country, that are teaching people. People don't understand that there are students that are studying his podcasts and that are quoting him in their essays, that are quoting him in their works. This is the direction that we are going in. And so, in fact, what we need to be doing as researchers is, yes, we have this information, but what we need to focus on is how do we disseminate that information to make it understandable so that it does not merely stay on the PDF that you have so beautifully put together, but it falls on the ears of all the people that you are researching about and speaking to. Storytelling is the key to that.
Thank you. Director?
I don't think I have a question to answer. Yes.
We have two online questions. One is, what structural mechanisms will the delegates present in this room implement to ensure that youth investment in governance becomes a permanent resourced priority, especially for marginalized communities? And lastly, young people are often told we're not angry enough. My question is, are we being invited to participate or are we expected to perform resilience for systems that only respond to violence? Those are the two online questions. Should I perhaps repeat the question?
Yes, no, I've got the question. I'll take the first one about mechanisms. So I think earlier on during the opening session, there was a gentleman who came from the Africa Youth Union, if I'm not mistaken, and they have indicated that they have gone into a formal partnership with the African Union. That's one platform and mechanism. This symposium, which may eventually at some point turn into an African Union Youth Summit, is another important platform. And I think that this can be replicated at different levels across the continent. But while it is important to have specific platforms for young people such as this, I think that increasingly as a policy within the union, I think in 2003, the African Union resolved to take the union to the people. As part of that effort, in everything that is taking place within the union, we ensure that there is sufficient representation of young people, all the different platforms and so on. And there are people here who can attest to that. I think that there is a growing space in my understanding of those opportunities. What probably needs to be reasoned are issues of mandates within those entities and those platforms. How expansive are those mandates to allow for this sort of dynamism and integration and of the issues that emerge, like for instance from this platform. But yeah, the platforms do exist. Yeah.
Thank you, Director. Are you taking? Yes.
Just to speak to the questions, I think right now it is a very good sight that so many young people are getting educated. So many young people, it could be either formal education or even the informal, just reading and watching documentaries, and it's a good thing. Also, young people are starting organizations, winning grants, doing a lot of research, contributing so much to society. So young people are doing great things. We can only continue to lead in such aspects. So we don't only have to focus on the politics as the only avenue, but we can also continue to start organizations, lead them, ensure that they stand out, bring the promises that we make to life, and then change communities and society. But as of now, it is a very good sight that young people are at the forefront of learning and also contributing very greatly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we can take 2 more questions. Yes, the gentleman in blue. Okay, 3, 1, 2, and then the last question from the gentleman there. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So my name is Arif Abdul Jalil. I'm the African Union Youth Ambassador for Peace for North Africa. And I will be speaking, well, one of the good things about part of the African youth leaders is to be an active listener. And I have noticed out of the discussions from morning panel and so on, that we do have this particular matter with the youth inclusivity. But in fact, it's about the meaningful representation. The thing is that, as director said, when you go to the corporate sector or public sector, or even at international institutions, you will find the youth segment is well represented there. But our issue is not about those the youth who are already holding a bureaucratic position. Because I do know out of experience that being an advisor is more strategic than the one who is taking decision. And here where our youth are falling apart. Because we need to have experience, we need to have patience, and we need to be an active listeners. And we need to stick to as our colleague already said, to our ethics. We do not need to negotiate over our morals and responsibilities. And that our colleagues comes with a price. Are we ready to pay that price? When we go to the AU, even the General Assembly, sometimes we, the youth, are more backed and supported by our elders than the youth themselves. Unfortunately, this is the reality. I have seen youth turning from volunteerism, activism, into professional diplomatic career. The very first thing they do sometimes is very frightening. That's why We are speaking about the mechanisms that should be put in place. And here my question to all the panelists, what practical, efficient, and impactful mechanism that we can put forward in order to align the African youth agenda at different scales? And here, I would refer to the project management tools. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I submit.
Gentlemen. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Henry Masugo. I represent Build One South Africa. My question is directed to the director, the gentleman to the far left, my left. You said something about states being 40% of youth employed in government and 75% employed in government. I'd like for you to please elaborate which country is that? And then you also said something about the APRM having majority youth employed. I think I'd like to express my dissatisfaction, because if the youth were really in the APRM, they would have thought, let's put more youth in the program of this particular symposium. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman there.
Greetings. Thank you very much. My name is Gift Masamula. I'm representing the ACDP. So my question is, I'll be concise. I have a lot to say, but I'll be concise. So with my question is, how do we ensure that we have an effective, practical, relevant inclusion instead of an illusion of inclusion? Because we have a situation where we are in programs that are meant for the youth, but they're ran by elders, and the issues are raised by elders, and the solutions are also raised by are also brought up by the elders. And we have a situation where the youth can only ask questions based on what's being discussed by the elders. For example, there was a question from the online. There was a question from online. It was directed to the delegates, but it was responded by the panelists. So I think there isn't an effective way of including the youth. So especially looking at the population, that we are the majority, but we do not have a majority say in the ruling, of which we are supposed to be running this entire program, and the elders will be there for guidance, but not for the running of the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come from the last question. I'll start with your last question. I think that it's very clear, very, very clear to all those who are partners who collaborated in the organization of this meeting, that the decisions regarding participation and so on were done by young people. You are discontent with your own decisions, I have to tell you that. The gentleman who is responsible for this symposium is seated right there. There was no marginalization. Now, if you have seen that you have probably dignitaries here, it's because it's an institution. We are at Pan-African Parliament, they are our hosts, they attend. We are an AU entity, we do invite others and so on. But I think sufficient effort was made in that regard. The statistics I've given you are aggregates for the continent. I can give you the specifics for countries and regions. If after this, I can share an email.
What's your source, please? Your source for those.
Sorry, can we just let the director answer, and then you can engage him later after the session? Thank you.
Yes. It's a demographic impossibility that in a continent where you have a majority of young people, you have a different manifestation in these sectors, public and private. But I will give you the basis, the source for the assertion. It's an aggregate. You can go to the World Bank, you can go to the FDB sites, you'll find all this information is there. There is no, it's not possible to have the demographic we have on the continent and to have a gross underrepresentation in the public or the economic sector.
Thank you, Director. Leroy? Emmanuel, thank you.
Yes. My simple answer to the practical mechanism is occupy everywhere. Occupy everywhere. Let's make sure that as young people, we lead, we occupy everywhere. We lead in research, we lead in the academia, we lead in engineering, we lead in every aspect of life. Let's begin organizations, let's start them, let's make sure they work, let's win those grants, let's change society. Let us not be whenever you get a chance and you get into these spaces or on these tables, make sure you're not the reason why they say youth are lazy. Make sure you stand out, represent us well whenever you get the opportunity. So let us occupy everywhere and lead everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, last words.
On the note of meaningful youth engagement, I think this is the part where I say that in the Y20, I was co-chairing track 4, which is reforming multilateralism and meaningful youth engagement. Now, I must say something about the Y20 process is that what happens is the delegates take part in the technical process, developing the technical language, and then the Sherpas then go take it to the political level where they negotiate, right? What we were advocating for, and this was across all tracks, was particularly that meaningful youth engagement. But what we found ourselves, we found ourselves in a position whereby all this work had been done, all these negotiations had been done, all this consensus had been reached. And when it came to the point of South Africa calling for the institutionalization of youth participation, of an organization like the Y20, so that we can merely have institutional memory, and Mr. Moeketsi Kwahela was talking about this in the previous panel discussion, we reached so many red lines. That was something that amounted in us not having a youth communique, simply by the opposition of having the institutionalization of a youth platform like the Y20. And so we need to ask ourselves the questions of, why are we against something like this? Why were we met with so many red lines when it came to a matter like this? Because that is where we will start to see real meaningful youth engagement, where we can simply have institutional memory. But what happens with the Y20 is that each host country has to start from the beginning, has to build their own platforms. We are starting from zero when we should be starting. It's the oldest engagement group in the G20. There is so much that we should be working with. But we need to look back at how many of the recommendations from the Y20 have actually been implemented by the G20 leaders. So does that mean our engagement is meaningful? No.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to my panelists, please. I know we have a lot of questions, so after the session, you can always engage our panelists or other dignitaries within the room. I think what is central to this discussion was that youth empowerment is not symbolic, it's structural. So thank you so much for such an interactive session. Thank you.
Yo, it's getting hotter and hotter. So the beautiful thing about the Youth Symposium is that it's a dialogue. It's an intergenerational dialogue. And it's a dialogue where we have all decided that we want to come together to make this thing work. We want to come together and hear the voices of the youth, but not only hear it, do something about it. And so a platform like this is a work in progress, and we have heard your cries. You have a lot of questions. You have a lot of suggestions. And so what I think, well, personally, what I am gonna do is we're gonna speak to the team, have a suggestion box, and then have a questions area, because we cannot answer every single question at this particular moment. And I know everyone has a question, burning questions that they want, and they're very valuable questions. But we're going to have a suggestion box for for tomorrow and for the youth. Well, tomorrow we're going to have to speak to the team. But for the next symposium, for the next youth symposium, we're going to have a suggestion box so that everyone can put their suggestions in. And then next time, we don't want to hear stories of who decided this and that and how the program must be. Put your suggestions within the suggestion box. Please utilize the platforms and the tools that are available to you. And I think that it's a principle that goes even beyond the symposium. It's a principle that translates into the whole country and the whole continent. There are many tools available to us. And I'm glad that each and every single one of you are here to be able to hear about these tools and also to take part in such an incredible dialogue. We have one more panel, and I think you'll be happy because it is led by youth. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Tato Madibo and Ms. Nuruluhuda. Hopefully I said your name right. As they come and speak about re-engineering Africa's now, a birth of a new era. Please give them a round of applause. We're going to have quite the interactive session. It is our last discussion session, so please give them the same energy you would have given our first speakers. Give them your time, give them your ears, give them your attention. And after this, we will have a few announcements and then go into our gala dinner. Thank you so much.
Before we start. Colleagues, before we start, my first thing is to say our session was supposed to start 2 hours ago, just to let you guys know. And it would be disrespectful on my own values to not recognize that not alone were we just the people who wrapped this thing up, but they continuously ask for more questions upon questions, and young people are supposed to just be left in the shadows. We're just supposed to accept that. And I genuinely do believe there should be some form of apology in that regard, that not just my group, together with my co-chair here, but also the previous group, that we had to have that. I'm very sure if we were excellencies, we would have been given an apology. I apologize if, but I thought that had to be said. With that said, I'll allow my co-chair to start.
All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, and fellow young Africans. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hola, bonjour, obrigado, habari. This chamber has witnessed decades of vision, debate, and policy. But today, we are here not to speak of tomorrow. We are here to speak now. Africa's now. The moment where ideas become action and where the next generation is no longer the future, but the present, shaping systems in real time. Because the truth is, we're not waiting to inherit governance systems. We're already building prototypes. We're testing, failing, redesigning, and proving that innovation is a political act. And so today, this isn't just another plenary. This is a laboratory, a space where foresight meets policy and imagination meets evidence.
Our time here today is not one to waste time. We were here because we understand the subjectivity of our contexts. And what is required is objectivity of our practice. I speak as an attack of my consciousness and honest thinking. This cannot merely be a demonstration of bureaucratic interaction or box thinking approach to the African crisis. We should not be afraid to pose here the very tough questions, but real steps towards real systemic change. Or were we just here for media optics? Accountability matters. The question is, what is the real point and purpose of this endeavor? What is the measuring stick for these proposed policies?
who is going to ensure that everything is indeed working at all measures? What does it mean for the job to be done? Will the groups whose recommendations are seen as doable be invited, or better yet, will they push themselves through to see the future of the existence of rhetoric of their communities? Will it be transforming or just mere influence? These painful realities are not to be swept under the carpet. We, as the youth and civil society, can afford no barriers to be set, but rather transparency and delivery. Africa, I must ask the question, is my citizenship status worth anything when we are just murking in the shadows?
We call this session Re-Engineering Africa's Now, because we believe transformation begins with reimagining how we think, connect, and act together across generations, sectors, and systems.
If you believe that decisions made in this room will really shape Africa's next century, please raise your hand.
We have
Now,
one hand, 2, 3.
well, I think it's very clear.
We don't believe in this.
Nobody believes in this very institution.
Oh.
Shocking. Now, for those of you who kept your hands up and believe that youth deserve to help in making decisions, that is why we are here.
Let's turn this room, this parliament, into a workshop of ideas. Let's re-engineer Africa's now together. All protocols observed. Today's session is about translation, turning already known ideas into frameworks that will be implemented. This isn't a brainstorming session or exercise. It's about redesigning governance in a way that policymakers and citizens can act on. We'll practice both imagination and decorum, ensuring our ideas are bold, actionable, and digestible. Here's how we'll move through the next 60 minutes, or less.
Well, it's time for us to have some energy in this room. Today, we will be presenting 4 objectives, and they are as follows. 1, co-creation and accountability strategies. How do we move from participation to partnership in governance? 2, symmetry of development and policy modeling. How do we make foresight a language policymakers understand? 3, economic modeling and foresight. What kind of economic imagination does Africa need now? Example, Rwanda and Rwanda's use of the Mazukatu economic model. Number 4, relations of interest groups. How do we manage interest groups across youth, state, and private sectors? In the first half, we'll co-create ideas that are common and known in the room. Our now labs, in the second half, will open the floor to youth-commanded plenary guided by these objectives.
In a moment, we're turning this chamber into 4 innovation labs, each with 4 appointed group leaders, 1 question, and 1 shared goal. How can youth re-engineer Africa's governance now?
Each group is a mini innovation lab focused on 1 aspect of transformation we've been talking about at this moment. You'll have 15 minutes. Your task is to agree on 1 bold idea, implementable idea. The idea will become your group's now statement. A now statement is not a slogan or a wish. It is a declaration, a design and and an intent. It begins with the word now because it reflects immediacy, what can start today, not tomorrow, neither 2030. It is a bridge between vision and action, focused sentence that answers three things. What will we do? Who will we do it with? And why it matters now. Remember, this is rapid. We are not here to undermine the cognition of you all. You are here for a reason. You know the answers from your countries and homes. Address them. Let's speak about it now. We're designing something special here. Keep it practical and implementable.
All right, can we please have our group leaders in each of the rows? Thank you.
Our group leaders will lead you in discussion, as I said, for the next 15 minutes. So please engage with your group leaders on your ideas. As we said, we want to work together with you in this particular discussion.
Can we have this particular row, half of this particular row, please move to the side? On this end?
Oh.
Oh, and the overflow section, if you guys can please come down and join us on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side. Thank you.
Your left-hand side, our right-hand side.
Left-hand side.
I thought this was. I thought this was gonna put my life, but I know you can get people are tired in the middle.
We'll do what we need to do.
What did you tell
I think should maybe explain.
I think let's give them like this.
Just to make it clear, the session has begun. The leaders you have will be engaging with you. So just look out for them. And yeah, then that's how the brainstorming will start. So we're starting now. Sorry, I think everyone was just trying to grapple with the consensus.
So I'm speaking as loud as I can at the moment. My name is and the question that we're going to be talking about today is how do we make foresight and language policymakers can understand? I'm going to give about three
to engage.
points so we can exactly. Oh, how do we make foresight and language policymakers can understand? Yes. Did everybody hear?
Why don't you give them the mic? Give her the mic, then you can share them. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so the second question was, how do we make foresight a language policymakers can understand? So I just need 3 points, strong points, so we can give our panel speakers after we have discussed this. So you can just give me your ideas and I'll write it down and then we'll be communicated.
I think what would work is if everybody could come more forward and we group together as opposed to everybody being scattered. So we all hear the conversation.
Waiting for you.
pushing in their groups, getting people to, because this is also part of the simulation and following the agency.
Let me.
Just raise your hand and then I'll come to you. I think what's the
Says. I just see the one.
It's making one.
To the second group here on my left, please guys, let's engage. I see there's some colleagues there who are sitting up there. This particular session is meant for us to engage and hear you guys. So please come through, engage with your leader here, Njabulo. She's wearing ANC colors here, the green and yellow. Please come and engage with her. All right, guys, 5 more minutes. Keep at it, keep at it. Yeah. That's it.
We have 2 minutes remaining, everyone.
Well, good people, that is time up. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. Time's up. Time's up, everyone. Time's up.
All right, everyone. Let's bring it back to plenary.
But hey, if people want to engage and don't want the cocktails, then yeah, please go on. Please go on. Go on. Once all the leaders have concluded, you can just come through here to the front and just address the greater community here of the house in regards to what were your given points.
Don't worry about them. The notes are not because I know what I'm saying.
No, you're not to do.
Okay.
All right, are we ready?
All right, I'm just assume Mr. Njabula is just wrapping up over there. Not a problem.
I feel bad. I feel bad.
All right, Mr. Njabulo, please join us. All right, I think I've been liberal of the time. All right, guys, so what's going to happen now?
Is each group leader has 1 minute to present your responses. We would like to ask you guys to please practice some decorum and precision. All right?
All right, can one of you can just be robust enough to just take up the podium and kick us off?
I got you.
So, good. Is it still afternoon? Should I say good evening? I don't know. But yeah, anyway, in essence, I am Gladness Mugeti and I am representing Youth at Sire. I am the National Focal.
Sorry, Speaker. Let me just get some decorum in the House. If the House may just settle themselves and just give some respect to the speakers, please, and allow them to conclude. And then we can move on to the cocktails. If the House may just settle. Thank you very much. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gladness Mufeti, and I am representing Youth at SIRE. I am the National Focal Points Person for Inclusive Societies Working Group there. So our question was, how can youth re-engineer Africa's governance now, and how do we move from participation to partnership in governance? In essence, the responses we got were, one, have visible inclusion and not the illusion of inclusion for the youth. And then secondly, 50% of parliamentary seats should be reserved for the youth at the national executive and judiciary level. That is what youth partnership should look like. And lastly, at the level of the AU, there should be a youth accord where there is an agreement that the youth write a statement in together that will then be negotiated around heads of states. Secondly, establish a continental 3 seconds council, and then negotiate one agenda item at the heads of state summit in February. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Nonjabulo Matibula, and I am currently just a student. The second question for Group 2 was, how do we make foresight a language policymakers can understand? What we got from this message was we need to participate as the youth, as we want a future to make our voices be heard, like platforms such as APRM. Also, we have to rely on the evidence-based research to ensure that we can rectify the policies that the policymakers make. The second point is to institutionalize of young people so we can have measures to be consistent and collect data that align with policy goals.
30 seconds.
And then the last point is the common message that people want is that everyone can understand that that all that has been explained to other youth, we want to create a language that can promote foresight, but it's about the now. There's different languages across the continent. For those languages to be spoken, we need to find one common language. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Njabulo.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tugela Masuk, and I'm currently a student studying at UNISA. So the question that was posed to us specifically for Group 3 was, what kind of economic imagination does Africa need currently? And the first point that we had was speaking about government essentially directing their resources to rural areas, specifically rural areas with regards to lack of electricity, and being able to set out particular innovations like renewable energy sources like solar panels, and directing that specifically to disadvantaged communities, especially where they need them. The second point that we have is land redistribution, specifically for disadvantaged communities. We know that in rural areas, if you don't have resources, if you don't have a means to build your income or some form of sustenance, then you as a person cannot survive. So that was another point. And the last one was industrialization of natural resources, specifically to give them to disadvantaged communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Firstly, mandibhotise kuni bantwana besizwekazi Africa. My name is Sikayo Shanga Azania Mzananda, representing a national leader at Youth at SIRE, co-founder and chairperson of Amari. So my group had discussed how do we link youth, state, and government and manage that relationship. So here's our resolution, and we got these from both Ghana as a case study and Nigeria as a case study. There's a National Youth Federation that exists in Ghana. But
30
now
seconds.
We've expanded on that idea. We have now created that sort of a parliament that serves as this federation that has committees within it, and within it are represented organizations, particularly organizations from the civil society, organizations that deal with sport, that deal with youth development, that deal with politics, that deal with education, think tank spaces, think tanks like my own, Amari, where they will all sit in this parliament and create these committees that will deal with issues and will elect the leaders who will represent the young people in parliament as this quota we refer to, that we need, by the way, in parliament. We need quotas in every single parliament of South Africa. Thank you.
Maybe just give our colleagues a big hand. Thank you everyone for participating. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. We're hearing quite a number of ideas, and I think, as I said before when I opened up the session, ideas that are familiar to all of us. I think sometimes, specifically as South Africans, we tend to see our issues as a halo or very secular. But there is a lot of symmetry that we have with our issues with neighboring nations. And we heard that in terms of an inclusive agenda in regards to institutions together with civil society. 50% of youth participation or representation in government institutions. A youth report, I thought that was a nice one. Some sort of review every single year of youth mechanisms. Example, the ambassadors of peace and security around who are deployed by the African Union. I don't know, actually, I must be honest, I'm not sure if there actually is a review, but if there is one, let's find it and let's have it through and discuss that. Lastly, of course, land distribution. I think for the South Africans in the room, we know that one very, very well. And it's a big talking point within our nation. But more broadly speaking, in terms of the African continent, the identity of what land means for the spirit of being of an African. And I thought that was also an impeccable one. Once more, every idea today could be translated into policy language, which once more was again referred to by one of the speakers. What can be the common language for these policies? That it is not just transcends consciousness, but also the multidimensional approach of how we conceive these ideas is also something that needs to be thought of. So thank you so much to those leaders who joined us.
All right, we had a lot to say today. Unfortunately, we have to compress our session a bit. But we're glad that you've heard the youth voices. It's working. Thanks. They're bold, they're visionary, they're unapologetic. Each intervention wasn't a commentary, but it was a commitment. Before we close, we just want to capture this collective spirit, the pulse of the room in real time. So what we'd like you guys to do is to take out your phones, please. We will display a QR code on the screen. If you may please just scan the QR code. And in one word, you need to tell us what defines Africa's now. So just give us a minute to just set it up, or less than a minute. And
well, in the meantime, as we allow for IT to be on our side, we might be young, but we're not always that young. Some processes still require some assistance. I'm just going to quickly elaborate on one of the themes that we spoke about on the co-creation of actionable strategies. And how do we participate for genuine partnership with governance? Now, I think one thing that is clear that we've discussed today is that our interaction with government institutions is difficult, to say the least. And however, there are other avenues, and those avenues are, of course, likewise private institutions, but more so than just private institutions, it's also working together. And a very good one would be, as I am together in Sika earlier on, we're both the co-founders of Amari, African Minds of Applied Research Institute, a think tank. Me and him have come together, and in less than 12 months, have been able to bring in about north of 100 young researchers to come and engage on multi perspectives of Africa and global South issues. That's a good one. Likewise, myself and my co-chair here have started something really, really great, which is the Founders Accord, which wants to bring not just South African leaders and founders, but African leaders. It's time that if big businesses can talk about their issues, why don't we create our own bloc where we are able to actually lobby for these type of ideas? I see the QR code is on.
The QR code is up.
So please give it a scan.
QR code and let us know what defines Africa's now.
Speak on your,
Speak on your point about this. Into. Yes, we can talk.
I like that whack very much indeed. I like that. A death zone, corruption.
While we wait for our one words.
Hey, it seems there's quite a theme with corruption. Chaos. Whoever said promise, love to hear what you have to say about that, and I think that's a good spark of hope. Hashtag 268726. I don't know if some AI hacked in, but don't know. Civil unrest, mind-blowing, potential, unwilling but full of potential, oppressive.
Any optimistic words?
Agency, there's one for you.
Work.
Resourceful, interesting, okay. Again, impressive is a big one, greedy, business unusual. Thank you, colleagues. You can keep them going. I'm sure you guys can see the visual. Go on.
So with regards to our, yes, we have our hand raised. Is it for us? Okay.
All right, you are recognized.
Please put on your mic. Oh, is it? It's not visible on your end.
Well, not a problem. I'll just bring the laptop to you. Not a problem. We said interactive, right? Why must I just wait? Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What?
Oops. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, please.
It's fine. It's lost my camera.
So just run. Thank you everyone for participating. Just to read the last few since I was just over there that I can just quickly see, sorry. Next frontier, youth, engagement or entanglement, sorry, that's a nice word. Not optimizing, death, hunger, gatekeeping, yes, I love that one. Gatekeeping, very, very real. And amongst us also as young people, good one. Closing remarks.
I think we should highlight the most common words
Or
that have
neocolonialism.
popped up. And I think that our policymakers, now leaders that are in this room, that are still in this room, I must say, still in this room, were mostly neocolonialism.
Neocolonialism, corruption. Ubuntu. But yeah, what about it?
Corruption is the most common. Youthful. We see hope. Neocolonialism. Oppressive. And I think these are what the youth see, and this is what we need to work towards. I think we see you guys and we're ready to make it work. At least from our side.
Closing remark.
As we wrap up,
We don't have time.
remember, show me the screen.
Oh, no, it's not anymore. It's not
No.
anymore.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, as we wrap up, we need to realize that our innovation is now, our courage is now, and our implementation is now. We may not always be able to trust our leaders, but we must trust our power. Today, we call for formal working groups under the APRM and the Pan-African Parliament as mechanisms of oversight and accountability. We are done writing policy documents. It is time to build teams here and now, ready to act for tomorrow.
Through the ISP and Amari, we have shown youth don't just speak. We design, we build, and we deliver. All protocol observed. Thank you to the APRM Secretariat and the Pan-African Parliament for trusting youth voices. This is just a cultural critique. The youth conversation, in closing, has become a tragic play where both protagonists are wearing the wrong costume, and both are blaming each other for a terrible performance. We've become hyperbolic in the expressions of short enough to please, but too short to crucify self for another. I don't even want to touch on that. It is holy ground. It is the theology of Eros, the tragedy of a narcissistic liberalism and a funeral poem to a covenant love, all wrapped into one bullet. Youth must articulate themselves in the underlying metaphysical horrors that are the realities of the African crisis. And through this, we will prevail forward into a new era, conceived not just of one another, but of togetherness that brings in a rapturing consciousness. Thank you so much, and on to a new found era.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of applause.
I think actually a perfect way to close today. Yes, it was a few minutes, hours late. However, I think we all learned from that and really, I think, yes, helped us to not just re-engineer, but reimagine. And as you might know, my organization is called Development Reimagine. So we love to reimagine across the board. So thank you very much. And what is left for us to do is not to give you any more instructions, except to encourage you to join us early tomorrow.
Yes, once again, thank you so much to all the speakers, all the delegates, all of you who are here joining us today. We really appreciate your presence. We do not take it lightly. This has been day one of the APRM Youth Symposium, and we are glad that you could join us. Tomorrow, we will be starting at 8:30 for 9. So please, can we make it early so that we can do well with time tomorrow? Right now, as we close, we'd like to invite you to have an incredible gala dinner in the back where you could network and meet like-minded individuals, ask the questions to those who are the individuals who are still here, and also you are welcome tomorrow. The earlier you come, the more opportunity you get to ask the questions.
Thank you, everybody. And also thank you, everybody who's online and who is stuck with us online, even providing questions. and reflections. We really appreciate that. So on behalf of APRM, thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
All right, before we leave, we'd like to capture and eternalize, I guess, this moment. So could we please ask everyone to make your way onto the stage so that we could take a picture, a photo of this gathering, so we can have the last few individuals, the faithful few who remain, to please come and take a picture. We will also take another one tomorrow, but for today, day one, we'd like you to please make your way to the front so that we can take a
Join
picture.
us down here. Thank you very much.
So you know yourself. So if you are of a certain vertical pedigree, can you please be in the front on the bottom row? Please, once again, you do know yourself. Please be honest with yourself and with us. If you are of a certain vertical pedigree, please make your way to the front. A divine. Otherwise, you will not be seen in the picture, and we want every single one of you to be seen in the picture. So please. I'd also like to ask the photographer to please make your way to the aisle and then direct us. Mr. Cameraman, are you seeing everyone? You must stand with me. All the way this side. All right, so can no one come beyond this podium? And on the left? I mean, that vertical thing. No, he's coming. Mr. Photographer, are you happy? All right, is everybody ready? Do we have a videographer? Wait, before you leave, do we have a videographer? Or someone who can record a video? All right. Oh, there she is.
Join us a little.
In the count of three, can we all shout out Youth Symposium? At the count of three, can we shout out Youth Symposium? Okay. At the count of, hey guys, you guys, do you listen? You said at the count of three. Do you want me to speak French? All right. At the count of three, please shout out Youth Symposium. One. Good Lord, have mercy. At the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was day one of the Youth Symposium. All the best and God bless. Oh, and bon appetit.
I thank you, the skies.
Yeah. Yeah, also yeah, you want to take pictures?
Also be declined.
Yeah, I'm not saying how to.
You can even dig on this. You guys see. Yeah, it's like let's start here, but take Okay, yes. Keep the space again.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.